said feminism is neutral.
Here's what actually happened.
The foundation of all knowledge.
I'm really mad that
what difference does it make, right? What
Stop.
the deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
And to lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong.
Yeah,
you're promoting, right?
Ideology is the main thing of politics, right? This is my ideology.
So, 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage? The first GOP debate.
Robert, they're dead? With a crowbar, you said?
Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. This is Moderator Monday, but we are going to do it a little different this evening. I am Sara, the Raging Tomato, bringing to you a continued conversation from last week's Moderator Monday. I know everybody had a good time with that one, so we're going to see if we can actually get to the crux and the roots and the soul of the debate in and of itself, and maybe there can be some persuasion across the board. We shall see. But it will be different. This is not technically set up as a debate. Both Andrew and Charlie are fully aware of this conversation and how it's going to be. So if you can bear with it, and we can all roll through it just fine. Charlie, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, my name is Charlie, or EnemyCharlie. I am a Twitch streamer. My background is in fantasy literature. I am not a professional debater. I did not study politics, but I like to comment on it anyway. And I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having me, Sara.
Thank you. And just a kind reminder before I hand it over to Andrew, and then I'm going to let him take the rest of the show from here. I do want to tell you that we will, of course, read and respond to your super chats at the end of probably around the 2-hour mark. And we will, of course, open the panel later. I'm going to put a little leverage on this conversation. We'll see where we go. And don't forget the dog surgery fund. We've got that going. So grift and grift continuation. Andrew, the floor is yours, sir. You're muted.
Say something real quick.
Hello.
Okay. Sorry, I was having some audio issues on my end. Anyway, you should be all right now. So, so the continuation from last week. So I watched kind of what I would consider to be a bit of a cope stream. Not much of it from Charlie over here. I think a lot of times people, because when you're doing a debate, your goal is to win your view in the debate. That's the goal. And get your viewpoint across in this. And I think a lot of people think that because I'm very accurate with the things that I say, that there's some trickery afoot, or that I'm being in some way evil to them or bad faith to them or something like this. So I thought we would have the conversation about what it is that you actually wanted to talk about. And, no, we don't have to do semantics. We don't have to do any of that stuff. We can actually just kind of dive into whatever it is that you actually wanted to discuss, and I'll actually answer to those, whatever those criticisms are, so that I think I could probably, either you or your partner, I didn't care which one came on, or both of you, I think I could probably convince both of you over to my side. But I think that if you're people who don't have like any sort of philosophy background, or have any sort of background when it comes to debate or understanding very concise definitions and why they're so important, and you just want to discuss, like, just have like a general across the board. I'm fine with doing that, and then maybe we can get to the heart of whatever it is that you're actually trying to get at. That's all.
Okay. Out of curiosity, is that what motivated the this? Is that you feel like? Well, I guess I want to know, like, what motivated this.
That I think I can change your mind.
Okay, precisely. So the goal is to change my mind. So are we going to be discussing the morality
we can discuss whatever you want, but I think diving into what we were trying to talk, because your big criticism in your response is that you feel like you didn't actually get at whatever it was you were trying to get at. You were caught up on semantics or something like this. So whatever it is that you actually wanted to get at in that conversation, let's get at it.
Okay. I suppose that I mean, I think it's good and important to have like shared definitions, but because it was blood sports debate, I was pretty wary of it becoming just semantics, essentially, rather than actually getting to the, I suppose, the meat of the argument. I prepared for, I guess, meta ethics. I don't have a strong.
You want to discuss meta ethics? Really?
Well, yeah, I suppose, like, where morality comes from, because what I did get from the conversation was that I do not. I did not have the resources or the background to support my moral philosophy, and
only if you're making a moral, like. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I won't cut you off.
Okay. Largely, it was just again, I felt like I didn't have the ability to justify my my stance, and I don't. While I still think that my worldview is correct, because of course I do, I don't like feeling like I cannot adequately explain myself or defend my position. So I did do some research, not as much as I wanted. My best friend visited this weekend, so I didn't have the time to read as much as I wanted to, unfortunately. But I think I'm interested in, I guess, coming to a mutual understanding, finding common ground in some sense.
Well, meta ethics is that's a tough conversation, even for people who have conversations about meta ethics a lot. We can go down that road if you want, but the entirety of that discussion is semantics based. The entire thing. It has to be by its very nature. It's semantics based. I'm happy to go down meta ethics with you, or metaphysics, or whatever you want, from a philosophical, kind of branch. But if that. When we had the original debate, right, what was it that you were trying to get at? Like, ultimately, what was your point about land and taking it by force? Like, what was that? What was the heart of what it was that you were trying to get at?
I thought that we were going to be discussing colonization. And now I can give you some background in, I guess, my sort of training. So I have a Master of Letters in fantasy literature, actually. So I'm
a big fan of fantasy literature.
Cool. Okay.
You're talking like Dungeons and Dragons, Terry Goodkind.
Tolkien is my bread and butter, essentially.
Okay, so Lord of the Rings.
Yes.
And the Silmarillion, and et cetera, et cetera.
Yes,
okay.
et cetera. I have a big Tolkien row back there on my bookcase. Yes, my shrine.
The Dark Lord was right.
Yeah.
Sauron was right.
Yeah, sure. Well, I guess no, he wouldn't have. He failed to take things by force. However,
but required force to stop him. just saying.
I mean, kind of, yes, but largely as a distraction, I think, so that Sam and Frodo could sneak in. But yes, there was.
Well, that was the second. Force. That was the second War of the Rings, though. The first War of the Rings, the entire thing was done by force. An alliance of elves and men, right? They stood up against Sauron, and they were the ones who they literally beat him by force. Isildur cut the ring off of his finger. So, it's definitely about force, right?
Yeah. So my point wasn't not to make that My point wasn't to say that the force doctrine is incorrect necessarily, but to argue that it is more productive for people to attempt to live in peace and harmony, essentially, because while we are all subject to the force doctrine, inevitably, again, live by the sword, die by the sword. I think that colonial projects have a tendency to fail in the in the long term.
Well, what do you mean when we're talking about colonialism? You're talking about, are you talking about empires, like British Empire expansionism into India? Are you talking about the expansionism of England into what later became the United States? You're talking about Spain. You're talking about the French. You're talking about Napoleonic era. Is that what we mean when we're saying colonialism?
I was thinking the more sort of recent, largely British, but also, I mean, broadly European imperialism, like, for instance, throughout Asia, Africa, South America, the Americas, as well as like the settler colonialism in the United States and in Australia and South Africa.
Okay.
So
you thought that those were failures?
I think most of them were, in many ways. I think that they can succeed for some time, but I think that especially in Africa, what we are seeing now is, Europe lost most of its holdings in Africa.
Yeah, but wasn't the Ivory Coast greatly benefited by colonialism? I mean, in a big way.
In what capacity?
Well, I mean, the health, welfare, education status, standards, technology, everything in the Ivory Coast is better than the rest of Africa, right? Or at least the west of, or I think, is that Southern Africa? Is that the region
that I'm thinking of?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was thinking broadly all over, but largely, yes, I was thinking mostly of like Algeria, South Africa. Mm-hmm. My African history is unfortunately not terribly robust.
I understand. Like, this is a really broad, very broad. I'm pulling shit from 15 years ago in my brain that I read somewhere. You know what I mean? But
no, that's fair. Me too.
But colonialism, it was definitely successful. I mean, I don't know how it would even be argued it wasn't, like, it was pretty successful, right?
I guess like my metrics of success would be the sort of, from a settler perspective, what are the long-term benefits? I would say that the American colonial project was successful. That at the end of the day, I mean, the settlers, my ancestors, are here to stay at great cost.
We're all thriving, right? Like, we're all thriving basically due to colonialism.
I would say, that's also a terribly interesting question to ask, because I would argue, I'm sure that we have different ideas of why, I suppose in the 21st century, the present is not looking so bright and our future is not looking so bright. I'm assuming that you would take the sort of widespread, like, secularism as a downside. Whereas,
I would give it multiple components, but two easy ones that I would point to would be multiculturalism, which has been a complete and unmitigated disaster for all Western nations who have implemented it. And a secondary aspect I would also give would be things like feminism, progressive doctrine, idealism of secularism, of course. You brought that up. But, secularists, for instance, they love John Locke, but they often forget that John Locke, he said if you weren't a Christian, you shouldn't be able to vote. Ever. Because he didn't feel like if you had any grounding ethics, why the hell would he ever want you in charge of anything? He considered atheists to be essentially plebs, right? He considered them to not be moral agents. So, that's kind of the philosophy leading into it. But I think if I had to point to one thing, if you wanted to know, like, what's the one thing, easy thing Andrew would point to that would show why the West is completely and unmitigatedly becoming a disaster, I would point to multiculturalism.
Okay. What respect? I mean, I would also say that my concerns are largely, I do feel that, kind of unmitigated. This is, again, we're going to have to make a lot of concessions here because I'm going to hate this, but my background is, I subscribe more to the postmodernist school of thought.
Mm-hmm.
So just bear with me.
Deconstructionist?
Yes. Largely, I feel that late stage capitalism is profoundly antisocial in many ways, in the way that it is like a drive towards profits rather than improving the human condition, as well as like the environmental consequences of like colonialism, but more so also industrialization. However, that gets into the whole that is a very complicated conversation that I'm not entirely sure how to resolve, frankly, because I think that technological advancements.
What's the difference between late stage capitalism and early capitalism?
Late stage, I think I would characterize it as almost kind of the frankly nearing the death of capitalism, in the sense that we're nearing sort of this like techno-feudal stage, techno-feudalism, where I just feel like monopolies are so powerful that they have kind of like superseded the state in a way, and in the sense that like motivation for profit outdoes motivation for like what I mean essentially defies logic. Like we produce far more than we need.
Well,
and again,
you have you own. Do you own property at all?
I own a car. I don't own land.
Yeah, land. Land, I mean specifically.
Okay,
I assume that you own your microphone and you own your clothes and you own those things, right? But
no,
land
I do not
specifically.
own any property.
Okay. But you know people who do, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. And do you know people who are in the lower middle class, or even people you would consider under the income threshold, who own some property, like poor people who own property? Perhaps they were inherited or gifted or things like that.
Yes.
Yeah. So that that used to be an impossibility. Mm-hmm. Like property ownership, when you're talking about feudalism in Europe especially, what made you a noble was the fact that you had a house, and houses had property, right? Mm-hmm. The reason that the like noble families, if you look at England, for instance, if you wonder why the royals are in such a good position, it's because when the king stepped down for parliament, they leased all of the royal land to parliament, and parliament has to pay duties on it. That's why they're so fucking rich, right? Mm-hmm. Landholder and land ownership is a key to individual wealth and prosperity. Mm-hmm. And basically I've only ever really seen forms of capitalism which provide for people to be able to own property, which is the pathway towards actual prosperity and wealth for the family. I don't know any other system that's ever really allowed that to happen. Feudal systems in Japan really didn't allow for peasants to own property. Mm-hmm. They were owned by daimyos and lords and samurai, and then you had knights in Europe. They had their own form of feudal system. And this idea of private property ownership has really consolidated, I think, the idea of the health and wealth of individual people. And I don't know why there's such an anti-capitalist kind of rhetoric mm-hmm. and things like this, but like that's the key to everything, right? Is owning land. That's the key to cross-generational wealth. It's the key to everything.
I mean, I'm absolutely inclined to, agree in the sense that I'm sure your ancestors, like mine, showed up here poor, and within like several generations, we went from being former European peasantry to my grandparents could go to college. That's amazing, and eventually own land, which is I agree. It was absolutely like an equalizer. But when I think of late stage capitalism, I think reduced opportunities for individuals to gain wealth, essentially, like monopolies is what I mean. Is like, for instance, I never
we used
remember
to have those worse, right? Like land barons. So
yeah.
we broke up land baronies But honestly, most of that stuff happens due to a unison of contract with governments, which is what socialism kind of advocates for, right? So the only time I've ever seen really powerful business monopolies has been when they have contracts with governments, and governments give them the monopolization of, because then they're giving them force doctrine, right? They're basically putting force on their end. That's the only time I've ever actually seen strict monopolies, has been when they're essentially working in unison with the state, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm inclined to agree with that, but I would say that that's less. I mean, I suppose we could call that socialism, but that would be, I mean, frankly, a prioritization of politicians making money from lobbyists versus prioritizing what would be the good for the country. For instance, like kind of like the auto industry lobby. Like part of the reason we have such shitty public transportation is because like the auto industry has lobbied so strongly to make cars the number one method of transportation in America. Granted, it's because we're a huge country and we do need them. I grew up in a rural area. Public transportation would not work.
Yeah, why do you think that? Why do you think that the reason is because of car bids for that? Why do you actually believe that that's the case?
Well, to continue making money. I mean, I feel like we often choose the like less productive route so that specific companies and individuals can continue to make money. It's like the way that we heavily subsidize certain like businesses and industries that operate on a loss just so that they can continue to function rather than allowing them to fail. But again, so like the
sorry,
go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was going to say, if you look at the United States and how it's divided, if you look to the East and the West, almost all the people in the United States live in those two locations. And then I think it's essentially, west of the Rockies, right? Before you hit the western coastal areas like Oregon, California, this type of thing. Almost nobody lives there. Do you know why that is?
In which region? You said west of the Rockies?
Yeah. Until you hit the West Coast, and then you got tons of people in California, Oregon, this and that.
I lived in Nevada for a bit, so I would say probably lack of access to water and farmland.
It's water.
Yeah.
Right? We build cities where there's water.
Where there's industry, because you need the ships to come in.
Well, you need water. Well, you just need water to drink it. Right? I mean, you got to have water to just drink. Yeah. And you need water for waste treatment. You need water for all of this type of stuff, right? Like you said, industry. The thing is when you look at public transportation in the United States, we had that actually. We had massive railroads, and they operated as public transportation. But the problem is they took 5 fucking days to get you anywhere, and they still do. And even if you have very speedy trains, it takes forever. Whereas you hop in your car, you're there in 6 hours instead of, 60 hours. So I don't think that, while it's true, I think automakers are trying to make money. I also think that individuals having access to automobiles has been life-changing for us. So, for instance, I live an hour away from anywhere you could work. I always commuted an hour to work and an hour home, always. But I wanted to also not live in a major city and raise my family outside of a major city. I thought that that was poisonous to, to their mental health and their well-being to load them up inside of industrial areas. So the fact that I had vehicles and could access those and actually drive these long distances, I would say contributed greatly to the health and welfare of my own family.
Oh yeah, of course. I wasn't thinking on like a more rural suburban capacity. I was thinking,
but that's all of America, right? Outside the major cities, it's all rural. Like all of it, and there's only a few massive cities where everybody lives. That was my point. Most people, it is true, most people congregate in cities, but city infrastructure for public transportation already exists. You already have buses, you have trains, you have subways, you have all of this stuff. Could those things be better inside of cities? Sure, but I'll tell you, the most convenient way I've ever gotten around in a city is with an Uber. That has by far been the most convenient way that I've ever gotten around inside of a city is with an Uber, not with trains or buses, or totally inconvenient in comparison to hopping on the app and saying, okay, pick me up here. And it's $10. You know, it's like $10 you go across town. That's the most convenient way for me to travel in a city.
I would say American cities, yes. I did live in Glasgow for about a year. And I would say that the trains, other countries have much more reliable public transportation versus the US, because again, I don't think that we prioritize public transportation.
Well, don't they need it
enough.
because European automakers essentially regulated the European auto industry out of existence, and the United States didn't? But if that wasn't the case, and there was, you know, we used to have really affordable automobiles. If you look in Europe, they do have affordable automobiles, but they're basically shit, right? They're like shit cars. They're all box shaped. You know, like where's all your European F-150s? You know what I mean? Where are they all? They regulated them all out, right? So,
I mean,
like,
do we think that? I mean, I have beef with the size of trucks today.
They're cheaper to make. Like they're safe. Like you could make them out of plastic. Do you know why they make them so big and out of steel? It's because it actually doesn't cost them any more to make them with the additional steel, and they're actually safer that way. So, like, if you're going to hit a deer in a rural countryside in your F-150, you want it to be made out of steel, don't you?
Oh, of course. But I'm talking about like the size of trucks today. They're very oversized, and it has something to do with, I cannot remember, I think some sort of Obama era regulation or something, where they're just made gigantic in a way that isn't necessarily like helpful for people who actually do like outside manual labor and construction and farm work. So there's like a really weirdly large market for like very old trucks because they're more ergonomic, so to speak. But they're also
it's usually because
killing machines.
It's because they're not electronic, right? I mean, I would say that the suburban female in the SUV is far more deadly than the redneck in the F-150.
I'm inclined to freaking agree. I don't think we don't need to have. Yeah, what I mean is, I think that yes, we are making cars.
I'm just saying, it seems like the suburban soccer mom is something more to worry about there.
I'm taking that one personally.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as you don't drive a giant SUV for no reason, I think it's. I mean, I come from a family of like 5 kids, and we had a relatively small-ish car, and we functioned just fine. I don't know why the ladies will be driving around the Escalades for their like 2 kids.
Well, because the whole point, you know why American automobiles like the station wagon and things like that, why they were made so big and why SUVs are so popular, because they're family oriented vehicles. So you probably haven't experienced this because I believe you said you don't have children, you're unmarried, right? Okay. So the thing is that if you're married and you have kids, you're going to go on a family outing, right? What happens if you have 3 kids? You're going to fit them in a tiny little car?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I do come from a family of 5, and I'm I have a lot of older brothers.
So you're going to go to a beach, you're going to bring the sunscreen, you're going to bring the towels, you're going to bring the folding chairs, right? You're going to bring all the shit that women need, which is a ridiculous amount of stupid garbage, and all the little toys the kids want, and you're going to pack them in the car seats, and you're going to, you know what I mean? You're not going to do that shit in a tiny car. So the whole thing is like, these are all tailored towards families. That's the whole point, right?
If I can add in a thought there, somebody actually had mentioned to me too the idea of car seats, because if you can't put 2 car seats next to each other, at least not very easily. So then we get the Suburban with that extended back seat, because you're, especially if you have a toddler car seat and then another toddler or booster seat, so on and so forth. They don't work well. I can tell you that from experience, at least not side by side.
Right, but like, I feel like a lot of the time, again, I come from a very large family that was very outdoorsy. So we did often have things. I mean, we camped all the time. We were very outdoorsy. So we would have our bikes, we would have our tents, we would have our freaking paddle boards and shit.
Were you strapping them on top of a Prius? Are you strapping? No.
No, my dad actually has an F-150.
Of course. Yeah, exactly. That's my whole point.
How often? But like, I mean, that makes sense. Right. But then you'll always see oftentimes, and my dad's gigantic. My dad's 6'5", So seeing my giant dad with his 5 children step out of a big F-150 with his paddleboard and all of his camping gear, it's like, okay, right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But then you'll see like a dude by himself in a giant car, or a lady by herself in a giant SUV, and it's like, well, why do you actually have this? So I think that perhaps people have been a bit too liberal in their purchasing of overly large vehicles when they don't actually need it.
I mean, do you just base things on need, though, instead of on desire and on want? Like, so when I look at capitalism, the reason and I've always been a big advocate for capitalism, the desires of people is what drives innovation. And one big desire that does that is the desire not to die. That's a big one that human beings have. And so when I look at medical technology and I look at the driving innovation behind some of what modern cures would be something akin to miraculous. My wife, for instance, she suffered from migraines. They actually made a miracle drug that cured those migraines, right? It's the great advance of medical science. But that shit costs a lot of fucking money. You know what I mean? It costs a lot of money. And I don't see any of these non-capitalist stage nations as a driving force towards that sort of technological innovation because they don't have the ability to loan money. And that's the big one. The big one is the ability in capitalism to have access to capital.
I would say that, so I can, not on a, professional level, but my father's a doctor and my grandfather was a doctor. So I can comment on this.
What kind of doctor?
My father was a internal medicine doctor. So he's like
like Dr. House. Yeah.
Yeah.
An
like
internist,
he's the guy you go see. And my
They're
grandfather
called diagnosticians. They used to be called diagnosticians.
Yeah. My grandfather's an anesthesiologist. My father has, and mind you, my dad is fairly conservative. He's a rather conservative man. He has, he takes significant issue with our kind of, profit-based medical industry, because he thinks that we have a system that encourages people to remain sick and to essentially, rather than, we don't focus on preventative care. We focus on making money off of sick people versus making sure they don't get sick in the first place. And he has just kind of, spent the last 30 years.
But do you know why that is? That's because
health insurance.
Nope, it's not. It's because doctors themselves fucked everybody. So you may not know this, but the only type of medicine that we practice here is allopathic medicine. Nothing homeopathic, none of that's all allopathic. And the reason for that is because all alternative forms of medicine were destroyed by doctors themselves who unionized under one flagship with one magazine. And they said anything that was not allopathic medicine, which would include preventative care, by the way, they completely and totally destroyed them. I'm trying to think of what the newspaper was that did it. Off the top of my head, I don't remember, but that's what they did. They unionized under one, and anybody who went against the idea of allopathic medicine was completely destroyed. They were they just destroyed them. So doctors themselves did this to us, not the average person.
Would you consider like a prescription of, you need to eat better,
the American
exercise.
Medical Association.
Would
That's
you
right,
consider
the American
that,
Medical Association.
Would you consider like exercise and a better diet to be homeopathic?
I don't know that I would call that homeopathic, but there's more types of medicine than just allopathic. And so the thing is diet and exercise obviously are good preventative care, but now even doctors are moving towards the ideas of preventative care, but they're trained by pharmaceutical companies to prescribe. Pharmaceutical companies are what train these doctors, and who do they have contracts with? The government. So it's pharmaceutical companies in unison with the government who come up with these types of training programs for doctors. There's not universities anymore, which aren't in the hands of pharmaceutical companies training MDs. All of their training programs are written by pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah, I mean, my dad.
But do you know that it's progressives who push that? progressives are the ones who push that and say, well, who else is going to train them? Of course, pharmaceutical companies, they're the ones who know their medicine better than anybody, need to train doctors in the prescription of these things. Progressives are the ones who push this.
Well, I would differentiate between progressives and, again, politicians, and I believe both sides of the coin, who generally more corpo dems and Republicans who prioritize, again, profit over people.
Yeah, but when you say that, it's like if you have a business, do you want your business to be profitable?
Of course, yes.
Okay. When you say over people, though, does that mean if I give you bad service, am I prioritizing profit over you?
No, but what I mean is, I think that to have a well-oiled, kind of functioning society, there are things that we need to not make profitable. And I think that things like, medicine and housing, I think we need to have, like some other European countries, what they do is they will have like both a sort of like socialized aspect and then a privatized aspect, where at a base level you are provided certain things so that you can continue to function and be alive.
Yeah, but those things, don't you think that those things only work because they have homogenous nations, which they can tax very heavily? They don't have these same income drags on immigrants that places like us have, where it's endlessly demanded that we take more and more of them on. Like the places that you would point to where you have the types of socialized medicine you're talking about are places where there's a very, very low entry level of immigrants. Very low.
Would you consider the UK to have like a very, very, well, yes, I mean, it is extremely hard to immigrate to the UK, of course. But again, I have strong feelings about that in the sense that I feel like in the US.
But the UK, I mean, the UK model is not the model you're pointing to, though, right? You're pointing to like the model of Nordic nations.
I would say like
more
maybe
than
like
likely.
the Netherlands or the yes, the Nordic
Can
nations.
Can you tell me what the demographic of the Netherlands is?
Primarily Caucasian.
Like
yes,
primarily
so that is,
or overwhelming?
Well, I could check for you.
Yeah, look.
Let's look at population. It is about 74%.
74%.
Dutch or Frisians. Let me see. We could just do it. Let's do population of Netherlands. About 80%. And then 20% is ethnic minorities.
Now do France.
I mean, France is doing pretty okay.
Sure are. What's the ethnic makeup there?
About 75% is of European descent.
No, well, I think last I checked in France, I think it's closer to 90%. It's 90% who you would put in the category of Caucasian. And so the thing is like, when this is one thing about progressives that drives me crazy is that thing that does not, thing that doesn't correlate with worldview gets rejected, and then you move for some type of like explanation for the thing outside of the obvious one. If you're going to move in massive amounts of migrants who are extremely poor, they're going to drag your healthcare system. There's no way around that, right?
Well, the drag on the healthcare system, again, I have done research on this, and I could locate it again, but we spend a lot of money subsidizing healthcare insurance companies, which is to our detriment. And I do think that a kind of single payer universal system would be a lot more efficient than kind of the health insurance model that we have. Because I think that once we eliminate sort of like the unnecessary middlemen, it would be, again.
Sorry, in France, correct. 85% is what I got. So close. I was close.
Okay. Yeah.
So the thing is how can it be if you want to have a socialized medicine like you want, right? Why would you want to bring in tons and tons of poor people who need aid when it comes to their health and welfare? How is that not going to drag down your healthcare system?
As far as I am aware, I haven't looked into the what the kind of the cost on the American taxpayer is on like undocumented immigrants specifically.
Just any. Let's just go with any. If you bring in
I
people
think that,
who are poor and need health care, how exactly are they not going to be a drain on your healthcare system? Like, how could that ever, what could you even offset that with? What is the thing you could even point to and be like, but that's offset with what?
Don't even like seek out healthcare is the thing. It's my understanding that we, for the most part, because we are not reproducing at a rate that, kind of adequately replaces our population. And because, again, of corporate and government greed, we have been dependent upon what is essentially, I would say, a slave class of undocumented laborers who are paid next to nothing. But again.
So that would be bad, right? Don't you want them to not be here?
Well, I would prefer that they be naturalized, and I would prefer that, people be...
Why not just send them back home? And then we have immigration policies based on the idea that we bring people in who aren't a net drag to our economy and a net drag to our healthcare system. Why
are they a net drag on our economy? Because I guess my issue here is that, again, like immigration makes up such a huge portion of our labor force. Like if you think about specifically,
we're not just talking about GDP.
Trade.
Yeah, we're not just talking about GDP, right? You can have this massive gross domestic product, but what's our debt? What's our debt and our deficit spending and the things like this? It's like, it's not just about your gross domestic product, which, by the way, China's not dependent on immigrant labor, and they have the second largest GDP in the world. So there's sort of like this idea here that for some reason we need to bring in a massive amount of really, really poor people from other nations, and that's not going to have an effect on the American taxpayer that drags us down. I've never actually understood that. I've never understood why progressives push for that.
So I have looked this up, and I think that I would need to read through this fully. And it's okay if you don't want to doubt my source, but it does seem like overall immigration does boost economic growth. However, again, you're right. That could just be boosting, I suppose, GDP,
gross domestic product. So it pushes out gross domestic product. I wouldn't even dispute that, but who cares, right? It's like, if it is the case that you're born, $290,000 in debt. I'm not that. I'm just using an extreme example, right? But if you're just born into that kind of debt, who gives a shit what your gross domestic product is? Like, wouldn't you want people to be coming into your nation who are contributing to the nation more than they're taking away from the nation? Isn't that the whole goal? And if you're bringing in very poor people from very poor nations, how in the hell is that going to make, like, tell me this. Let me just ask this. This is my mindset, right? And maybe you can say it's too pragmatic or something like this, but how is bringing in like 50,000 poor South Americans going to help my life? How's that going to improve my life?
Well, again, because Americans are not reproducing enough to kind of fill our labor
reproduced
force.
Enough.
All right. Well, that's you, but I mean, because of the cost of childcare, I would say, and because of inflation, most parents need to, have like a double income household to have children. Again, a lot of people just aren't having kids at the same rates that we used to, which is an issue.
So shouldn't we focus on that problem instead of focusing on trying to replace the population with some other people group? Doesn't that seem silly?
I mean, I think that realistically, what do we do in the meantime when we do have this sort of deficit in, like native-born labor?
Well, here's what I'd tell you what I would do, right?
Okay.
But what I would do is I would have a mass government-based overarching campaign, and I would have billboards everywhere, and I would bring back the idea of the nobility and respect of the family, and the idea that the highest calling and duties and virtues of women are to have children, and the highest calling and virtues of men are to be fathers. And I would bring the idea that universalized respect comes with having a family, and those are things which are to be cherished, and those are the things that everybody's moving towards. And I think you'd see the birth rates greatly increase. Hungary had a program that was very similar to this. Not only did they kind of nationalize the propaganda for birth rates, but they also gave massive tax incentives. If you had 3 or more children, you were tax exempt for life. And the recovery is already beginning, and it's showing some great fruit. But I think you can do things like that, and I don't even see a problem with it. But what you can't do is you can't give people the mixed message of like, I was arguing with a girl this morning on Piers Morgan, for instance, who was trying to say, well, what about lesbians? What about gay people? What about this other outlier group? Who cares, right? The idea is to propagate birth rates and propagate your citizenry. Why do we care about, propagating these like fucking fringe cases of, some gay dude wants to adopt a kid or some lesbian chick wants to adopt a kid? Why are we pushing huge millions and millions of dollars of resources towards that instead of the domestic reproduction of our nation? Doesn't that seem silly?
I think most adoptees are heterosexual couples.
Overwhelmingly, yes.
Overwhelmingly, yes.
Yeah.
However, I think that as much as you could push sort of, from an ideological standpoint, yes, you could push like we should have more families. The highest calling of someone is to be a father or a mother. I think that the issue with that is that a lot of people just can't really afford it. Because I think it's, I think
they could afford it if they got tax exemption for the rest of their life if they had 3 kids plus.
Sure.
Then I think they could afford it.
And if
right?
like there was rent control, if there were
what do you
socialized
need? Like, why do you even
programs.
need rent control? Oh, like for one thing, when you dive into the idea of markets, the idea is that there's not enough housing to go around, and that's why rent's so high, right? That's the idea.
There is actually,
like Kamala Harris wanted to build more houses to bring the rent prices down. That was the goal.
I think it depends upon the area, but from what my point of view from living in, I've lived in very rural small towns, and I've lived in cities, and largely the issue in cities is that there is it's just really expensive. Like there's housing,
because there's not,
but it costs a fucking lot.
Yeah, there's not. Well, it's because of supply and demand, right? The idea is that the demand is higher than the supply, and so if the demand is higher than the supply, you can basically charge whatever the fuck you want for it. So if the idea then is, well, we want to have more housing, right? That would. So imagine it this way: if you move to a neighborhood where 20 of the 18 of the houses out of 20 were vacant. Right? Nobody wanted to live there. Do you think that the rent there would be higher or lower than in other areas of that city? Probably lower,
obviously
right?
Higher or lower.
No, they'd be lower, right?
Yeah.
They'd be, but I mean, so isn't the idea if you want to bring in massive amounts of migrants and you don't have the kind of housing which is necessary for them, that's going to increase the rents of people who are around you? Wouldn't that be an entailment of that?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but are we not having an issue right now in which groups like, my God, I confuse Blackwater and BlackRock all the time. Which one is the mercenary company? Is that BlackRock?
I think it's Blackwater, actually.
Blackwater.
Maybe I'm wrong too. I don't know.
Which one is buying up all like the property? Because there is an issue where corporations are buying up excessive amounts of property, which I think is like disconcerting. I think it's less
Yeah, but they're buying up rural property, right?
And in the cities as well.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there are industries which will buy up property. McDonald's, their entire idea is they make all their money on real estate, not on their cheeseburgers. That's their whole business model.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
they
make
all their money on real estate. Well, that's why the food is fucking trash and garbage. They don't care. The whole point is to make money off of the rents for the various McDonald's locations. But that's neither here nor there. I'm just pointing out if we're going to dive into the ideas of the problems here, I would like to just start with this idea of like, how does it really make a nation stronger? How is diversity really this great strength, whereas homogeneity is not? Why is the idea that people aren't speaking the same language and they don't have the same customs and they don't have the same culture? How does that really make you better or stronger or greater? I actually don't understand why there's even a contention over this, to be honest.
Sure. I could give you, this is anecdotal. But again, someone that has lived in, I lived in, Scotland, the UK, Glasgow. I felt that, oh shit. Sorry, just got a loud notification. When I lived in Glasgow, I felt that it was a weakness of the British individuals that I met to be so. Not only were they kind of uncomfortable with and prejudiced towards individuals who had different skin colors, but also towards frankly, Europe is very strange. They view people who look exactly like them but live 10 minutes down the road as nearly alien.
So do we. We do the same thing. You'll see it with in Michigan, the Dutch and the Irish. They hate each other's guts. You'll see it in the South. There's various Southerners who hate other Southerners. You know what I mean? Texas basically hates everybody who's not Texan, right? This is because the idea is the way people groups operate. They operate within the division of culture. So I don't care about racialism. That's unimportant to me. I've never given a shit about it.
Yeah.
But culture, I do care about. So I think that culture is downwind of theology. So I think we start with theological principles, and then that creates some sort of philosophy which informs culture. These cultural dynamics, whether it's democracy, monarchy, things like that, come from whatever the kind of theological base was. And then from there, your politics is downwind from that, from culture. The question becomes if you were to take somebody who had the identical, the identical makeup of me, but he was black, I don't give a shit, right? So if they were identically culturally similar, you know what I mean, or just identical culturally, what do I care? There's no distinction there, right? It's never been of particular note to me. But what is of particular note to me is that not all cultures are equal. And even postmodernists, and this was the contention we were having in the debate, I was trying to explain, there's definitely cultures which are not equal to the one that you live in. And as a defense mechanism as human beings, we recognize patterns of behavior, especially cultural patterns of behavior. And the reason racialism exists is because they associate the race with the pattern of behavior. And so therefore, they see it as a protective mode to move away from that people group because they don't want to engage with that pattern of behavior. So if it is the case that there's a culture, of cannibals, right? But they all happen to be one color, right? Of course, that's going to lead to racial prejudice because it's an identification for cultural behavior. You know what I mean? Now, I'll grant that in modernity, there's tons of people who can culturally integrate into various nations who are different colors, and that's fine because they can culturally integrate. We've seen this actually, and it's worked fairly well to some degrees. But when you bring in cultures which cannot admix well, that seems like it's diabolically stupid, right? It just seems so counterintuitive and stupid, and it brings so much contention. I don't even understand what the point is.
Again, I feel that, I feel that, and this is my just opinion, anecdotal as a white American, I felt that, I feel, I suppose, more open to different cultures and living together, which I do think encourages people who immigrate here to, in turn, be open to mine. And what I feel like is what we end up with is sort of a net positive where you can bring the good in both cultures together to kind of create something new. And I think that outside of, you obviously whiteness as a construct is kind of relatively new in the way that we think about it. I'm sure you're aware that waves of European immigrants were not seen as the exact same as sort of the Anglo-Saxon individuals. For instance, like Germans that we would think of as, super duper duper white at one point were very much like this barbaric race of people immigrating to the U.S. Actually, are you aware of the Donner Party?
Yeah.
It was
ate each other in Donner Pass in the Sierra Nevadas.
Correct. Yes. I actually grew up around that area right there.
Me too.
Oh, interesting. Okay. The one of the German immigrants in the Donner Party was, served the blame nearly totally because of his, freaky German tendencies. Because at the time there was a lot of anti-German prejudice. Jesus Christ, where was I going with this?
Well, I think you were trying to get into the ideas of cultural integration. But the thing is like...
Well, would you say that one of the strengths of America is that we are kind of a melting pot and we aren't so... like, for instance, like, I think that one of the best things that, our country was founded on was the idea that you could practice essentially any faith without, being persecuted for it.
Unless it was Catholicism or Islam or any number of different non-Protestant sects, you could definitely be persecuted for it, especially at our foundation. All 13 colonies had their own religion, and all of them were ratified as state religions, even post-founding. So even post-founding, each state had their own religion that was a state religion. All of them. Well, I'm sorry. I think all of them except two had a state religion. So, like, no, not really. Like the idea for that, the idea for our founders anyway, was if you weren't a Christian, they really weren't wanting to bring you into the nation at all. And if you were a Catholic, they really didn't want you here either. So,
for sure.
So the thing
is,
is like you really weren't able to do all of the kind of open, like if our founders knew that a bunch of postmodernist women were running around practicing witchcraft, what do you think they would have done about that?
I think it depends upon which one and which period in time, but I think it is undeniable.
Our founding
that
fathers in let's say 1780, they go on TikTok and they see hundreds of thousands of American women practicing witchcraft. What do you think they would do? You think they'd be like, well, that's freedom, boys?
I think that depends. Maybe, potentially.
You think so?
I think that the witch trials were largely over at that point. Not to say that there wasn't prejudice, absolutely, but I think comparatively there was certainly significantly more religious freedom in comparison to Europe. Right?
No, I'm not sure that that's the case. So this would be regional, maybe in some places in Europe, but really this country was founded by Protestant, English, and French people. And they really didn't want anybody around who wasn't Protestant, English, or French. That was it. You talk about Germans, for instance. The reason there was so much anti-German sentiment is because they spoke German. And the reason there was so much anti-Dutch sentiment is because they spoke Dutch. They couldn't understand each other, and it created this cultural barrier. These cultural barriers cause problems, right? They cause problems. Now, when you have strict integration, if you were to have strict integration where everybody who came in spoke the exact same language and they followed similar cultural customs, I don't think you'd have the same kinds of problems. But that is not indeed what's going on. What's going on is you kind of progressives make these ridiculous, bold claims like, hey, if we have these various cultures intermixing or this or that, it's going to create some brand new awesome culture. Where has it ever done that? Here? Where's the brand new awesome culture that came out of these culture clashes? Where the fuck is that? It doesn't seem like we have an awesome culture anywhere I can point at.
I am particularly fond of I don't know if you're a fan of California, but I'm a fan of California.
What parts?
I have lived in mostly Northern California. That's where I was raised.
In the yuppie areas?
No.
Well, that's
the
a lot of Northern
eyes.
California.
The hills
wait
have
a
eyes
second.
areas.
those are Northern California I mean, that's a rich area, right? There's lots of yuppie areas. So what area are we talking about?
Are you familiar with the region east of Sacramento?
What's it called?
I will put it in the private chat because I do not want to
don't put it in the private chat. It'll show up on my screen.
Okay.
Don't put it in the private chat.
But what I'm saying is I grew up in a very rural, poor area. It was not a yuppie area.
Okay, a very poor homogenous area, because most of them are pretty
it was
homogenous.
a mixture of like mostly white and Mexican. Frankly, that's largely been the and while there was like absolutely like racism and clashes, for the most part, especially between the young people, it was fairly peaceful. And I do feel like, I mean, frankly, I mean, this is not really necessarily moral, but I would say that, my God, food-wise, music-wise, dance-wise, culturally, I think that it has been, California itself has been enriched by the significant immigrant population. It is also better for your brain to speak more languages.
It's dangerous. I mean, California is dangerous as hell. I mean, there's some of the cities there are like war zones. You know what I mean? Same thing with Chicago. Same thing with, I mean, there's lots of places. Anywhere that you see these massive influxes and these cultural clashes, what just happened in California? Massive riots in the streets and people waving Mexican flags saying "Viva la Mexico"
Andrew,
on American streets. Like, how is that peaceful when they're like dropping shit on cop cars, right? When they're fucking burning shit. Like, we covered those riots every single day that they were going on. We covered them in depth. I had 15 cameras up at a time. And we were, well, I mean, that's hyperbole, right? I had a lot of cameras up at a time covering every little aspect. Because I know a clipper later will be like, I counted, he only had 12 cameras, right? But we were watching it, right? We were watching the great dumpster fights in California as these guys would get behind dumpsters, throw bottles, Molotov cocktails, and screech about racial injustices and things like that for a nation they don't even have to be in. And it's like, how is that enriching?
Two things here. I don't know if you've ever been to like Boston, but my dad's from that region. It's very white. That place is crazy. And I would say the amount of like, you know, niceness and politeness over there is significantly lower than my experience with California. But also, again, California was originally a property of Mexico. And it is kind of a thing with like Chicano, which is Mexican American culture, to be very like, woo, Mexico, in a way that I don't think is harmful, in the sense that, like, for instance, my grandfather grew up in a town in the Midwest that spoke German and English and was very proudly German.
In Boston,
German
Massachusetts,
American.
the white population is approximately 44%.
Okay. Well, I'm sure that's lower than California, which is primarily Hispanic. In Los Angeles.
So, but you said that it's mostly a white population, right?
I think that white people would probably be the highest population there versus
they would be
other
the
non-white individuals.
Yeah, they would be the majority minority.
Yeah, sure.
So at 44%, right? But they're not. They wouldn't be the majority. They would just be out of all of the minorities at 44%. They would be the majority of those.
Do you know anything about Oregon?
A bit, yeah.
Okay, so I lived in Portland for a few years, and I would say compared to
shithole Portland.
Yeah, it sucked. Portland is majority white. For a very long time in Oregon, they would only allow white people to move there. Portland is, in the US, the city with the highest white population. It has extremely little diversity. Now, I have lived in San Francisco. I have lived in Sacramento. I have lived in Los Angeles. And I saw homeless people all the time. And there's been very few experiences in those cities where I felt unsafe.
And who runs those cities? Progressives?
Progressives. Portland, also a progressive city. Yes.
Yeah,
but what I'm saying,
like, how progressive,
majority white. Portland is way more progressive than the rest of the cities. Portland, nightmare zone. I mean, people like running around with machetes and shit. I have a lot of thoughts on how Portland operates, though. What they did was they decriminalized all drugs.
Because of progressives.
Right. But what they didn't do was they did not make rehab affordable or mandatory. So what they did was essentially have a bunch of people running around on drugs with essentially no cheap way to get sober. And
oh, gee, legalizing drugs. Who would have thought that would be a bad idea? Conservatives, right?
I mean, I think that if you decriminalize in a way that doesn't feed people into the prison system, but instead assist them in getting healthy.
Don't you think there's a distinction in drugs, though? Like, so what liberals will do is they'll say, or progressives, they'll be like, well, you know, you can decriminalize weed and that's better because then you're not throwing people in jail for an ounce of pot or this or that. But it's like, okay, I can even grant that because marijuana itself doesn't seem to drive people into things like theft and sucking dick behind dumpsters for more marijuana, right? But if we look at like heroin addicts and shit like that, they do that kind of shit. There's a big distinction in decriminalizing a soft drug, right? And decriminalizing fucking heroin addicts and giving them clean needles and shit like why would anybody ever think that was a good idea? It's a terrible idea. They did it in San Francisco, progressive. Portland, progressive. They did it in regions of Nevada run by progressives. Why the fuck do progressives want to give everybody fucking free needles to shoot up and shit? It's crazy.
I think that, so we are like inadequately copying, my goodness, I think it's the Swiss model where what they do is they do give people clean needles. But also what we don't do, again, is we do not offer proper avenues to help people get sober. And that is something that I feel very, very, very strongly about. Because I think that the best way to assist people is to not feed them into the prison system. But again, also help them get clean. And we can do that again by offering programs that help.
Can't you just force them into a rehab clinic by force?
I mean, sure we could, but again, Portland didn't do that.
Yeah, I know, but they should have done that, right?
Yes.
But isn't that imprisoning people? But isn't that imprisoning people, really? Like, isn't the idea?
I think that a treatment program is different from like just prison, which doesn't really do much.
What's the difference? Like, okay, maybe a difference in condition. Like you can watch more TV or something like that. But the idea, if you're forced to go to a treatment center by force, you have to stay there, right?
The way that the prison system works in the US is that it doesn't really offer, it doesn't feel like kind of like reparative justice in the sense that I think that we in the US rely so much on private prison labor. We want more people in prisons, essentially. It's an industry and it is a problem. So instead of, focusing on making sure people can become kind of upstanding, members of society, what we do is we make it harder for them to integrate back into society. One of my great uncles, kind of his life mission, he's a very Christian man, is to, assist like people who have been recently released from prison, to help them integrate back into society. But it is difficult because we put so many barriers in their way. As far as like the help we give, prisoners after they are released, their job opportunities, their ability again to participate in society. So we have to have like some sort of, social net to help these people. We can't just let them continue to live in under such like horrific conditions.
Well, let me ask you a question. If this is the case, I've thought about this a lot, and I've heard progressives make this kind of analogy a lot. Where's the compassion for those who have been released from prison? So let's say in Chicagoland over the weekend, and I don't even know what the numbers are, but I can almost assure you that there's at least more than 5 people who were shot over the weekend in Chicago. Okay, it's Chicago.
Yeah.
So 5 people, they murder 5 other people. If we had like your perfect kind of system in place, these people are all arrested, what happens?
I need to look at the, because most countries, particularly people who are in prison for the long term, are in there for violent assault and murder. But in the US, the majority of prisoners are not in there for violent crime. which is an issue. I do think that we ought to probably put people somewhere for violent crime.
What about financial crimes, though? Financial crimes are or can be just as destructive. You would agree, like Bernie Madoff and what he did to thousands of people. I would say destroying 1,000 people's lives financially would give you the same. I would give you the same punishment as I would give a murderer, maybe.
I mean, sure, there is sort of the premise of social murder. Yes, we could. Actually, I don't know if I can talk about this. I was going to say there are perhaps some healthcare higher up executive types that could be accused of social murder. That certainly, I think, should probably face repercussions of some kind through the legal system. However, I do believe
But back to this. Hang on. Back to this.
Non-serious.
You have five.
Offenses.
You have 5 of them. They shoot 5 other people.
Mm-hmm.
What happens in your world for these people? What happens?
Well, yeah, I would want these people to be in prison, but I also think that we would need to account for age as well. I do think, and
they're all 24.
I mean, 24.
Mm-hmm.
That's fairly young, and I don't actually have a perfect response for this, but I do think that, I mean, I suppose it depends. How far does forgiveness go, and how do we determine when someone is, ready to be a member of society again? Because many people, especially...
Well, I don't think these are equivalent, right? So if the idea is... Mm-hmm. I can forgive you for murdering my family, that doesn't give you a pass to escape justice any more than if you were a prostitute for 20 years. The Christian community may forgive you, but that doesn't give you carte blanche to marry a Christian man either. Idea, yeah. Why would the idea that you're forgiven for your sins suddenly make you entitled to somebody else's revolted response? So if there was a guy, he was a Christian, but he was still revolted by your past sexual sins, he would have no obligation to date you because he was a Christian, would he?
Well, no, yeah, no one is entitled to sex or marriage or dating. Absolutely.
Yeah, right. So if
I'm inclined to agree.
If he thought, well, you were an OnlyFans girl for 20 years, I'm glad you're not anymore. And Jesus Christ can forgive all your sins. That doesn't buy you like a new reputation. You don't suddenly get a new reputation and you're like, oh, well, now I'm just like one of you. It's like, well, sin is very staining and it causes significant problems and damage internally to people when practiced over an elongated period of time. Mm-hmm. You don't just bounce back. And so the idea of this kind of idea that you can forgive somebody, but then that gives them carte blanche to escape whatever the punishment is for their crimes, to me is also kind of equally silly, right?
Right. Well, we have different opinions on sex work, maybe. And I also think that, so I know Mary Magdalene was most likely not actually a sex worker. I think she's largely...
That's right. She's not a prostitute. I'm glad you got that right. I get so tired of correcting people that Mary Magdalene...
Well, yeah, I think it was Mary of Egypt, I believe, that was a sex worker who became an ascetic and
who segregated
lived in the
herself,
desert for...
segregated herself away from everybody else so that she could make sure that her sin wasn't spread. And the reason that she was made a saint and so pious is because she refused to corrupt other people with her internal demons.
Right. So I do think that, again, I don't want to get into sex work because I do think we're going to have some pretty significant fundamental disagreements about it. But as far as murderers go, for instance, if I met a 24-year-old who maybe grew up in an area that was extremely poor and prone to gang violence, and at the age of, maybe only one parent in the household, and at the age of 10 was kind of indoctrinated into a gang and was, through that sort of system because this person lacked any sort of extremely important familial and school support, became a gang member.
Mm-hmm.
I would, of course, yes, I would want that person to serve time.
How much?
But I would want them to, I guess that would be dependent.
cold-blooded murder, how much time?
Well, years.
How many?
I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure. I think that enough to go through some sort of again, especially prison in the U.S. I mean, my God, I think that gets people into gangs. which is not good. I think we're putting people into a system where they are liable to reoffend, which is not good. We're not putting them into a system where
but
they are.
Do you see how what you do is you give descriptions? You're like, you describe what could have led up to what the problem is, but you don't give a descriptor for, okay, this thing happens right now. What do you actually do different?
Well, it's the same thing that I'm telling you. Is I mean, it's also how it functions legally. They determine, I won't say our justice system is not just. It's very corrupt most of the time.
And so what would you do different, though? That's my whole point, is like, let's say you're the unilateral queen of America tomorrow. You have the scepter and all power of the government. Day one, you sit down. It's a judging day. 5 cold-blooded murderers are in front of you. Okay? All of them for judgment. What's your judgment?
Well, I would want to look at what brought them. I think like any legal case, they discuss why someone did what they did and what led them to do what they do.
They're
Obviously,
multiple. They've
if
been
you
criminal.
have,
They have a huge track records, violent crime, criminal activities all the time, and it ended with them murdering people. Well, in this case, one person, each one of them, very similar backstory.
well, obviously they are dangerous, so I would want them not in society for the time being, but I wouldn't want them to be put into a system where gang allegiance and violence would be further encouraged, which is essentially the prison system. I would want them to, enter into a sort of restorative justice system where they learn, obviously we need some therapy, and we need some like practical life skill teachings, to after they leave, possibly maybe like 10, 15 years, they can re-enter society and be able to function like a normal human being for the most part. That is what I would want. But I'm thinking right now in my head, I'm imagining early 20s young offenders. I'm not imagining like Ted Bundy torturing people in his basement.
No, I understand.
I don't think that. I don't know if a Ted Bundy type is really, again, that's a completely antisocial human being. That is someone that I think is.
Now, if I'm let's say that the roles are reversed, and I'm the unilateral king of America, and these 4 are brought in front of me for judging day, and the evidence is overwhelming of their guilt, I would hang them.
Okay.
Am I doing? Do you think, from your view, do you think that I just made society more or less safe?
I think that temporarily you have made it more safe, but long term, I don't think that.
Why? Why not? Why wouldn't it be
severe punishments like that?
Why wouldn't it be more safe if long term, if you cold-bloodedly killed somebody, and we judged you guilty, and we threw a rope across a short tree and we hung you? How would that make society less safe? How?
Well, to be honest, I have issues with the death penalty in the sense that I am wary of any sort of policy that gives the state kind of permission to take our lives.
The state has permission to take your life during a draft if you're a man.
I also disagree with the draft. I'm against the draft.
No protection for the nation.
I think that it should be voluntary.
Well, what if you need to raise men very quickly for a war that, they ordinarily would not want to get involved in, but need to for the purposes of national security? You don't want your men to be able to be drafted in that instance?
I would say that the last time we were in a war like that was World War II. I don't know how you feel about...
it was the Vietnam War.
I don't know if that was a matter of national security necessarily. That's a very
But that was the last time we had a draft.
Yes. And I feel like it was a colossal failure of a war.
Okay, so you wouldn't have drafted anybody in World War II?
I mean, geez, we're not operating on World War II logic right now. I can't say what I would have done then. I think maybe yes, but that was extreme need. But you would agree that the nature of warfare has changed, correct? I don't think that we will ever need a draft. I think that we will always have.
Don't you think that that's pretty short-sighted?
No, I mean, I don't think so. If we think about the way warfare works now, it is largely drone warfare. We are not very boots on the ground. And I also think that,
well, they
especially
start with
Vietnam,
drones. Take a look at the Ukraine and Russia. They started with drones and they start with aircraft, but it's being fought in the trenches with guys with AR-15s, right? Because inevitably all warfare comes down to, like, tactics aren't really going to change that much over time. After you get through all the bombs and all the drones and you get through all the airplanes and you get through all that, it's going to come down to men with guns killing each other, right?
Sure, but when was the last time that we had a war on U.S. soil? Was it the Civil War?
An actual war on U.S. soil? I think so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think that defense of the nation physically.
Yeah.
A draft then? Certainly. Yes, if we are being invaded en masse, sure.
What if you know you're going to be invaded, though, and you don't want to get invaded? So you want to preemptively strike, and in order to do that, you need to do a massive military buildup.
Well, I think that we would do what we have done in the past, which is essentially, bomb. We have bombed places.
Yeah, I know, but not every place in the world can we just go bomb, right? Like, we can bomb Iran and we can bomb, like, these little third world countries and shit. But first world nations, we would have a much harder time, right? Yeah.
Sure, but we also have, as the U.S., we have put ourselves in a situation where many first world nations are, in fact, dependent upon us.
Look, I agree. I'm just saying that if it is the case that you had a foreign military buildup and it was actionable, right, and you needed to build your forces quickly, wouldn't you use conscription? Like, that makes sense, right?
I mean, sure, but again, I just don't know if this is going to be a possibility because, again, I think that you would agree that the nature of warfare has changed. I think we are largely fighting
I'll
proxy
back up,
wars.
but I want to show you something. The reason I want to kind of get all this out. You don't think the government should have control over life or death. You don't think that the government should have control over us being drafted. These are all sovereignty arguments, right? Do you think the government should be able to tax us?
I would say yes, because I think that if you are benefiting from a society, which our taxes go to things like the roads, education, health insurance, and we could say the military as well.
Yeah.
We do benefit from these things. So
you would benefit from conscription too.
I don't know if we benefited from conscription during Vietnam, because again, I do feel like we are never going to fight a war. But you think we benefited from conscription
in World War II, right?
I think the rest of the world probably benefited more than we did.
Okay. But do you see how strange it is to me? And I hear this from progressives a lot. Draft bad, prison bad, government power over life and death bad, right? Government power over being able to tax you against your will, good. And the justification is always the same. Well, it's because you get something out of it. But here's the thing that is always so bothersome to me about this. So if I show up to your house, right, and I rob 1/3 of everything that's in your house, right, and then I leave you with $2, didn't you get something out of it?
Well, you're just a random person robbing me. Are you building the road outside of my house?
Yeah, well, but no, that doesn't matter, though. I left you with something.
I don't think that's the same as taxation, because again, when the government takes my taxes, now mind you, I have a lot of feelings about
it's the same as the justification for taxes is my point. Like, the justification is it's okay because you get something out of it. If that's the case, then if I leave you $2, you got something out of it.
I think that probably the benefit, well, ideally the benefit of paying taxes would equal out to the money that I'm paying into the system, right? So like,
no, I don't
when
think
I pay my taxes, I would also agree that it isn't, which bothers me. I think that, Americans, we should have more say over where our taxes
go. Like, my taxes going towards the allocation of trans advocacy, gay rights, going towards the ideas of social justice, going towards the idea, like in Michigan, when Gretchen Whitmer took a bunch of the treasury in COVID relief and spent it on minority disaffected rates of COVID-19 instead of putting it towards critical infrastructure. How is that good for me exactly? How are these things actually beneficial to me?
Are you from Michigan?
Yeah, I live in Michigan.
Oh, okay. Well, I suppose that would be beneficial to other Michiganders.
Yeah, it would be beneficial to not me.
You also, right? Presumably, you also drive on the roads, right? And
how much of my taxes do you think need to be spent on roads? Like, let's say communally, in Michigan, I pay $20 a year in road tax. Don't you think communally, if everybody in Michigan paid that, it'd probably cover the roads? But I'll just grant it even higher. Let's say $200 a year. $200 a year from every person in Michigan communally. Now we got the roads taken care of. Right? What the fuck else am I getting here? What am I getting that's so great?
Public education that's pretty good.
Well,
right?
Let's take a look. Where do we rank in public education?
Poorly. Our schools suck.
And who's, by the way, and who's in charge of those? Women, right? Women are the ones who
child left behind, George Bush.
Aren't women the ones who get all the degrees in education? And they're the ones who inundated the education system. They're basically in charge of education in the United States, and it's been an abysmal failure, right? So I look at this and I think, well, wait a second. So what I'm getting for my taxes is I'm getting subpar education, some of the worst in the world, by the way, right? There's other terrible, there's like terrible third world nations that do better than we do in reading and things like this. So I'm not getting that. So I have to opt out to homeschool kids so that they can even read and write by the time they're old enough to take on the world, because they're not going to learn that in school. What they're going to learn in school is how to have sex, right? They're going to learn how to have sex, and they're going to learn all sorts of social degeneracy and all kinds of crazy. They're not learning to read and write. They're learning how to engage in modern social dynamics, which are generally pretty terrible for kids, especially when you introduce smartphones, technology, things like that. And I get roads, right? And the roads in Michigan, I don't know if you've ever driven on them, but they fucking suck, right? I mean, they're just terrible. So what the fuck am I really getting here? Like, what is the deal? What is it that I get really for my taxes?
Well, I don't know a lot about Michigan.
Well, forget Michigan, just period.
I would say that I think that in general, my goodness, did George Bush not implement the No Child Left Behind policy, and did Reagan not gut funding for public education? Because I do think that the funding is certainly an issue.
Take a second.
Many teachers.
Hang on. Take a second.
Okay.
And look up who spends the most on public education in the world.
So what I got was the United States spends the most on public education globally, both in terms of total expenditure and per pupil spending. While other countries like Luxembourg and Norway may spend more per student in certain educational levels or as a percentage of GDP, the U.S. overall investment in education is
so it can't be funding, can it? It must be
is
something
that by
else.
Percentage?
It
or
literally
is it
just
by...
told you. It's per both.
Yeah.
Both.
Okay.
We spend the most both per person and in general. So how could it be? Hang on. Let me just ask. How could it possibly be that progressives really believe that funding is the issue when we literally spend so much, so much more than other nations, and this is the product we get?
Well, again, I think you would agree that the administration is bloated, and also funding can be determined by area and tax bracket.
So pay teachers less?
No, teachers I wouldn't consider to be admin. Admin is like the bureaucrats, essentially.
Well, let's find out. What do public schools spend the most on in the United States?
So this is in U.S. public schools. The largest expenditure is consistently on instruction, particularly teacher salaries and benefits.
What was it? It was teacher salaries.
Teacher salaries and benefits.
Yeah. So
but teachers also make.
Hang on. So now, just so you
to...
know, now we've established that not only do we spend the most, but then you say when it's bloated, right? The whole thing is bloated. I say, well, wouldn't you cut teacher salaries? Well, we don't spend it all. That's exactly what we spend it all on, isn't it? So we're paying these people. We spend the most amount of money paying these people to not teach our fucking kids anything. How is that a good idea? Doesn't that sound like a terrible idea? The whole reason I wanted to have this discussion with you is so I could show you. I'm not some frothing, foaming at the mouth fucking crazy person. The opposite. The truth is that I've just invested a ton of time into researching how these different infrastructure or these different programs work and how the world around me works. The reason you didn't know that we spend the most on education, the reason you didn't know that we spend the most in schools on teacher salaries is because you've been fed a pack of bullshit lies. Like what do you think you're really getting for the purposes of education in schools? Like, what do you think any of this social justice shit does for you or your kids or the people around you, or any of this bloated spending in teacher salaries who are always complaining they need to get paid more, and yet they get paid some of the highest wages that teachers get paid anywhere in the world, and we spend the most amount of money on their salaries.
25,000
like, what else can we do?
to 87,000?
Yeah, comparably. So we're doing a comparable, like what is comparable? We're spending the most amount of money in the world, and most of it's going to teacher salaries.
I mean, is it because we just have a lot of people in the U.S.?
No, it's because, well, no.
Well, it's also, we have very few socialists compared to other countries. So, educators are going to have to spend more to exist in the U.S.
Don't you think that
It's
an
also
obvious
by-
idea is that if you bring in tons and tons and tons and tons of people from very poor nations, that you're going to have to spend a ton more money on their education because they don't speak the language, they don't, things like that. Like, how is that? That's not helpful to us in any way, shape, or form. It just takes away and reallocates resources away from domestically born citizens. It seems so silly to me. How much of our money, capital, and treasure should we be spending on all of these people, this massive influx of people? If you look, not very long ago, if you look at the population rate in the 50s, 60s, right, you're looking at 150 million compared to 330 million. We've been importing about 1 million immigrants a year into the United States. That is not healthy for us. And the idea that we spend all of this money on teacher salaries and this and that, and our kids come out and they can't even read. And progressives are the ones who are in charge. They're the ones who are in charge of the social sciences. They're the ones who are in charge of the teaching. They're the ones who get the degrees in education. That's all progressives. They're in charge of this. How could they have fucked this up this bad?
I mean, I would say that, well, again, first of all, immigrants, undocumented and documented, do prop up farming, caregiving, construction,
as second-class
et cetera,
citizens, which we don't want.
which is horrible, and I don't like
So
that.
we don't want
I'm not
it.
agreeing with that.
Yeah,
but what I'm
exactly.
saying is that Americans are, frankly, unwilling to fulfill those jobs, which suck. And
How
I think
come
that
the
we have
Europeans
an
can
issue
fulfill those
with-
jobs? Do Europeans hire Mexicans?
I do think that Europeans take advantage of immigrant labor,
Who?
absolutely.
Who?
But
What immigrant
well, I
labor do
think
you
that
think they're using?
what? Like what?
What
do you mean,
immigrant
what
labor? Yeah.
country?
Yeah.
I think Germany actually specifically for a while really, really wanted immigrants to replace their native born population, which was
From-
not reproducing at the same rate. However, I would like to say that again, like the kind of generalized curriculum that we have, I don't think is always federally or determined by progressives. That can be administration to administration. Again, I think that George Bush, I would say, is responsible for one of the most destructive policies in education, which is
What do
the
you
No
think our
Child Left
literacy
Behind.
rate was pre-George Bush? It wasn't great either. We still had
Oh,
the
I'm
same
sure. We
exact.
also
We still had the
have,
same
like,
exact
as-
problems. But my question is this: right
Mhm.
now, right this second, as we speak,
Mhm.
look up if women are overrepresented in degrees in education,
No, we are.
humanities, and psychology. Yeah, but do you know what percentage
Women
are
are.
overrepresented?
Probably by quite a bit.
Yeah, like we're talking. I think in education, 75% of all the degrees in education go to women. In the humanities, it's in the high 60s. Psychology, I think it's in the 70 percentile or above. In fact, I might have a graph handy. Let me check my file here, but I think I actually might even have. Yeah, so in the social sciences, it's, oh man, for psychology, by 2018, almost 80% women. Social sciences,
Do you think that
almost 60%,
uh-huh.
right? Economics, that's driven by men, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we're looking at education, 75% plus go to women. And these women, when they're polled, Pew Research has done some pretty good polling on this. They're pulled out as being progressive. They identify as progressive. They vote Democrat. So they're definitely in charge of this system. Why shouldn't I be enraged at progressives and how terrible they're doing inside of this system when they're in charge of it? I mean, they almost have unilateral control. They have a huge budget, massive budget, the biggest in the world.
Education?
Yeah.
I would say that, well, not everyone with a humanities degree goes into education.
Yeah, but people with degrees in education usually do. And 75% women progressives, right?
Certainly, yes, but I don't think that necessarily having socially progressive ideals, translates to having fiscally progressive ideas.
Well, they got the biggest budget ever. They got the biggest budget ever. They're massively paid.
Distributed. I mean,
how? The teachers are the ones getting the funding.
I mean, have you ever seen like districts are not funded the same? Like poor areas are not funded the same way that wealthier areas are. I have attended school in a very poor area, and I've attended school in a very rich area, and the rich area was a lot better off.
Yeah, but you know that when we look at the stats, the divides in these areas are not so wide as to be compensated by pure socioeconomic standards, meaning that the reading comprehension levels in these rich areas is not so much greater than the reading comprehension levels in the poor areas as to be able to divide that purely by socioeconomics. There must be something else going on here. And the case of the matter is like, think of it from my perspective as I'm trying to think of it from yours. From my perspective, I think, who's in charge of this education? Who's in charge of all of these programs which are designed to raise our kids? Who's in charge of all of this social justice? Who's in charge? Well, so I research it. Who is actually in charge of this? Well, it's progressives. They have a complete monopoly, in fact, on this. There's conservatives, in fact, who write whole articles about how terrible their time in academia was because almost nobody was a conservative. Now, that's anecdotal, but what we do have is hard facts. We know that the progressives are the ones in charge of education. We know that it's their ideology which is being propagated. We know that they're the most well-funded that they could possibly be. I mean, even if you increase the budget by another, $1 billion, I don't think you're going to get any different results considering how bloated it already is. So why is it that they can't raise kids to fucking read? Like, why? How could progressives be this bad at this?
I mean, I would want to look at a map of like which where literacy rates are the worst, because again, I do think that poverty will point to that. Someone in the super chat said the entire story with the teacher salary is that it includes the administrators, which is who is getting the money, not the ones providing instruction.
Prove it.
Oh, that the burden of that proof, I suppose, would be on the person that made that claim. But again, is it not true that red states generally have like a poorer literacy rate and outcome
Red states
rate
also have, and which states have the largest minority population? The red states or the blue states?
Blue states.
No, the opposite. Largest black populations in Mississippi, for instance. The largest minority states are red states, not blue states. Look it up yourself.
Well, I mean, California, I think, is like 38% Latino.
Yeah, but look up for yourself. Do red states generally have more minorities than blue states?
Let's see. The states with the highest minority population in the U.S. are California, Hawaii, New Mexico, and Texas. These are majority minority states.
Texas is a red state, right? Same. I believe New Mexico is as well.
New Mexico is swing, isn't it?
I think it's
thought it
pretty.
was a swing.
I think it's
It's a
pretty
swing
comfortably
state.
been in red state. But the point is like, take all of the red states and the highest concentration of minorities. You're going to find them in red states, not in blue states. California, and you're only going to find this because of how huge it is and how many people live there. Same thing with Texas. So Texas, massive red state, right? Also filled to the brim with Hispanics as well. But if you look at minority, yeah, they're mostly stationed in red states. Like, just look up, for instance, black population. Look up the black population, red states versus blue states. Not even close.
Well, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm
primarily
corrected. It is a
located
blue
in
state. My
the-
bad. New Mexico
in
is a
the
blue
in the
state.
South. Is your
Yes,
point
they're all
here
located. Yes,
that
they're located in the South because during.
minorities have poorer? Like, what's the goal here?
Well, I'm pointing out to you that what you were trying to kind of make the association that somehow in the poorer states, right? That's the problem, is that it's an idea of poor versus rich. What I'm looking at is like, it seems like it's an idea of minority concentration versus non-minority concentrations, where you see the higher standards here, and why you see such a massive disparity in these things.
With educational standards.
Yes.
I do think that socioeconomic status also plays a significant factor here, and it is a fact that ethnic minorities, specifically Black, Indigenous, and Latino populations, are less well off than white and Asian populations.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Right. So again,
so then you should be able to see the same disparity in educational standards then, if you took very poor white people and very rich white people, and then you made the comparison, they should be about the same, right? And that's how we could adjust for these things.
well, I mean, if you look at like wealthy states that have a lot of white people, tend to have better educational standards than states with a lot of poor white people.
Like Appalachia, for instance.
Yes, which has like horrendous, horrific education.
Yeah, right. But if we were to take the compensation, let's say, very poor white people versus very rich white people, and we saw the disparity there in education, I would agree with you that exists, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
But shouldn't that exist on par then? In the same, if it's purely socioeconomic, we should see that the rates of like poor minorities is about the same when it came to literacy rates, mathematics, things like that, right? But we don't.
Do you think poor white children perform better than poor Black and brown children?
Yes.
Do we know this for sure?
Look
Like, if we're playing
look it up for yourself.
Appalachia?
Look it up for yourself. I'll
Okay.
wait.
I do need to pee.
Go
I can
ahead.
look this up while I am peeing.
I mean, it's objectively true. Yes, they do.
Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna go pee, and then I shall be right back because I'm about to piss myself. I have just
your
chilled the
time.
water bottle.
Take
I'll
your
be right back.
time. And while she's stepping away, folks, I'm very disappointed. There are 635 of you watching over, at least on my end, and there's only 285 likes. I'm very, very disappointed. I'm calling all of your mothers, and I might even go as low as calling your fathers. So hit the like, do your job. Andrew, a lot of the chat is very surprised how calm you are this evening.
Well, I invited her to have a conversation. If I'm here to have a debate, I have a debate. If I'm here to have a conversation, I have a conversation. It depends on what the opposition wants to do. Sometimes you can convince people of your position easier by having a general discussion with them. But my job when I come into a debate is not to be your friend and not to be your pal and not to be your buddy. My job is to completely destroy your fucking worldview and beat you over the head with it and then replace it with something better. But I do think that one thing I can do in these conversations is show the contrast. I believe the things I believe because they're well informed. Now, I was wrong on New Mexico, by the way. It is a blue state. My bad. But the point is, though, is like almost everything that I'm saying, I'm actually having her Google it in real time to confirm it. You know what I mean? I'm not saying the things that I'm saying because they're fucking crazy. I'm saying the things I'm saying because they're true.
How do you remember all of this stuff?
Alcohol.
I mean, I was never very good at retaining information. I was never good at history class, to say the least, because it's like the retaining information in and of itself, like statistics, numbers, or things, just goes in one ear out the other, and I only remember what I have to in the moment. But when it comes to concepts, I can really grasp hold of that because it has something to cling on to. But all of these numbers you throw out all the time just kind of throws me off a lot, because I'm thinking, like, how do you know this? Like, just constantly numbers everywhere.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just part and parcel of being informed. So anyway, the point.
Okay, wait, I'm back.
Ahead.
I did just look it up. So apparently, poor white children are less likely to attend high poverty schools versus poor black children. So about, actually, I'll send the link. It's I think
actually I agree with this. I'm not even going to dispute it.
So black children that are poor are likely to like, as in they are on like free lunch programs.
Sure.
81.1% of them will attend high poverty schools, whereas white children who are the same socioeconomic status will attend high poverty schools at about 53.5%. So
agreed.
Again, we see like a disparity there where
you still have the same problem though. All you do is just take it one step further, right? So, okay. But out of the white children who go and are in the poverty situations on par in the poverty schools with the other students who are not white, you should still see similar rates, and you still don't. This is the problem.
Do you have a study for this? If I need a chance,
you can just Google that too. Actually, the social disparity. So this is a very well studied phenomenon. Now, I think that the reason for this, one thing that I would point to, because I'm sure that you're pointing or you're thinking in your head that this is somehow a racialist view. It's still not. Mm-hmm. I think it has to do with intact family units. So especially in the black community, where it's almost a centralized thing now to have fatherless homes. And when I go back in time,
why that is?
Well, hang on. When I go back in time and I look at the early 1900s and I look at black communities when they had intact father homes, you did not have the same issues inside those communities you do now.
Right. Do you know why there is a disparity in intact family homes?
For what? For black people?
Yes.
For
like,
black
do you know
people?
why there's a difference?
Yeah, I think it's because Margaret Sanger and a whole lot of people infiltrated black churches and began the divisive message for progressivism. And then later, especially under, I think it was Nixon, this got wider when blacks used to be basically all Republicans. It still are very social conservative. And you see this deviation divide from basically Sanger on. As it started with the black churches, though. And that was basically what she said she was going to do, was that she was going to utilize black churches.
More likely that maybe like mass incarceration is kind of an issue?
It didn't used to be an issue.
Mass incarceration, mm-hmm. When do you think that began?
The mass incarceration of blacks specifically, you start from like the late 60s on is when you really started to see that. Especially when the crack epidemic started happening, that really exploded incarceration rates. But it was not always the case, right? They did always go to jail at a higher rate. That's true. But maybe you would expect to see that from socioeconomic conditions, right? But ultimately, the idea here is, why is it so overwhelmingly lopsided? It's because any place you look where there's fatherless homes, you see the same types of behavior, regardless of the color of the children. Almost universally, this is true.
Right. So if a specific community is being subjected to, mass incarceration at a greater rate than another community, and people are locked in a cycle of this, I mean, then you would see the difference that you are observing, correct? So it is not like a fundamental difference.
That would be a correlation for the root, right? So what's the root? What's the root for why black people are incarcerated so much more? Progressives claim racism. I claim that that's stupid. I don't think it's racist that a guy's stealing your TV and he gets locked up, or it's racist that a guy murders somebody else and so they get locked up.
For the same crimes, black people are far more likely to serve time.
They're more likely to serve more time. Not time, but more time. If that's the case, white people are still going to jail for crimes, right? It seems to me that not committing crimes equals not going to jail. That seems to be the universal. Like, for instance, Asians, right, don't commit a lot of crimes, and so they don't go to jail very often because they just don't commit crimes, right?
They haven't been subjected to the same kind of, I think, systematic disenfranchisement as Black Americans have, not to the same degree. It's a different scenario.
Yeah, maybe.
Would you agree that it's a different scenario?
Yeah, but the thing is like we have a historic standard we can go off of for Black America, especially under Martin Luther King, who was a Republican, by the way. Most black people were Republicans in this era. Yeah, look it up. Martin Luther King was a Republican, yes.
He was not a Republican. His father
was. Yes, he was.
Martin Luther King Jr. Avoided formal affiliation with either the Democratic or Republican Party.
Bullshit. He did not. That's not true.
Well, I just looked it up.
He was pretty noted, actually, as being a Republican.
The official answer is neither.
Neither. Yeah, he was.
So
he was very much. Very much. And by the way, blacks were always in the Republican camp. They switched basically under Nixon, I think, if I remember correctly.
Well, I mean, I don't know much to comment about that.
Yeah, but anyway, but yeah, the point is like, look, these
also
guys,
the Republicans and Democrats, did they not switch platforms?
No, they didn't completely switch platforms. You're talking,
because Republicans were the party of Lincoln, correct?
Still are the party of Lincoln, this grand old party.
Right, but there was like a difference. There was a switch.
Yeah, so
it was like somewhat. People in my chat are saying that they switched platforms around the time of.
They didn't completely switch. They didn't completely switch platforms. That's nonsense. Mm-hmm. So the thing is like that can be traced to one newspaper article, by the way, that made that claim. Mm-hmm. They didn't completely switch. No, it is true that Republicans have become much more of inclined towards the grassroots of America, whereas Democrats used to be more towards the grassroots of America. They used to be the protectionists and things like this. There are some things that they have switched on. I grant that is true, but they didn't switch completely. Not only that, the main thing to focus on, though, is what changed inside of this community. What was the biggest change that happened when you used to have some of the most conservative people on planet Earth in the black community, and they're not anymore? It's because of the change in having a matriarchal versus a patriarchal social system, meaning black women now run the home and not black men because black men are not present.
Well, that's also kind of, that's a complicated history, but that's also kind of a thing that has to do with, continued disenfranchisement and poverty. And again, mass incarceration. Like, of course, women are going to be the breadwinners if the men
but I would argue that the mass incarceration happens for the same reason that it happens under children of single moms who are not black. Their rates greatly increase for incarceration as well. I don't think it's the cause of mass incarceration that causes fatherless homes, but rather is the cause of fatherless homes that led to mass incarceration. That's my argument. That's the way that I would view it.
Disagree entirely.
Show me the timeline.
The timeline of fatherless homes
in the black community. Yeah. When did it become? And by the way, you can actually look at the same timeline with white communities. You can look at the same exact timeline. And you can look at the same exact outcomes for whites who grow up in fatherless homes. They have terrible outcomes, and it's an ever increasing rates of terrible outcomes for these people.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh, sorry. Would you say that there's other factors, like if they live in poverty, inner city, rural, suburbia, like are there other factors that incorporate into that statistically?
Yeah, of course. There's also look, I would never argue that, especially post-Civil War, there was not significant disadvantages for blacks, especially in the South. This is well known. Mm-hmm. Nobody's going to ever make the claim otherwise unless they're just completely historically illiterate, or that racism didn't exist towards blacks, especially in the South and even in the North. It definitely did, and this is post-Civil War, and that it takes a long time for a culture to catch up. I'm not even disputing that. What I am disputing is that the progressive ideology, which moved in and cut off the idea of the black American father from his children, is what led to the crippling of the black community and mass incarcerations, not mass incarcerations leading to fatherless homes. That's absurd. And the historic standard does not support that.
Well, I mean, why would fathers just leave is the thing. I mean, I'll grant you that it is likely a complex issue, but I do think that blaming it primarily on cultural issues is incorrect, because
it started with the church.
Fathers are.
I'm going to tell you. I'll tell you the history. It started with the church, and it started with the infiltration of feminism into the church. You can look up a famous Margaret Sanger quote. What her entire plan was to send various birth control advocates into especially black churches because she wanted to kill black people. Now, the people dispute this.
Oh, this is the Planned Parenthood woman. Yeah.
Yeah, they say
I'm aware of this history.
Yeah, they say no. Hey, no, she didn't. Okay, but you can look up her quote on Aboriginals and what she said about Aboriginals, which was that Aboriginals were the lowest form of life on planet Earth. That's what she believed.
So
she called them something
control,
akin to weeds.
But birth control would lead to.
It's not the birth control. It's the division in the church. Patriarchy starts with the church. The idea of having a head of household who's a man is a spiritual concept, much more than it's a negation of much more than it's a material concept. The idea for progressives is that men and women are interchangeable widgets, and that women are just as capable of being the head of household as men, right? The idea of the spiritual concept of this was destroyed inside of the black community.
Well, I think if we both agree that like historically, black people were not allowed to live in the same areas and were kind of relegated to poorer areas intentionally. And if women, up until somewhat recently, had less opportunities to make money, then yes, like a single black mother family household is going to be poorer and thus, be more likely to raise children that may engage in crime, because poverty correlates with crime. And crime correlates with poverty. It's the same thing. People typically commit crimes because they are poor.
So what does that have to do with fatherless homes?
So if a father goes to jail
and
is thus, making a home fatherless because he's in jail,
then you'd have to show that the incarceration rates, right, are what led to the fatherlessness, not the fatherlessness leading to the incarceration rates. That's the problem that you have here.
Yeah, I feel like if you have any further reading on this, I would just
all you have to do is look at the early 20th century prison stats and what you saw in the disparity, the crime disparity. It's true that there was still a crime disparity, but it's nothing at all like it is today. It's not even in the same universe. Okay, these places, these big automotive capitals like Chicago, things like that, these places were not always war zones. Detroit was not always a war zone. Chicago was not always a war zone. There were not always just 20 fucking people getting shot per weekend in these black areas.
I mean,
that's a reasonably and relatively new phenomenon.
The end of segregation, which led to higher policing, and I think more aggressive and higher policing leads to more crime and aggression. Doesn't it?
Yeah, maybe. But whether or not you can give me correlates for what would explain the disparity in criminal activity between blacks and whites in the early 20th century, it would not negate the fact that the overwhelming explosion of black culture and fatherlessness, that would not give a descriptor for that. The amount incarcerated does not reflect the amount of fatherless homes from the non-incarcerated. So we would have to have some different reason for that.
Is there it's the same level of fatherlessness amongst incarcerated and poor and incarcerated fathers versus employed black fathers?
It's higher. So the idea here is it's actually higher.
Employed non-felon fathers. Black fathers.
I don't understand what you're asking me. Let me make sure I understand what you're asking me here.
what is the difference in fatherlessness when in Black families when the father grew up, again, has like a job and hasn't been incarcerated versus incarcerated and doesn't have a job?
Yeah, but this goes back to my point. I would even grant this, but that Black person likely had a father at home. That's the thing. That's how we can trace this back, right? So if the idea here is this, right now, if you look at single motherhood by choice in the Black community, meaning they get knocked up, right, by just a boyfriend, unmarried, this type of thing, that is choosing that life, right?
I mean, I think like yes, but I think that you also have to look at who is knocking them up, because there's some fathers that you would not want around, correct?
Who's making that choice?
Well, the woman who get pregnant.
Yeah.
Which is why I advocate.
It's not unilateral. It's not a unilateral thing, right? The woman is making the choice to get pregnant by these men. If that's the case, the woman's making the choice to get pregnant by these men, but not choosing to have the father there, right? That leads to these disparities in outcomes.
Begin immediately, or does it happen over time? Because
mostly happens immediately. So now we're just talking about unmarried women who have children out of wedlock, who their boyfriend isn't living with them. The rates in the Black community are sky high for this.
Where they have the child and the father is not in the life from the beginning.
Yes, from the beginning.
Okay, I am curious. I would like to see some links on this, because I feel like this is a complex issue. And I think that boiling it down to culture is kind of
yeah, you want an external reason. But the thing is like education is not going to be able to give you the external reason, because the disparities there are not easily explained unless you use a racial paradigm, which is why so many people do. I don't use a racial paradigm. I think it's silly. And I think that descriptors in society are much easier to come across by behavioral standards. If I look at what happens to white people and Asian people and every other dynamic, if they're raised in a fatherless home, the outcome is completely negative in comparison to children who are raised in a home with a father. So if you have one community where the fatherlessness rates is higher than any other community, why would I not correlate that as being a primary issue? I mean, would.
Yeah,
right?
it is absolutely an issue, but I think that the issue is more external than cultural. I mean, I think that you
just think that they're getting locked up and that's why they're fatherless, but that's not the case.
I mean,
it's not the case that it's because they're getting locked up that they're fatherless. Like, that would not account for how many Black women are single mothers based on the incarceration rates of Black men. It just wouldn't account for how many of them are single mothers.
It's not just incarceration, but again, I think it is like just frankly significant setbacks compared to white and Asian communities.
What setbacks prevent you from being a dad?
I would say economic setbacks, more incentivization to
that just means you can't
and get involved in crime.
What? But that leads back to incarceration. Like, what would stop you if you're not incarcerated from being a part of your child's life? What?
I mean, wouldn't
because those rates are still sky high.
Is it not true that families that make more money are more likely to be intact versus families that make very little money?
Marriages, yes. But
okay.
Well, usually because there's a correlation between money and education, and highly educated people tend to stay together for longer. That's true.
Right. So if people, like, again, don't have the same access to education and are going to, schools in shitty areas that are poor,
then we should see the same rates of poor people having the same amounts of fatherless homes. We don't see it with Hispanics. We don't see it with other groups. We see it with this specific group.
Because I think this Hispanics specific group was because of the Catholic influence.
Because the culture, exactly.
The Catholic.
You're talking about, and that's cultural, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're just making the same argument that I am, that this is that these are cultural things, and it's the cultural things that develop into the ideas of fatherless homes. Remember, I told you at the beginning, patriarchal systems are spiritual. They start with the spiritual, right? You point to a high rate of fathered homes and point to the same thing I am. They're Catholic. I would point to the same exact thing and say, yeah, this is a spiritual idea. And that is one of the things which keeps those families intact, right?
Right. But it's also, I think, relates back to the capacity for Hispanic fathers to take care of their families. Whereas I feel like Black men have not been afforded the same, opportunity. I mean, I don't think that we can deny that
when Black people used to be much more Christian in Christian churches, they had the same cultural influence Hispanics did, where they had a push from the community to take care of their children. Who wrecked all that? Well, you guys did. You progressives did. The anti-religious did.
I don't know if Margaret Sanger could be considered a progressive if she was extremely racist.
What? Listen, you think that being a progressive excludes you from racialism? I don't think so. And not only that...
I mean, I think that we would... I don't think it's socially progressive to be racist.
So let's say that you had every single progressive ideology in your head plus racist. You're not a progressive anymore? So does the only thing... Well, if it is the case that the only thing that makes you progressive is not being racist, then I'm a progressive, and Sarah's a progressive, and my chat's progressive, and everyone's
I would
progressive.
differentiate between socially and fiscally progressive ideas.
Okay, so then you could be a progressive and be racist then, right?
I think you could be fiscally progressive and racist. Sure.
Why couldn't you be socially progressive? So if I had every social idea you had plus racism, I'm not a progressive?
I mean, I think that views are a bit more complex than that. But if someone was very much super racist to the point of being like, we need less Black people in the world, they need to reproduce less. I mean, that's pretty severe. Would you not agree? And mind you, I do understand that the roots of the feminist movement in the U.S. are fairly white supremacist in nature. And so
hang on, I wanted to give you real quick these stats.
Okay.
The average Black man in the United States risks a 20 to 28% chance of incarceration at some point in their life.
Okay.
The rate of out-of-wedlock births in the Black community in America is 70%, and the percentage of Black children living without their biological father at home is estimated to be at 50%. Now let's look at the incarceration rate again, 28%, 70% of fatherless homes. Black children living without their biological fathers estimated to be at least 50%, and the ones who are born out of wedlock at 70%. So there's incarceration rates cannot account for this phenomenon.
But then we talked about how this is, again, like there's a root to it here.
Yes.
Like, I don't think, again...
What could the root be other than the culture? What could it even be?
Economic. I mean, culture does not just...
well,
it's not
if it's economic, then why aren't Hispanics... in the same rate of fatherlessness? They have similar rates of economic disparity. In fact, sometimes worse so. How could that be?
Again, it's because the factors impacting Hispanics versus Black people were different in American history.
What about right now?
Correct? At this very moment,
Yeah.
I would say yes. It's generally many Hispanics are immigrating from very, very, very culturally conservative nations.
Religious.
But are also, again, not...
So how come we can't account for the same thing in religion then when it comes to Black people? When they were heavily religious, they were not engaging in the same rates of fatherless behavior, same as Hispanics. Doesn't that seem like the strongest correlation we can make here? Like, could you even come up with anything stronger that would correlate?
I do believe that the Black family unit has been intentionally disrupted.
By progressives.
I wouldn't say by progressives. I mean,
well, they're the ones who are. Aren't they the ones trying to eliminate religion?
That got the frickin' crack and shit into Black communities.
Yeah, they're not the only community which has ever had an introduction to an intoxicant like opium, which heavily affected not just whites, but Asians as well. Right? They're not the only disaffected group which has ever had an introduction of a drug which had a crippling effect, and then as a group got past that. That crack is not the epidemic now that it used to be, and would not explain in any way, shape, or form the huge disparity between incarceration and fatherless homes as an explanation. And this is why I've always been baffled by this. I can literally track for you exactly when it is that progressives began to move into black churches in order to remove the idea of the patriarchal system, which is what all black communities literally thrived on. That was how all of their communities worked. They were all patriarchal systems. The black men took no shit from anybody, let me tell you. If you go back and you read how early black families and their dynamics were, black men weren't taking any shit from nobody. Fucking nobody.
So out of curiosity, it does seem that black Americans tend to report higher levels of religious involvement compared to white Americans. How can we, explain the disparity then?
This is actually really simple. Mm-hmm. Can anybody self-ID as being a Christian?
Certainly, yes, but I do.
So what would make you a Christian?
Probably believing in the Christian God.
Is that it? Like, if somebody said, I believe in the Christian God, but all the concepts of Christian ethics I reject, would you consider them to be Christians?
So would you want to look at church attendance?
Not just church attendance, but your participation in sacraments, your participation in the church community, your participation inside of Christian ethics themselves. Just a simple self-ID.
Black Americans do tend to attend religious services more frequently than white Americans. So it's 47% versus 34%. Which is again, so black people go to church more than white people, which means that they're most likely more affiliated
men or women
with religious
men or women
communities. I'm going to look at men or women.
Mm-hmm.
So this is just in general. Black women tend to report higher levels of religious commitment than black men, but this is also the same for white women. So across races, women tend to be more religious than men.
So it is the case that inside of the black community, that if we adjust for gender, in this case sex, right? If we adjust for sex, then we see it's mostly black women who are attending like liberation churches, and they're attending non-traditional churches and things like this, because those are the more appealing churches to women. The LGBTQ flag hanging churches are the more appealing ones to Protestant women. The men tend to go to the more traditional churches, creating an even wider divide. So it is the case, actually, that it's black women who are going to these churches more often than the black men. Therefore, again, the idea of traditional patriarchy gone, right? Whereas if you're talking about Catholics, they go as a family. It's going to be mommy and daddy. Not the case when it comes to the black community. And you pointed out something there that's actually key when it comes to white people. It's the same thing here. You see a disparity in traditional church attendance between white men and white women. White women do go to church more, that's true, but what kinds of churches do they go to? That's the key.
I'm fairly certain that because I have this statistic thrown in my face all the time as far as my support of racial justice goes. But are socially conservative attitudes not more common amongst black Americans than they are amongst white Americans?
Yes. So it is true that especially black men tend
to be more traditionally conservative.
They tend to be more socially conservative, but only here. Not when it comes to voting and voting patterns.
No,
they tend to mostly only be socially conservative when it comes to homosexuality and immigration. That's it.
Yes.
Yeah, especially homosexuality. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I agree. It's still not cool to be an undercover brother. Okay? It's still not cool to be an undercover brother. Yeah. But the thing is like, so what? The family dynamic of black America has been completely eviscerated. And we can easily track this back from progressive ideology into modernity. I'm not taking away any of the arguments of racialism, which came from whites, especially in the early 20th century and even in the mid 20th century.
I mean, do you
what I
think
am
it might have
taking
something
away
to
is
do
the
with
idea
private
that you,
prison system again?
no, I think it has to do with the fact that progressives do everything to promote alternative family structures than the idea of mommy, daddy, children, cross-generational or nuclear families. Progressives do everything possible to destroy that unit. And it has been the most detrimental thing to blacks. It is now becoming the most detrimental thing to whites. Just look at this. Just humor me with one thing.
With you, I'm kind of
Okay, go
someone
ahead.
that I feel like, I suppose, cultural arguments are less interesting to me. What
But they're
I'm
the
more
most
interested
important.
in is looking at where money, you know.
Yeah, but don't
Where is money going to and from? And
yeah,
so
but money, when we look at
have
education, is huge, right?
when we have a country in which the private prison system and labor from private prisons is kind of integral to our economy, like it would make sense that they would want as many people possible locked up, correct? Like would it not follow that
yeah,
we would
I'll even
want
grant it. I'll even grant it.
a specific population, perhaps?
I'll grant the entire thing. It does
Okay.
nothing to negate what I'm saying here. Even if it's the case that prison industries and private prisons who operate on a model of private capital per inmate, right, were influencing politicians for laws which disproportionately affected minorities. I'm willing to even grant that that is the case, and it still doesn't explain this disparity, not even close. And that's my problem. That's the issue. It's like the difference, I think, when I'm talking to you is that I can grant your worldview, and it just affirms mine. But if you grant mine, it destroys yours. And that's the problem, right? It's like I'm willing to engage in the entirety.
Do you think that economic, like socioeconomic standards can determine culture? Because again, I do feel like this is something that
I think
was
culture determines
initially external.
I think
culture.
I think it's the opposite. I think it's the opposite, that culture determines the decadence of socioeconomic policy anyway. I think culture is what influences the political process for the things that you're talking about and the injustices in the financial communities, which didn't even used to exist. Even things like usury. Like here, I'll grant you an easy one. Payday loan centers and things like that, super hyper predatory, especially towards blacks, towards Hispanics, and towards minorities in this nation. It's so over the top hyper predatory. I think that those people should be pulled out of those payday loan places, publicly tarred and fucking feathered. That's how bad that is. Okay. Do I think that that sort of decadence can exist though? If you had a culture which was a moral culture? I do not. No, I don't think so.
Do you think that perhaps, so for instance, when my ancestors came to America, they pretty immediately had the opportunity to build up ancestral wealth. Now, a Black American would not have had the... No, they came here poor.
Okay,
but what I
how
mean
did they
is
get
that
here?
Versus enslaved individuals.
How did your ancestors get here?
Who is going by boat? Who is going to have a better opportunity to build wealth? Someone who is enslaved or someone who can work?
Yeah, but I'll even grant this.
Okay, grant me that.
So it could be the case, and is the case likely that the black community, right, had like 50 or 60 or 70 or even 80, maybe even 100 years of recovery from the social distinctions which were made financially between the disparity of them and white people. It still wouldn't account for this. There's plenty of poor countries where the fathers are intact. There's plenty of them, including Hispanic nations.
I don't think that we ever got a 40 acres and a mule. So what we had after the end of slavery was that
how does that
Black
account for this?
people never got their reparations.
Yeah,
and
how
then
does
were
that account for
subjected
this though? How does that
to
account
segregation? How does this account for that? What I mean
Yeah,
is
how
that
does it
you
account
have
for it?
Okay, if we are granting that crime correlates with poverty and a lack of education, right?
I'm willing to grant all of that, but how does that give an accounting for, in modernity, the rampant disassociation and the destruction of the black family when it used to be that they were even poorer than they are now, but the fathers were still there. I need an accounting for that.
I'm gonna need to see like.
I just read you the stats, but you can pull up the graph right now. Just look at fatherless black homes, 1900 to present, and tell me what the stats say yourself.
It's to poverty rates in black.
No, not poverty rates. No. Fatherless black homes, 1900, 2025. And tell me what they are.
And while she's looking that up, I'll maybe go 5 more minutes if you guys wanted to, and then we could open the panel up for some further conversation if you want. If you guys want to stay with this, it's your show.
I do have one thing before we get onto.
Can you read me the stat though?
So I will say for poverty, at least, Black people have a record low of poverty
record
rate.
low.
They're record low, which is good. That's good.
That's good, but they're still in the worst fatherless homes in history. So tell me, what was the father rate in the early 1900s to now? Any graph will do. In fact, just do it easy. Fatherless rate, black homes, 1980s to present. Just do that.
Sure. Okay. Fatherless home rates, black families, 20th century. Okay, yes, it was after the 1960s.
Yes, it was after the 1960s. And we have the lowest poverty rate for blacks, like you just said, that we've ever had. So your worldview does not account for this phenomenon. Do you see? Do you see what I'm saying? And do you see why I think progressivism is so poisonous?
Like economic and external factors that can impact culture.
You mean the economic factors that they're doing better than they've ever done ever in history, and yet still they're at the most
1950s and the 1960s.
Yeah, but they were listen. If they're doing worse financially in the 1950s, but there's still more fathers in the home, how could that account for that?
I think conservative morals of the time.
Yes.
I suppose.
There we go. Yes, I agree. Because of conservative morals at the time, which would be heavily religiously oriented. And what I'm trying to show you is that as the progressives have made the push for secularism, as they've made the push for all lifestyles are equal, the very communities they're trying to protect, you guys have destroyed. You've destroyed them with this. Completely and utterly
I
destroyed
didn't do anything. However, it does seem like fatherlessness by all races and ethnicities has increased.
Agreed. And what else has increased? Secularism. The number one correlate between the idea of the moral prism being completely relative or not.
It was a lot easier to get divorced. I think that also helped.
Yeah, and who pushed that?
Well, women. I think that's
secularist women.
That's a net gain.
How is this a better society? Like, how could you ever think that the society in which you progressives have built is better? Like, this society in which now you can get divorced whenever you want, there's no social duties, no social obligations, has led to complete and total fatherlessness in black homes. It's leading to fatherlessness in white homes. It's leading to like these dire, horrible outcomes. Even though you get your GDP is higher, poverty is lower, but the family unit's destroyed. Like, how did this do any good for us?
I would say as the I grew up in a motherless home due to divorce, and I would say that was really good. That was a lot better than my family staying together. My parents.
I mean, you're not. The thing is like
not without going too deeply into my family.
Look, it's
history,
anecdotal anyway. It's anecdotal anyway. But here's the thing: the number one rate.
Single father homes do really well, don't they? Actually,
yes, they do. Do you know why though?
They do great.
Do you know why they do well?
Men can make more money.
No.
And I also think that men are less vulnerable than women, whereas I think women are more likely.
It's because of strange men. It's because single moms bring strange men around and they abuse the kids. That's why.
Yeah, I'm absolutely inclined to agree.
Yeah, so how do you solve that problem?
how do we solve the problem of
how do you solve the
women
problem of
bringing,
single mothers bringing strange men around and abusing their kids? How would you adjust for that? What would be the thing that we could point to that was going on before that solved that problem that we no longer have?
Well, I think that we would have to do something about men's tendency to, rape,
Oh, it's
abuse,
men's
and
fault.
assault.
Oh, it's men's fault.
Well, I mean, like you are capable. I mean, surely you would agree that the majority of perpetrators of like child sexual assault and rape in general are male, correct?
No.
Well, that's true. It's like a 90%.
No, it's not. It's not true. It depends on classification. So when I look into these stats, here's what I see. I see that they will say things like non-penetrative sex is not considered rape, that they say that things which would be considered assault by men are not considered assault by women. I do not agree with this, and I can even give you my proofs, right? Here's some of the great proofs that I have for this. Let's start with this idea of sexual assault, right? Or what is considered the category of the R word, right? Mm-hmm. What is the R word? What would you consider R word to be?
I mean, I don't really differentiate between. I do believe that when people say rape, they typically do mean penetrative assault with either a phallus or some sort of phallic object.
So do you see how it could be that so many women, even though I have stat after stat I can show you in college where men have reported that they've been assaulted at much higher rates by women than women by men, they declassify them because it's non-penetrative. Do I still consider that to be the R word? I sure do. Just like you would.
I'm inclined to agree. I
don't believe that these. I think that
however,
the stats by Rain and these things, they're all categorically.
I've also never seen stats like that. I mean,
have you ever looked? Have you ever actually tell me this? Have you ever?
I have actually done a lot of research on.
Where did you look? Where did you look? That was not a progressive think tank. Where did you look? Anywhere that was not a progressive think tank. Yes, I can. I want you to go right now to Honey Badger Radio. And on that Twitter account, I will send you the link as I have it bookmarked. I will show you study after study after study, which shows that they changed the categories of what the R word actually is when it comes to men versus women. For non-penetrative, that's one. Two, the fact of the matter is that men, when they're assaulted, let me give you an easy example. If a man is sitting at a party and a strange woman comes over and starts rubbing his arm or rubbing his shoulders, that's not considered SA, nor do they report it as SA, but women will. There's massive category differences here. And if you were to adjust for the reporting and everything which was considered SA on the opposite side, you would find out that, no, I don't believe that men are these hyper predators. I've always thought that was bullshit feminist talking points based on categorization in order for feminists to play the perpetual victim. Now, let me pull these stats up. Hang on.
As was primarily involved in gay communities throughout my lifetime, and has dated probably an equal amount of men and women. I'm not saying that women cannot be predatory because I have experienced that. However, in terms of the degrees of danger and how likely men are to offend versus women, I will say that it is much more likely for men to offend.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
Men are okay. Do you have a daughter?
Yeah.
Are you more comfortable leaving her with a strange adult man or a strange adult woman?
Generally speaking, I'm not comfortable leaving her with anybody.
Okay, but if you had to choose, it would
depend. Like if it was my best friend who was a male, I wouldn't give a shit. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
That wouldn't be of concern with me. Now, you said a stranger, right? Generally speaking, I probably would default towards a woman. That's true.
Okay.
But however, even if intuitively I might think this or be socially conditioned to this, it doesn't actually mean that their risk would go up even if I intuitively would do this thing. Do you see how that works?
It is statistically more likely for men to. I mean, I will look at your sources because, again, I'm actually a significant. I have been a witness against a female rapist. Victim was male. I have gone to bat for this, and I care about this quite a bit. I do think that male victims of sexual assault, when the perpetrator is female, are not taken seriously, and I don't like that. So this is not me being against that, but I do think it is statistically more likely for men.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's only statistically
and assault.
Yeah, and I can send you these stats. You can find them. They're posted by Honey Badger Radio. Great source of information, by the way. It goes through all of these. So we can start. This would be ResearchGate.net, publication 33 through publication 37. Actually, yeah, I can send all of these to you. So it turns out that when we make adjustments for categorization, this is not at all as cut and dry as it's made to sound, and men are not. And here's the thing. I can actually give you a logical demonstration for this that I think that you would agree with. Do you agree that women generally are much weaker than men, and so in a much more vulnerable position towards male aggression than the opposition?
Yeah.
Okay, so then you would agree with me then that men themselves are in a position where women are generally vulnerable in comparison to them.
Yes.
And so that you would agree naturally then that men could assault them because they're in that vulnerable position if they so chose to. And so that's likely the explanation for why that happens, because it's not like women can defend themselves against that, right?
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, so that makes sense to me. That's a great argument. The problem that I have is, like, when women are in charge of the infirm or they're in positions of authority, they kill their children. They literally kill their own children. And they also, when they're in charge at, like, prisons and things like this with inmates, they're far more likely as a percentage to assault them. They're far more likely as a percentage when they're in a position of power to do horrible things to the infirm than men. So when the positions are reversed, in other words, if we make an adjustment for a strength differential, meaning now in comparison to me and you, I'm stronger than you. But in comparison to you and a 9-year-old, you're much stronger. When in the position of then them being the infirm and weaker ones, you guys assault at way higher rates. And I could just point to something easy like abortion. It's that simple. It's like when you're in charge of the people, those who are infirm and the children, and when you're in charge of those types of people, you kill them far more often than men do.
You're referring to abortion?
Yeah. That's right.
Okay. All right. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I feel like you're going to have a hard time convincing most people of this argument that women are far more likely to rape and assault than
That's
men
not
are.
what my argument is. What's my argument? My argument is this, that if you adjust women in the position of them then being the stronger sex, they assault more than men do. And we know this because we have them in the positions of the infirm versus men, and they assault them way more often and kill them way more often, especially than men in the same position. That's right.
Okay. Do you have sources for that? Because yes, I'm
yes,
aware
I
that
just
women do
told
make
you
up
what
the
they were.
majority
You can
of-
go to read.
Okay.
I will, and I'll
Could you
send them
post
to
them
you.
in the chat, please. Because I would like to see these because
Yeah, so hang on. I'm
think
going
that
to
this
DM
is-
these over to Sarah, and she can put them in the chat for you.
All right.
And you
all
can see
right.
these statistics for yourself. You can read through them right now live if you'd like to.
Sure.
It's not nearly as soon as you start changing around categories, as soon as you start changing the semantics, which you guys hate so much, you start to realize, wait a second, this is not as cut and dry as we thought it was. This 90, you really think that 90% of sexual assaults are done by men? Like, you honestly believe that? Even intuitively you believe that?
Yes.
Yes, of course.
But that's based on my experiences, again, growing up as a woman.
Here, Sarah, I DM this to you, this link. If you can post it in the college, or I'm sorry, in the private chat. These would be multiple publications and multiple sources which give the demonstration, and I mean many, but I can back them up more with even more if you'd like. Because one thing that's interesting about this...
Because I think this is going to be hard for you because essentially all evidence disagrees with you when you look up
it doesn't.
all perpetrators of violence, sexual or not. So this is a Twitter link. that we have here. To
which links all of those publications you just asked for. Look at it.
Okay.
Oh, I see. The postings. 51% of college men report being essayed or AR'd since the age of 16, 95% by women.
Over and over and over again, we can see.
I mean, yes, that makes sense that college men are, being sexually assaulted by women more likely, heterosexual college men.
Well, that's really strange. I thought men were these violent perpetrators, and yet suddenly, what is the conditional change? College men are much stronger than college women. Therefore, college women would be in the position of vulnerability, and yet men still aren't assaulting them. That's really weird.
I mean, I think it's most likely by drugging and non-consensual groping.
So men aren't drugging women? Got it.
No, they are.
No, but the women are drugging them more.
43% of college men in high school youth report being sexually assaulted or raped. What would the statistics be for women comparatively?
It gives you the comparison inside of that study.
Okay, well, let me go look at these.
And then the second you begin to take them all into account, you realize that this is not even me trying to assault you. I just want you or insult you. I just want you to understand something that's very important here, right?
But
almost
just
everything that you believe from RAIN and these various groups is complete 100% semantic propaganda, which is perpetuated by a feminist worldview of classification. They use classification as a weapon. It's really easy. If I only describe rape as being something a man can do to a woman, then 100% of rape is done by men, isn't it?
Do you think
that's the problem with classifications like
that
this?
Feminists created those definitions, or do you think that was
100% feminists in academia created it? Remember, who is in charge of the social sciences? Women. Who has all the degrees in social sciences? Women. Who comes up with the categorizations?
That's a legal definition.
Who comes up with the categorizations which inform the legal status of things? It's those people in academia. When you're talking about trans advocacy, they start, when they move into law, by sourcing psychologists, sociologists, and things like this in order to make the matter a matter of law. It's the same exact thing with rape. It's the same exact thing with all social phenomenons. Female academics come up with the categorizations, and we're supposed to just be like, well, okay, then. Don't you think that that's really bias and like fucking horrible to do to men?
It's my understanding that historically, largely, the legal definition of rape came from a time before feminist movements, typically, because it would indicate that the property of a man, either his daughter or his wife, has been.
Nope. That's historically inept. If this was the case, that it didn't come from feminists, then let me just ask you a simple question. Mm-hmm. If a man wakes his wife up with his penis, okay, and she's dead asleep, is he raping her?
I mean, I think that if they had not had a discussion,
no, they didn't have a discussion. It's their wedding night. It's their wedding night.
She's dead asleep, and he
wakes her up with that penis. He wakes her up with that penis. That's what he does.
I mean, yeah, I would consider that sexual assault, and same with.
And do you understand that is a categorization and classification for rape that's brand new? Do you understand that?
Yes, marital rape is new.
Yeah,
yes.
the way that you categorize. But do you now understand how important it is for these categories to be there? Like, I don't consider that rape. That's insane. If my wife wakes me up with a blowjob, it's not a fucking rape. Come on, how's that rape? Oh my God! No, stop.
But that's okay.
I don't think we've ever had that discussion. Why would we ever need to have that discussion? She's my property. She is owned by me.
Blanket consent there. I think that's fine.
How do you know it's blanket consent if we never had the discussion?
Can I ask if presuming the wake up scenario, right? If you wake your wife up with full on ready to go and you just start sticking it in and going for it, and then if she says no, right? Like, then obviously, right, the consent is immediately removed.
No, not always. Like, here, I'll give you an example. It's the Bill Burr example, right? oh, stop it. You're so bad. Knock it off. Oh, God. Stop. When they don't really mean stop. And you see how she has this look on her face like I'm speaking in a foreign fucking language as though she doesn't actually understand what I'm saying. When she does, she totally understands what I'm saying. And so does everybody else who's listening to me. Sex is a little bit mischievous, and sex is a little bit dynamic, and sex isn't always so cut and dry as like, you see this piece of paper right here under line 3? This means you can give me a blowjob between the hours of 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. and that's it. And if you don't sign right here, my consent will be revoked. That is not how interpersonal sexual dynamics work. And what always happens, hang on, let me finish, lady, let me finish. What always happens with these people is they give you the big eyes like they're stunned. You just said something stunning, Andrew. How could you say that when they totally fucking agree with you? Totally agree. Like she knows sex is not so cut and dry as just no, because that can mean all kinds of shit. Depends on inflection. It depends on the intersexual dynamics. And you know what that is? That big look? That's called cope. It's the cope of the eyes, right? It's cope, pure cope. Just saying.
I think that you're kind of misrepresenting what marital rape laws are about. I don't think it's a playful blowjob from your wife. I think it's like the brutal rape of someone.
Oh, I think it's not. If we look at your categorizations, not only is it not that, but here's the biggest problem. The biggest problem is you can say in a court transcript, I said no. And the guy says, yeah, she did say no, but that's not what she meant. And we have no context for that because sex is a little bit mischievous. And it's a little bit interpersonal, and it really depends on the person's interpersonal dynamics and what that means. Like, for instance, sometimes I like to go by my wife and give her a big, hard, open palm slap on the rear. And she's like, don't do that. She obviously wants me to not do it. I'm definitely going to do it again. And it's her distress that makes it so much fun to do, right? That's part of the, like, mischievous nature of the thing, right? Is that consent? Is she retracting consent? Well, I guess she is. But does that really matter ultimately? Is that really what's going on there? It's not so cut and dry as you feminists make it out to be, and we all know that that's the case. And so what's so bothersome about it is like, you go, no, I think that marital rape is like the brutal penetration of your wife while she's screaming in agony. It's like, that's not what they report, though. What they report is like, one time I said no, and he went ahead and did it anyway, and we have no context for the interpersonal dynamic, and that's why categorization matters.
That is if you say no when someone keeps going, that is kind of that would be considered rape. I think. Oh,
okay. Well, I mean, it's happened to me multiple times then with my own wife, where she's like, she's a little randy at night, and I'm like, no, I don't really want to. No, honey, no, I don't really want to. Nah. Oh, okay. Well, actually, okay, that feels pretty good. Okay, we're gonna do this then.
So you see what I'm saying? What I mean when I'm talking about.
No, I don't know what you mean.
Like, implicit consent and
I don't know what you mean because it's not like that cut and dry.
Real life, like,
is that playfulness? I meant it. I really didn't want to right then. And then, well, she talked me into it, okay, through touching that at that right at that exact moment I did not want. But after the touching occurred, I realized, actually, I do want this, and this is great.
Hey, man, I'm not going to lie. I don't know if I'm super into the idea of helping you determine whether you or your wife are raping each other or not.
That's not the point. The point isn't
I'm
whether.
I'm not like super into hearing about
do you
your
understand?
Guys' sex life,
do you understand the point of categorization?
Like,
it's just an obfuscation.
Man.
You're just obfuscating. You're just obfuscating, man. Like, my point is to show you that just based on normal human sexual dynamics, women like you will categorize things as rape that aren't. That's my point. Not whether or not Chuck over here thinks I'm raping my wife or she's raping me. It's to give you an easy contrast of normal human interactions and sexual dynamics that you can easily construe as being rape that aren't.
Assumptions. You are making some assumptions about me right now that, you just said it. If someone tickles me and I go, hee, stop, do I think I am being... If a friend or a boyfriend or a girlfriend, whoever tickles me and I go, hee, stop, and they don't, do I think I am being assaulted or raped?
Maybe not. Obviously, but how does that read out on a court transcript?
Consent. I mean, man, I don't know. I have never tried to take anyone to court for, tickling and giggling and silly stuff. And I'm
but
not
you
gonna lie,
can
man,
you engage
I
with the
I do not
hypothetical?
know how we got here from you saying
Because
that
I'm
like
trying
women
to
are
express.
mega rapists. Like,
Yeah,
holy mother of God.
that's not
like,
what happened. Like all you're doing is trolling now because you have no answer to this. Human sexuality is complex. And it's not so simple as you guys make it out to be. And when you make these kind of
I don't
crazy
make it out
ass,
to be that, man. But I think when we talk about marital
yes,
rape,
man,
I think
you
we
do.
know we are.
No, I don't think we do
talking
know because categorizations matter. And if ever one time a woman has said no to her husband, right, and he admits that in court, yeah, she said no, but that's not a big deal. Like there's a whole interpersonal thing you don't understand here. They don't give a shit because they're going off of these categorizations. That's the point. And that's why it's so important. And you just go, I don't know, man. Like, I don't want to talk about your sex life stuff, though, dude. It's like, no, I'm using it to draw an example parallel.
Of a playful disagreement. That
Hundreds,
ended in a marital
hundreds
rape
of
case.
them. In
All
fact,
right. Well,
hundreds.
I would have to see that.
Yeah, I know you've
not
but
gonna
you've done a
lie,
lot
I
of in-depth research, haven't you? I've done tons of in-depth research, but I've never heard of a case like that.
Anything like no, I've seen false rape charges. Absolutely, I've seen those made, but I have never seen like lady playfully said he stop, and then guy was convicted of marital rape.
How would you know though? How would you know that that was the case? If it is the case, the categorization in court is that she said no, you admitted to, she said no, he didn't stop, even though that was against what their normal sexual dynamic is. And the court's like, well, now you're convicted. You could just point to it and say, no, he's a convicted rapist. He was convicted in the court of law. Even if the categorization makes no sense in this context, that's why it's so important. That's why. And you guys like this is why every time I talk to you guys about this stuff, somehow when we get to this point, there's like a complete shutdown on the other side. It's like all logic and reason and interpersonal dynamics goes out the window because you just want to be devoted to this stat that men are monsters, and we're just not.
I think that you are just making. I don't think that men are monsters by and large.
I think that if it is the case that they're responsible for 90% of the rapes, how could you say that it's not monstrous? Like that's the push.
Do you think every man is a rapist? I don't think so. I think most people do not commit rape.
Let me ask you this. Okay. Mm-hmm. Do you think that you can have a form of rhetoric, right, where you are very evasive on the form of rhetoric, where it can construe all men as being a bad thing, even though you don't necessarily say that, but you're definitely making a subtle and brutal implication that no, men are basically only responsible for this problem, not the opposite sex. And then when somebody challenges you on it, and I showed you evidence, by the way, significant evidence you can go through, and I'll give you even more if you want. The categorizations of these things are what matter the most, because otherwise we can't really get to the heart of what the R word even means. You say it's just, it's aggressive penetration, and that's what it requires, and it's like, but that's not what the law says.
Well, the first one that I opened said all the majority of adult sexual crimes are committed by men against women. Again, are committed by men against women. Other forms of sexual
that's starting
assault,
with
such
a
as those
presupposition
perpetrated against men, are often ignored. It is estimated.
Yes.
This is trying to raise awareness for an equally horrific occurrence.
Do you
which
understand
is the sexual assault
why
of men.
those are in congruence with each other?
I have actually, again, I am someone who has made an attempt to get a female rapist in trouble because she sexually assaulted a man.
That has nothing to do with this point.
I have done this before, man. Like, I am someone who cares a lot about this.
That has nothing at all to do with the point. Even if you had locked up all of the female rapists who have ever existed on planet Earth, it would not in any way contend with this point. That it's the categorization of what you consider these things to be in complete ignorance to normal human sexual dynamic, which allows for these stats to show these things in the first place. That's the point that I wish you would contend with.
I don't think that most of these things are talking about normal human sexual dynamics because, again, I am
Based
sympathetic to that point.
What are you basing
that
on?
I'm not. You are making assumptions about me as a person that I am like someone that is
you just said it though. So what are you
very
basing it on?
anxious and needs like a sexual contract before I can engage in intercourse. Or
That's
I think
not what I'm saying. I just am asking you, what are you basing these things on?
About me.
You literally just said, I don't think X. What are you basing that on?
I mean, essentially, all sexual assault research out there does point to the fact that men are more likely to be perpetrators.
But it doesn't. It's all context specific, and it's all dependent on how you make these classifications. Like, look, I'll even demonstrate it for you easier. Okay. Do you agree that there's a massive deviation in how men and women perceive murder? Like, or even men and men. If it's the case, for instance, that somebody's stealing my TV, but they don't look like they're violent, right? And I shoot them, would you classify me as a murderer?
Yeah, I think murder's pretty cut and dry. Yeah, you killed someone.
So I'm a murderer.
Yeah, if you kill someone, you're a murderer,
so then
right?
I wouldn't. No, I don't think so. So I would classify murder as the unjustified killing of someone. That would be a murder, but killing would be a different category. So if it were the case that we went with your view, homicides could like quadruple overnight, right?
Okay,
but if you went with my
legal definitions,
by any definition, homicide would quadruple overnight by this classification. So if that, whether legal or not, if that's your classification, that's your classification. So if it was the same thing with me and you went with my classification, homicides would reduce overnight. So, like, do you see why that's such an important distinction, that you think I would be a murderer if I just killed someone, but I don't think you're a murderer if you kill someone? That's why it's so important that we have these categories right, so that otherwise I could easily say that many, many, many more people are murderers than actually are.
I mean, this is, presupposing that women are responsible for rape laws, which I think is, again, the earliest laws against rape were made by men. And I think your biggest opponents to, differentiating between, whether or not men are capable of being raped by women. Frankly, this is anecdotal, but my experience is that men are the most resistant to the idea that they are capable of being sexually assaulted by women.
Okay, so all of that, what you just said, is not historically accurate. When you think about even domestic violence laws, those were pushed by women's advocacy groups to give special classifications to women when the law already had laws about assault, including assault in marriages. But somehow women pushed for additional DV laws, which they thought would be somehow favorable to them when it came to domestic violence, with the supposition that men, of course, were the perpetrators of most domestic violence. Well, guess what happened? What happened is now we have the stats, don't we? And it turns out that it's not so lopsided in domestic violence as we once thought. Now that we have all the stats and recordings, it turns out that women also commit an awful lot of domestic violence, especially with other women. Again, when they're in a position where they're in authority and can harm people around them who are weaker than them, they seem more likely to do it than men do.
I'm inclined to agree with you on that. However, as far as that statistic goes, I do believe that was a survey on if people based on their sexuality had experienced domestic violence at all.
I'm not talking about lesbians. I'm just talking about female roommates.
If female roommates fight each other?
Oh, yeah. Happens all the time.
I thought we were talking about marriage and relationships.
But inside of marriage, it's the same thing, right? But you can have domestic violence calls for mom and daughter. You can have domestic violence calls for all sorts of things, right?
Right. So who is more likely to kill a man?
What do you mean?
Like, is a man or a woman more likely to kill a man?
Sorry.
Right,
women.
a man.
Women are more likely to kill men.
Really?
Yeah, they do it in the womb.
Oh.
Okay.
So
if you're a woman,
the
person most likely to kill you if you are a woman is the man closest
is your mother.
to you in your
life.
life.
It's your mother. The person who's most likely to kill you if you're a man is your mother. And they do it when you can't even fight back.
I can't honor this. I'm so sorry. I did have a question based on metaethics, however. Based on our because I think we got to move on from abortion and rape right now.
Okay.
Out of curiosity, we talked a lot about whether or not morality is subjective, and I did actually read a fairly interesting article that I can share with you on it. But I did want to ask before we get into that. You believe that your Christian ethics are universal, but I wanted to, I guess, know how you determine
That's incorrect. They're plural. They're pluralistic.
Okay.
Universal. Okay, so we're gonna get in some heady philosophy shit here if you want to. But
yeah, that's acceptable. I'm interested.
Yeah. So when you're talking about universal claims, right? You can have universal claims which are pluralistic, meaning there could be multiple ways to get to the claim. So, for instance, honor thy mother and father. Do you agree with me that you're going to do that differently in Japan than you are in the United States, like taking your shoes off to walk in?
Yes.
Okay, but is that still a universal claim?
Honor thy mother and father?
Yeah.
Do you think that that's a universal claim right here that we could make in the U.S.?
No, just is that a universal claim? Philosophically, is it a universal claim you should honor your father and mother?
No.
Okay, well then I don't even know how to proceed with the conversation then. So at that point, you're just denying what a universal claim is. And
do you mean are you just saying that this is like your prescriptive, like this is what you think people ought to do?
I'm just asking you about universal claims, not about. So if you say
like everyone ought to, and everyone should, and everyone.
Well, no, that's not what a universal claim is. What you're talking about there, ought is normative. That's a normative claim. So normative ethics, that's ought, should, things like that. That's normative, right?
Okay.
A universal claim would not be a normative claim. So this is what I'm saying is like, I'm not trying to be mean. Okay. I'm just saying that in order to even have the conversation, you have to come at least equipped with the basics, or I feel like you're not even actually going to understand what I'm saying, but I'm willing to humor it if you want to do it.
Okay, that's fine. So I guess, but last time you did say that your morality was based on universal Christian ethics. So I suppose I was curious about that in the sense, how do you determine what a universal Christian ethics is? Because if we look at it historically, obviously there are different Christian denominations that interpret the Bible differently, and the Bible is a translation of a translation of a translation.
Agreed.
So, and it's also, it is up to you as an individual, if you are, seeking a religion, to determine which religion you follow.
Yep.
How could it be considered universal then, I suppose?
Yeah. So, do you agree with me that not all universal claims or any claim is going to be equal to another claim? Meaning some are going to have stronger evidences for them philosophically. Some of it, right? You agree with that, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Have you ever heard of a term called the impossibility to the contrary?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so the term would just mean that we can rule, if we rule everything else out except this thing's probably true, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you can do the same thing when it comes to Christian ethics. You can rule out all forms of Christian ethics, which would not fit within the paradigm of Christian ethics, to show that they cannot be true based on some philosophical problem, which is within that ethical framework that ends up being either a contradiction or in some way doesn't logically follow, to end up with the impossibility to the contrary, meaning that can't be true. And so what are we left with? If we reduce all of these worldviews down, we have to reduce them down to the one that is true, the one that doesn't contradict. So in orthodoxy, we would have an ecclesiology, ecclesiastical authority and tradition, which would go from the teachings of Jesus Christ on, so we know exactly the right way to teach. We can reduce the contradictions from other denominations so that we can prove that those would be false within the paradigm of Christianity.
Okay. But surely there are also going to be disagreements about what is. Like, I'm assuming that, like, Orthodox theology,
our ecclesiology accounts for that, yes. So our ecclesiology allows for disagreements within the preponderance of Christian ethics, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. When it comes to the core tenets, there would be something wrong with that, though. And what happens if you have multiple denominations which move away from core tenets? When they're making universal claims, we can make falsifications of those claims. But let me give you one even better. Not only that, but let's just assume this. Let's assume I'm fucking wrong, like 100% wrong. Christian ethics is total bullshit. I believe in a sky daddy. I'm fucking mentally ill. I'm a whack job, right?
I wouldn't say that. But...
Yeah, but let's just assume it.
Okay.
Like, just for the
Okay.
sake of the argument. Okay.
Uh-huh.
From your paradigm,
Mhm.
you couldn't actually tell me why that was problematic, except you just felt like it was. And so the kind of distinction here that we're making with subjective versus objective claims, right?
Mhm.
I can concede my entire worldview to you as being false.
Mhm.
And I would still, if I made a claim like Andrew Wilson should be the king of America and put every homosexual to the sword. Let's just say that was the claim, let's say.
Mhm.
You have nothing within your paradigm to say that that was morally incorrect other than because you felt like it was. So even if it was the case that you negated my entire worldview and ideology, ultimately, who gives a shit? Because your worldview reduces to the man with the might wins, and that's it. And there's not a damn thing that your worldview can do to rebut that, rebuff it, or say a word about it, because ultimately it's going to be the man with the sword who makes the rules in your paradigm. Even if I'm wrong, it still wouldn't matter. So you better hope I'm right. You better hope I'm right, because that's what keeps civilization at bay.
Well, I think that that's just, descriptive. I mean, there's certainly periods in time in which atrocities were deemed moral by many people, Christians
Agreed.
included, like during slavery. I mean, that was justified by many people for many reasons.
Yes.
However, that doesn't mean it makes it
But why were
right.
any of them wrong, though?
So based on the reading that I did, and I can share this article with you because it was incredibly interesting. It's a long one, so it's gonna
just give me like the bullet
49
points.
pages.
Why do you think it's wrong? Why do you think it would be wrong for those people to have committed a genocide, or even do you even think it's wrong?
I mean, I do think it's wrong, but this is the article is it is called "The Difference Between Ice Cream and Nazis: Moral Externalization and the Evolution of Human Cooperation" by Kyle P. Stanford, published in the Journal of Behavioral and Brain Sciences in 2018. Essentially, what it gets down to is that compared to other intelligent mammals, human beings exhibit a lot of automatic cooperative tendencies. And so Stanford argues, evidently this is the source of morality, where morality comes from. Why, as human beings, do we tend to develop such a strong sense of disgust towards people who do things, who have different moral standards to us? There must be some reason for it.
Okay.
Essentially, that human beings. Let me find the exact quote. There was one that I wanted to find here.
Well, take your time here. I'm willing to listen.
Yeah, no problem. Let me see. So Stanford says, externalizing moral motivation was itself favored in ancestral environments precisely because it allowed pro-social, altruistic, and or cooperative agents to more quickly, efficiently, and effectively correlate their interactions and thereby take better advantage of the adaptive possibilities constituting our transition to a vastly more cooperative form of social life. So again, my feelings is that this tendency, which we can observe in human infants, which we cannot observe in like chimpanzee or bonobo infants, this tendency to share even when it doesn't benefit us, to want to work together. This was a trait that survived because it is the most advantageous.
Okay.
It is better for us as a species to have this trait, this ability to empathize with each other and to develop a sense of morality, to see things that are generally based upon, harm being done to others and to disagree with it. That is, I guess, the paradigm that I'm working with. That is my moral framework.
I actually totally understand.
Okay.
So to kind of steel man this so that I understand your position here.
Okay.
It is the case that evolutionarily a trait carried over into human beings, modern humans, perhaps from Neanderthals or Homo erectus or something like this, which cause cooperation. And this cooperation creates a standard for humanity that seems to be better for humans. Is that essentially the position? Got it.
Correct.
Let's say we took that trait away. So that trait of cooperation is now gone, and we just mercilessly kill each other for fun. We're still thriving as a species, right? But we often just like kill the weak. We just kill them. Hang on. Let me ask the question first.
Okay.
We just kill them for fun because, well, there's no real reason that I can think of, even if we're supposed to cooperate, for things like eugenics and stuff like this to not be implemented. Because after all, like, let's take the Nazi T program, for instance. They went through and they killed all the mentally ill people, and they killed everybody who was an undesirable. Their society seemed to thrive from that. Why were they wrong?
Do you believe German society was thriving from the elimination of disabled individuals?
Well, I think that they would make the case that it was. Why were they wrong?
Oh, certainly. They would absolutely. I would say that I think that it is profoundly antisocial, because the thing about specifically disability,
but who cares if it's antisocial?
Is that disability
this trait's gone now. The trait of cooperation is gone, and all the infirm people, we just put them to the sword. That's a trait that now carries over from evolution. If you're infirm, you just get put to the sword because it makes life easier for everybody else. Why would they be wrong? What would they be actually doing wrong if it's genetically inside of them as a carryover from evolution to do this thing?
I would say that based off of Stanford's article and my thoughts on it, specifically, we have a tendency to select who we want to be around, and it is people that share our morality and moral compass. Now, I would say that a society that does away with disabled individuals, while in the short term it may maybe save them money of some kind, the thing about disability is that it is inevitable for all of us. If you successfully make it to old age,
so it's Logan's Run, past 40, done. The society's thriving. They got future cars. They got all the shit that they had in Logan's Run. But you probably never seen Logan's Run. I'll give you the plot synopsis very quickly, right? You hit X age, and they just take you out, okay? It's ultimate form of eugenics. They had flying spaceships and flying cars and shit like that, and they just whacked everybody who reached a certain age, right? They didn't like them anymore. They're done. But their society seemed to be thriving.
I would argue that I don't think that a society would thrive. I think especially if you look at the evidence for, I mean, specifically the strides in science, I would say that people make after a certain age. I mean, it could take decades for people to come to the conclusions that they will get to. I generally believe that I value
I'll grant that.
The wisdom of the elderly. You know, I don't think that we get that far.
I'll grant that. So society can't thrive without the elderly being there to guide the young, right?
And to take care of, you know, the
But if there's certain traits that we were able to identify, like that made a person more prone to homicide or alcoholism and things like this, and we were able to detect those things before they were ever even born, and you could just go ahead and abort that child because they were undesirable and now would not have those traits, why would that be a problem?
Well, I also think that that would be dangerous because we do not know when a trait is going to be advantageous. I think
but you never have to deal with it.
It's
you
a
just
little bit
never
like
have to
playing
deal
God.
with it.
I think.
Well, wait. Why is playing God?
Areas...
But why is playing God problematic? If the idea is through a form of cooperation in our trait, right? We cooperate together. When we're cooperating together to get rid of all forms of humanity which cause us to not thrive. Alcoholics, that's a thing of the past. It's gone. It's a genetic thing that we got rid of. Huntington's disease, gone. We got rid of it. All of these kind of like core things we don't like, we got rid of them. And now we just never have to deal with them again. Why would that be bad?
I mean, it's my understanding, now I'm not a geneticist, but it is my understanding that, for instance, like many East Asian people have a gene that makes their sweat essentially not smell as bad as ours, which also correlates with, you know, dry earwax, having dry earwax.
Okay.
Now, I think that it would be incredibly tricky to if we could effectively, truly not essentially fuck ourselves genetically and evolutionarily.
Yeah, let's just
to
say that we had the
start,
ability through technology to see traits that we considered less than desirable in humanity and could select out for those through abortion in day one. And you could just go ahead and get pregnant again the next day, in fact, right? But we could just edit those traits out, right, by aborting those children and have kind of like a super race of genetically enhanced people who basically like why is that bad? How would that affect society negatively?
I don't think that we can anticipate when a specific gene or trait is going to be useful or useless.
But you're
I think
not
it is
actually responding. I'm
contextual.
sorry, I have to cut in. But
I do think that
question.
would be bad. That would be bad because again, I do not think that you could determine when those traits may or may not.
You
become
never have
desirable.
to deal with those traits because they're gone.
But there could come a point in time in which those traits are desirable.
That alcoholism is desirable?
I mean, shit, I don't know.
You don't know if you... Wait, so to get this right, in the spirit of cooperation, if we were to genetically go through and cull out all undesirable traits in humanity, like alcoholism that people have a genetic predisposition towards, and many, many, many other things. Like, let's say, for instance, that we as a society determined that through cooperation that alcoholism was a big problem, and we could just edit that out by simply aborting. Everybody had that gene till that gene no longer existed, day one, where you don't even consider it to be murder. Why would that be bad?
Again, I don't think that you could meaningfully and seriously determine that is going to benefit society.
Well, wait. Okay, wait a second. I'm sorry. So then how do we make a determination about what benefits society? How do we determine that?
How do we determine what benefits society? Yeah. Oh, it would depend from society to society. But again, if we're talking about culling genes, I do think that there are traits that are in some scenarios desirable while in others undesirable.
So then if you socially determine that this trait is undesirable for your society, how in the world could you construe that as being bad?
Well, I wouldn't want to get rid of someone just because I think that they have a trait.
You're not getting rid of someone. Like you don't consider abortion murder, right?
I do think that selectively aborting children on their... Also, genes are not always expressed. So alcoholism runs in my family. That would mean that my family would have to stop, like,
No, if you were able to identify the gene, no, they wouldn't have to stop reproducing. If you could identify the gene, right, then you could simply abort that baby until you got to a baby that did not have that gene.
Well, it's also, I mean, like, the way that our genes are expressed, too, is also environmentally determined in the sense that, like, some genes can be, like, again, based on your environment, can activate or not activate. So
they can't activate if they're not there.
I mean, like, again, you would have to get rid of, like entire families and family lines.
You wouldn't have to get rid of anybody. You would simply abort children day one that had X gene in them, and then you never have to deal with the trait again.
Well, you would have to get rid of a whole lot of people if you wanted to get rid of
they're not people, though.
Gene.
They're not people. What do you mean? They're just a fetus. They're like tissue or whatever, right?
I think that would be eugenics.
And what's wrong with it? But what would be you haven't actually told me how it would be that if I could identify the gene for alcoholism, and we as a society determined to abort all children who have the gene for alcoholism, how that would make for a worse society. You say, well, genes can manifest themselves based on environment. I agree, unless we get rid of that gene. Then it can't ever manifest itself based on the environment, right? So I don't understand how society worse if we selectively edited out the gene for alcoholism through abortion. How would that make society worse?
Because again, I think that that is specifically alcoholism. Again, I would say that again, we cannot determine what genes or genetic expressions will be advantageous depending. I don't think we can know the future.
I'm sorry.
Andrew, I don't think that
Okay,
we
you're
can
right.
know
You're
the
right. You're right.
future.
I'm sorry. I thought you were saying something else. You're right. I shouldn't have cut in. So I'll just ask this instead. Okay.
Okay.
You're right. We can't determine the future. Tell me how society becomes advantageous at any point ever by it having an alcoholic gene.
I mean, I think that addictive personalities can do fairly well in specific fields. Like you brought up, people with more homicidal tendencies. I think that there are job fields that are, a bit more open to people with those sorts of proclivities. For instance, like sociopathy. Like I think that, I don't know, high-earning CEOs do better with some sociopathic traits. Also, so I have attention deficit hyperactive disorder, and our kind tends to trend towards addiction, adrenaline seeking, sensation seeking. However, people with these same tendencies tend to do well in high stress scenarios and situations, such as in medicine or in field work of some kind. So again, I think that if you try to prune a population for undesirable genes, I think that you are going to, in the long run, fuck your, ability to grow together or advance in any meaningful way.
I totally understand. I just got to ask you this. Huntington's disease is an inherited progressive brain disorder caused by a faulty gene.
Okay.
It's not contagious, but if one parent carries the faulty gene, each child has a 50% chance of inheriting it. Now, you see, the way that the medical establishment has combated Huntington's disease is by telling women who have that gene to not have children, and if they do, to abort it. Are they wrong?
I think that forcing someone to have an abortion,
Not forcing them.
Forcing, but
They're
advising,
not forcing them. Yeah.
advising.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I think it is better to.
Would you advise them to have an abortion if there's a 50% chance their kid would have this horrible neurological disease that fucking killed them?
I mean, shit. Yeah, I would, because I would not want them to.
That's really
undergo
weird.
The
Whew.
horrific pain of, losing a.
But
a
not
child
alcoholism,
in that awful
though?
way.
If you could compensate for alcoholism, you wouldn't do that, though?
No, because again, I think that alcoholism is a bit more complex.
Okay, so what about if it was 20% that you would be an alcoholic? Would you go ahead and just,
No.
tell them 50%?
So a degenerative brain disease is going to kill you. Alcoholism is not always going to kill you. There are, in fact, many recovered alcoholics.
Okay, so to get this right, you do believe in eugenics. You just only believe in eugenics when it comes to like contagious or non-contagious diseases that you could only potentially inherit.
I think that it is humane to inform someone if they are pregnant that they could experience a devastating loss in the future.
That's not what you said. You said you would advise them to have an abortion.
I mean, you can advise them, but you can't force them to.
Yeah, you're not forcing them, but why are you advising them to? Because there's a debilitating thing that you don't want that child to live with? And
There's
you don't
a 50-50
believe...
chance.
Yeah, there's 50-50 chance. That's right.
Which is pretty brutal. 50-50 chance that a child survives or dies horribly and you are left traumatized and scarred. Now, I would say that is humane.
Is that eugenics? Is that eugenics?
No, because a degenerative brain disease is going to kill you fairly immediately.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
So you're taking out the child before that happens. You're taking out the undesirable things that you don't like. Is that eugenics?
I mean, how quickly does Huntington's disease kill you? Because I do think that there's a difference
fairly
between...
quickly.
Okay. So, again, I think that if you are going to have a child that immediately dies, yes, I think that I would
not
advise
immediately.
someone.
They don't immediately die, but they might die in their 20s.
Oh, well, that's
horribly.
different. I thought you meant like.
But they could die. They could die way earlier than that too. It manifests very quickly.
Okay. Well, that would be different then, because I would think that
So you wouldn't advise them to have an abortion if they had a 50% chance of getting this debilitating neurological disease that would kill them?
I would warn them that there's a 50% chance that this could happen.
But you would
and
advise them to do
that
it?
They could make no. I would trust that they could make their own decisions and choose what they want to do.
So to get this right, if there
mhm.
is a society somewhere which implements a law which says that if you hold this gene for Huntington's disease and it's rare, and by you not reproducing, we will eliminate this disease from planet Earth for all time, you would advise them not to do that.
I don't think that you can successfully eliminate a gene from society for all time.
Why not?
I think that would.
What are you talking about? The genes are eliminated from
extremely
society
difficult.
all the time, for all time. What do you mean?
To intentionally wipe it out?
Yeah. Have you ever seen dog breeders? Dog breeders breed out bad genes all the time, right? And that's how you end up with different dog breeds. That's the whole point of it, right?
Yeah.
The whole point is
also,
to edit out all the shit you don't want to keep in the shit you do want. Do you think that humans are different, that you could not selectively edit until you got to a breed that you wanted?
I think that we are more intelligent and complex than dogs. I also do think that
so we should select for intelligence.
I would also like to say that I am against selective dog breeding. I don't think it's.
You're against select. Why would you? So like no service dogs anymore?
No, that's fine.
But that's selective dog breeding, lady.
No, service dogs can be a variety of breeds. However,
no, they really can't be a variety of breeds. You have to have specific breeds to be service dogs.
I've seen plenty of service dogs.
No, you haven't seen. Okay, what?
They've like opened up the door for like therapeutic service dogs.
That's not a service dog. Okay, if you want blind people to have a dog, it's got to be a certain breed.
Right. I had a friend who had like severe like muscle tissue issues, who had one service dog that was a German Shepherd, another one that was like this, I don't know what kind of dog breed he was, but his name was Peanut, and he was very small.
Could you have a service dog that was highly...
They both did their job just fine.
Got it. Could you have a service dog which was highly aggressive?
I don't think that would be good, but again, I think that breeding for aggression is bad.
So wait, I'm super confused. So you think that we should allow people to have service dogs which are highly aggressive? Or do you think we should breed aggression out of service dogs so that they're no longer highly aggressive?
Well, I don't think that we breed specifically for service dogs.
We breed specifically for service dogs, yes.
But there's so many breeds that can be service
That's
dogs.
true, but there's not so many breeds that can be for every ailment, right? You're going to have a dog, for instance, if it's leading blind people, who's highly intelligent, has intuition, is not very aggressive. You're going to have all sorts of traits which are built into that dog, right? Through selective breeding.
Let me look this up, because it actually does seem like there's a wide variety of like dogs. So actually, German Shepherds are pretty commonly service dogs, but they're also very commonly police dogs.
That's true.
And
so here's what's interesting.
That's a dog trained for aggression, correct?
Here's what's so interesting. You can take a German Shepherd and have specific breeds which are non-aggressive and breed only non-aggressive service dogs. And you can have German Shepherds which have high aggression and only breed aggressive police dogs.
So what I'm seeing right now is that like mutts are actually like fairly reliable service dogs, and it's based more on
for blind people.
For the blind?
You're just gonna go get a random mutt at the pound?
I mean, no, you do have to, ensure that the individual dog is like has the temperament.
And what's the best way to do that?
Dogs of the same breed can be okay. My mom had 2 poodles, same parents.
Yep.
Rubio, rest in peace. He just passed away. Was the most calm dog in the entire world. All right. He was also very small, but he was a protector. Okay. One time we got charged by a black lab, and Rubio, all like fucking 15 pounds of him, squared up and hurt his little legs, growling at him because he was an elderly little dog.
Makes sense.
But he was, again, just a very calm little guy, never barked, just so chill. His sister, Maisie, She's the most nervous creature in the entire world. I've never met a yappier dog. She's fucking obnoxious. Love her to death, but holy mother of God.
So what a dog breeder
and
would
she's
do.
also terrified of other dogs. But
so
again,
what a dog breeder would
brother
do, who was selecting for the traits for the blind person, is they would take like the timid dog and they would drown it. And then they would take the traits from the dog who isn't drowned, and I'm not kidding, they just take buckets and they drown the puppies in the buckets, and then they would take the non-aggressive one and they would rebreed that one, and then if there was any of the puppies that had any of those traits, they would drown those, and then they would, everything right down to eye color they select for, because it can have vision impairment issues. So the thing is like, so by your metric though, we wouldn't even have service dogs because you don't believe in selective breeding. But you would need to use selective breeding to have animals that were competent. Like, how could you not believe in selective breeding unless you're a vegan? Like, we selectively breed for cows. We selectively breed for the dumbest chickens. We selectively breed for the most docile animals to feed the planet.
Well, we were talking specifically about dogs, and I'm not going to lie.
Well, you said animals, right?
My mind went primarily to, like, the existence of, like, pugs and other animals that are kind of,
That's all eugenics.
Yeah, well, they're kind of miserable, aren't they? Pugs.
No, they don't seem very miserable. They seem pretty happy to me. But even if it was the case that I granted that they were pretty miserable,
they don't live very long. They have a lot of health issues.
Yeah, but there's tons of purebred dog breeds that do live a long time and are very well adjusted and very happy, who were made that way through eugenic programming, right?
Okay, so the thing is, I will grant you that. Maybe sometimes we can selectively breed animals.
But we can't do. But okay, so what would be the argument then? So I don't believe in eugenics. I'm not a eugenicist, but I have a universal ethical system which would pertain to why it should not be. For you, you just say, based on this Harvard paper, they're pointing out a selective trait of cooperation in human beings and why it's so necessary that they have it. What I don't understand is how you get from that to you could cooperate as human beings to select out things which are not good for humanity, but you wouldn't do it. That's a contradiction to me.
Why I wouldn't practice eugenics?
Well, why it would be if you as a society cooperated and eliminated various traits from humanity which were dire to human existence, why you wouldn't do that.
Well, I suppose a society could do that.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think that generally that society would struggle to make friends. I think that they would struggle to cooperate with other people. But I also feel like it would be incredibly
Why would they struggle to
illogical.
cooperate with other people?
Because again, I think that they would struggle to find people that share the same moral values, such as, some people are bad. Let's get rid of certain people with certain traits.
So let's say you have a society of millions of people who don't want to cooperate with other people. So what?
You couldn't say that you have like this universal, ethical framework to call back upon, because again, it is like one that is, constantly up for debate. Is it not?
No, it's not. No.
You just said it's like one that people have to determine.
So do you think
people argue?
If you think,
again, it's also based upon your interpretation of the text.
If you use, what you're talking about is you're talking about interpretive logic. So you're saying, are you claiming I can't make a universal claim and justify it?
I think that you cannot claim that my moral framework is inherently inferior to yours, or in some capacity doesn't.
Oh no!
Just
no.
It's
the opposite.
As yours is.
It's the total opposite. I think you're misconstruing it. The fact of the matter is that the secular framework I love. I think it's great. I wish more of you would adopt only the type of framework you have, because when men like me get into positions of power and authority, and we want to be oppressive, you don't have a single claim that you can make except that you just don't like it very much, and so ultimately. I think it's fine. I've always thought that this was a massive weakness of secularists, that the only claims that they make about morality is that it's just subjective and relative, because if that's the case, then any dictator who rises up and takes over your society and they just convince X amount of your society they're good, you really don't have a leg to stand on to say they're not. You can only say, based on my own preferences, I just don't like this. And if that's the case, What the fuck do I care? Okay, well, according to my preferences, I do. So it's just like, if that's the case,
again,
if that's how you want to run society.
On the premise that we do have like sort of an inborn morality.
Yeah, but you can't get an
and we
ought
do,
from
and
an
we exhibit these traits of wanting to cooperate and work with each other.
Well,
and
let me
share,
explain why
not
that
necessarily to our benefit.
Yeah, but let me explain why that doesn't matter. I'll just explain why that doesn't matter.
Why doesn't that matter?
Because if it was the case that there was a counter society, right, who came up right along with us at the same time, they evolved they were indistinguishable from us, except they didn't have that trait, and they did have an inborn trait to rape. Is that an immoral society?
That they have an inborn trait to rape? I don't think that
if they had it.
If there was a rape trait.
Yeah. This society evolved the same time as us. They're Homo sapiens instead of sapiens. They're Srapians. They're Homo sapiens, and the Homo sapiens evolved at exactly the same time as Homo sapiens. Exactly the same time. They're like a counter. They look exactly like us, talk exactly like us. They're exactly like us in every way, except the Srapians, they have to rape. That's inbuilt in them. They have to do it. Are they doing anything wrong?
Yeah, obviously.
What are they doing wrong except being born with a trait you don't like?
Exhibiting antisocial behaviors.
Yeah, but why is that wrong except it's a trait you don't like?
Because it is not conducive to creating a.
But that's a trait.
Society.
You said that's a trait you have, that's inborn in you, that's an immutable characteristic.
But you are also making up the rape trait.
Yes, I know, to test your logic. So if the Srapians have this trait,
the rape trait.
Yes, I know, I'm making it up. Yes, I agree. I'm making up the rape trait. So the Srapians, they have an inborn trait, and that trait is to rape. And you have a trait that's inborn in you genetically to not do that. Why are the Srapians evil and you're not evil?
Because I have empathy.
They have empathy too.
They don't.
Yeah, they do.
But they selectively apply it.
Yeah, but why does that make them bad if they have that as a trait? That's an inborn trait they can't help. Why are they evil and you're good? What's the paradigm here that makes the Srapians evil, but you good? If you're both born with this trait, except they're not born with that trait, they're born with the R trait, and you're born with the intuitive cooperation trait. What is the thing that makes the Srapians evil?
Probably the rape trait, which does not exist.
But if it did exist,
there is no group of human beings that.
Yeah, I know they're not human beings. They're not Homo sapiens. They're Srapians. What makes the Srapians evil?
I just feel like this is like a completely.
Can you just answer the question? What makes the Srapian evil? Yeah.
Goodness gracious. I think because, again, the profound lack of empathy in the violation of other human beings, other Homo sapien, whatever, same genus, the violation of their right to exist without harm. Now,
so the thing that makes you good is that you're born that way.
I think the thing that makes me want to be good and behave in a way
is that you're
good.
born that
yes,
way.
We are.
So basically, what you're saying is what makes humanity good. What makes us good, man, is that we're humans. And if we're not humans, then we're not good. That's it. That's all. Listen, this is the reduction of your entire argument is because I'm a human being, I'm good. And if you're not a human being, you're not fucking good because you lack that trait.
If I have the capacity to have empathy and I have critical thinking skills.
They have the capacity for critical thinking and empathy.
And they still commit rapes.
Yes.
I think that would be
that's not a contradiction.
Again,
you can have empathy and be a rapist, right?
Yeah, I mean, yes, you can. I mean, the Nazis loved animals.
Yeah. Okay. So
they hated Jewish people.
So what is the thing that makes these people evil? They were born this way. What makes them evil? What makes the Srapians, who have the same exact genetic makeup as you, except this one trait, this evolutionary trait, what makes the Srapians evil and you good?
Evil is not a genetic trait.
Yeah, I'm
But if there was
asking,
a
if they
species
had
that
this
was
genetic
born
trait, what would
evil-
make them bad? What makes the Srapians bad?
Dude, I don't, because of the rape. But again, dude, even if we
So
turn
you're
this,
just saying
if I
that
turn
we're
this around
human?
on you, if I turn this around on
Turn it
you,
around on me.
if I turn it around on you, like,
Mm-hmm.
why would it be bad? Because you think God is telling you that it's bad?
Let's just assume that I'll just take
Okay.
your worldview on this, in fact.
No,
right?
no. I want you to
Mhm.
speak from your worldview.
Yeah, so I would appeal to the Christian God and the universal ethics that come down through Christian ethics. I'd give you the demonstration through suppositional logic as to why you would need to appeal to a God to even make knowledge claims to begin with. And then we would go down the pathway of the path of, I guess the best way to do it is if we were to take multiple worldviews, and we're able to show that all of them were not true except this worldview. This is how I'm trying to explain the impossibility of the contrary to you, right? This would be the pathway for me to logically get to Christianity. Now, I'm happy to answer your questions on that if you want. But the thing that's so interesting about this conversation is like, why does it even matter? Let's say I was born with the trait to be a Christian. There would be no reason for you to deny me my Christianity, nor any of the ethical frameworks or purviews in which I appeal to. And I can point to the fact that there is scientific literature that shows that we have genetic predispositions towards religion. So if it was just the case that I was genetically predisposed to be a Christian, you would have no leg to stand on to even try to falsify it. If it is the case that all you can say is that the Srapians would need to be destroyed because they're not humans, that's what your worldview reduces to. Do you understand? Like, do you understand why I see this as being so absurd? Because if you say humans are born with a trait of cooperation, therefore we should cooperate. Okay, that makes sense. Srapians are born with the trait to rape. Therefore they should rape? And your answer is, well, no. Well, then your worldview here doesn't make any sense because on the one hand, you say if you're born to do this thing, you should. But if these people over here were born to do this thing, they should not. And so you're making a universal claim about what is ethical. You're making a universal claim that human beings are more ethical than a counter-human species. You would be still more ethical. You're making right now a universal claim. That's what I'm trying to show you.
Well, it's only a universal claim in your fantasy world in which there is an intelligent race that is genetically predisposed
That's
to
right.
commit rapes, which
yeah,
is
and in
not
that
at
world, with the universal, listen.
We are not these. We are humans, though. Like the thing
Yeah.
that we are different from other animals
Mhm.
because we have such a significant capacity for critical thinking. Our cognitive abilities are incredible. There are, in fact, animals that do seem to. Chimpanzees versus bonobos are actually a great example of this. Chimpanzees tend to be significantly more aggressive than bonobos. They do, in fact,
bonobos
they
are
rape,
closest
they murder,
ancestor,
they
I believe.
cannibalism.
No,
Yep,
chimpanzees
they
are.
cannibalize.
Aren't
They're-
chimpanzees actually the closest ancestor? But bonobos, they have some type of like matriarchal society, so liberals always appeal to them. I don't remember.
They're both actually extremely close to us. It might be bonobos. I don't remember. But however,
But anyway, so what? So bonobos, if they have a Srape culture, can we take them all out?
no. But the difference between us and bonobos and chimpanzees, our closest relatives, are that they lack the capacity to. They lack the predisposition to cooperate the way that we do. They lack the intelligence. They don't have it. We have it. We have thought. We have the ability to exercise our critical thinking skills.
I agree.
We both have the inborn.
I
like,
agree. You and
empathy.
we have the ability to exercise our critical thinking skills. So why aren't you driving a car right now?
Oh, I'm sitting in my house.
Right. Okay. What you just engaged in was a hypothetical. What I did was I took something which does not exist, and then I put it in front of you to get some type of inductive reasoning so that you could respond to the claim you're making, which is that you're not driving. So I know that what you can do, if I give you a hypothetical, is respond based on things that aren't factual and do not exist. In the case of the Serapians, they do not exist. They're not factual. But it is not an argument for you to say, because these things don't exist, I don't need to respond to my own logic of if they did. They do inside of the fantasy hypothetical I made up. There's a group who have a trait which is internal that makes them srape. That's what they do. They're called the Serapians. And other than that trait, they're completely identical to human beings. And they're born this way.
Well,
are they evil? Hang on. Are they evil or not? Okay. Why aren't you in a spaceship, right? Why aren't you on Mars right now?
I wouldn't qualify to go to Mars, frankly. I don't have the skills.
So wait a second. So I just asked you a question. You had to come up in your head with a fantasy which envisioned you on Mars, and you're not
Andrew,
there, and it doesn't exist. Just answer the question. Good, then just answer the question.
I could also come up with random ass hypotheticals.
Then give me those. Give me
Andrew,
those.
You have listen, I don't like to make that. I'm agnostic, but I don't like to get really aggressive with religious people because I respect their beliefs. But you don't have any proof that your God exists, and you don't have any proof that your universal Christian ethics are, in fact, the best way to be. You have individually made that decision. You have made the decision to adhere to them yourself. You have selected that religion. You have selected
I'm willing to engage with both of those questions.
Okay.
As soon as you answer mine. The Serapians exist. They're inside of them. I know you're trying to evade this desperately, but please just answer, because this is the spirit of real good faith. I'm trying to test your logic so that you can really understand how distorted this is. The Serapians exist counter to human beings. They evolved at exactly the same time. They have this imbued trait that you do not have, and you have an imbued trait that they do not have. What is the thing that makes them bad?
I would say that if they have an inborn predisposition to do harm to others, and in fact to do harm to me and my own, I would say that
they don't have any. They're not. They don't ever scrape you and yours. They never scrape outside of their own Serapian.
I think
species.
I think that being an intelligent species. Now, mind you, there are animals that are instinctually do harm. Like, I think that pit bulls are a good example of that. They are, raised to be aggressive. However, their nurture can overcome their nature for sure, right?
What's the thing that makes them evil? What's the thing that makes them bad? That's all I'm asking. What thing makes them bad? They're born this way. They scrape each other. Okay, that's what they do.
Be their capacity for critical thought and empathy that does not allow them to overcome their desire to rape.
Got it.
I would say that would be.
So then animals, by this logic, are evil.
Animals aren't intelligent enough to comprehend the consequences of their actions.
Wait a second.
Many of them are not.
Wait. I'm super confused here. You said it's lack of empathy and a lack of critical thinking. So if it's a lack of empathy and a lack of critical thinking, animals have both those components. Lack of empathy, lack of critical thinking. Therefore, they would be evil.
No. I'm sorry. I'm saying that the Serapians, the Serapians have the capacity for critical thought, correct? They are as intelligent as we are.
Yes.
But they have a trait where they want to rape.
Yes, rape.
If you have the mental faculties to understand that you are doing harm to other individuals.
They don't think it's harmful because they don't have the same trait that you do. Their trait says that they're born to do this. That's what they do.
Their rape trait, their trait
to it's instinctual.
Yes.
So I think that
to them, right? This is as natural as breathing, as much as it is for you to naturally cooperate with other human beings.
Okay. So I would say that I grew up and had anger issues, and often my instinct when mad would be to hit people. But because I am a rational human being, thinking human being, I can go, this is actually really antisocial, and it would be bad. It would not be conducive to cooperating and living in a society with other people.
That's
so
if the
Serapians encounter us and they intelligently recognize that their way of life is abhorrent and evil to us, and we have to live in. But also, I guess that the rape is a kind of difficult, you know. Oh,
I think sometimes his stuff goes out. It's
okay.
We'll just hang out until he comes back. No worries. I don't know if his webcam overheats or if his internet just sucks balls.
Oh, gotcha.
But either way, he'll be back. No worries.
Okay.
No.
I might go pee real quick.
Why don't you go ahead and do that now?
Okay.
Yeah,
because I have chugged 2 water bottles thus far.
That's okay. No, go for it. Take your time.
All right. I will be right back.
Mm-hmm. And hello to all of the maters. You got a dono goal up. You need to get 4 more in to meet that timer. You got 50 seconds to do it in. Don't disappoint. You guys have been doing great all night. And then now you're going to wait until the final. Well, not even the final. I don't even think we're halfway done. But you're going to wait till this dono to fail. 44 seconds. Unacceptable. While we're waiting for everyone, I know I said we would, obviously open the panel, but I've been allowing room for them to have this conversation. And most of you have already pointed out you haven't seen Andrew this calm, cool, and collected, in terms of especially talking with a progressive, left-leaning, feministic lady, right? So I find it to be a rarity to have this time or to have this moment or ability to do so. So since we're having this, we're going to let it roll. I'm going to let it roll 110%. And I'm totally okay with it. And if it's already 1 a.m. for me, so, maybe when Andrew gets back, we will see what happens and maybe we can move. Be interested in letting some other people join the conversation and add a couple things into it, but we might lose the good conversation that we're having. So we will see. I don't know what's going on with Andrew. Looks like he's still up on his end.
Is he still like live? I don't know where he goes live.
Oh, he's back. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I have no idea what just happened. Stream crashed out for no reason at all.
Yeah, your thing started spiraling, so it's okay. It's no big deal.
But anyway, yeah. So just real quick to briefly wrap this up, because we're just going in circles, and I get it. I'm just going to say this, like, the reason that this makes no sense is because anything that you're appealing to for why the Serapians are bad, right, is the same thing that you would be appealing to for why it is that you're good. But it just begs the question of what makes that good. And you say, well, what makes it good is that it's an internal trait that I have. That's what makes it good. The Serapians also, but what makes that good is because you're that thing. You see what I mean? Does that make sense?
But also the idea of an inborn trait to rape, but you say the Serapians don't have an issue with it. Rape is very, very explicitly a violation of consent.
Oh no, the female Serapians definitely have a problem with it.
Okay, so the female Serapians definitely have a problem with it.
Yeah, unless they're doing it, then they don't have a problem with it.
Okay, I see. So okay.
But the thing is like when we're talking about, do you understand when you say, I'm the reason that I can make these moral claims is because I have an ingrown trait that is just moral because it exists. They say the same thing. They'll make the counterclaim to you. I also am moral because I have an ingrained trait and it just exists. What is the thing that you would actually be appealing to that they're not appealing to? It's just your own trait again. You see what I mean?
Yes, but they have a profoundly antisocial trait.
Yeah, but that's the problem. You like you say, I have this trait, and the thing that makes the trait good is that it's the trait. And they say, yeah, I have a trait too. And the thing that
Well,
makes
it
it
is
good
integral
is
to
that
the
it's the
survival of our
trait.
species.
Yeah, but it's not, though. It's not integral to
Uh-huh.
the survival of their species. They still cooperate. They just also have this other trait where
They
they scrape. Yes. Yes, that's right. And so you don't have the trait, but you appeal to this other trait and say the thing that makes this trait good is that it's good because it's good, man, because I have it. That's what makes it good. They appeal to the same thing. Do you see why that doesn't make sense?
I think that they are evil and bad because they understand the harm that they are doing and they don't care.
Yeah, but that would be appealing to a trait again. The thing that makes you think that that's harmful and bad is that cooperation trait that you have. Their
But
trait.
you're using the word rape, and the female Strapians do not like it. They
and the
recognize that they are
the
doing.
male ones
that
don't
they
like
are
it when they
doing-
do it to them. Yeah.
Okay, so they understand that they are doing evil and cruel things to each other.
They don't
but they
consider
still
it
do
evil.
them.
They consider it part of their nature. It's just part of their nature that they may not like, or sometimes don't like.
Even though they still do it by instinct.
Yeah, they do it by instinct.
Right.
And
so
they
human
appeal
beings
to
kill
the
each
trait.
other, and do we not do everything in our power typically to circumvent murder? I mean, we could argue that we do.
Exactly my point is that if it were the case that you had a trait inside of you that made you murder, and you just appealed to the trait and said it must be good because I was born with it, it's exactly what you're doing. You're saying the only thing that makes you good is that you have a trait inside of you that you think is good. Anybody can make the same claim with any trait. That's the whole point. A murderer could do it.
That has been empirically observed. There's empirical evidence for this.
Sure, but if it was empirically observed that they had a trait that made them scrape, what would make that less moral than the thing you're appealing to? That you're both appealing to the same thing. You're literally both appealing to the same exact concept.
Then the fantasy rape species.
Yes, that's right. The fantasy
intelligent,
rape species.
evil fantasy rape species.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
Do
you think that
makes
saying
them
that it's
shitty is that they know that
fantasy?
they're doing harm, and they still continue to do it.
Yeah, I know, but you have a trait inside you that makes you think that's bad, right?
Yes.
And you're appealing to
that
trait and saying it's based on that trait that I have that tells me this is bad, right? They're appealing to the same thing, a trait where they say, no, this is good, right? You say, no, it's bad, but you're both appealing to the same thing. You're both appealing to a trait that you have.
Well, I suppose we'd have to do what we're doing right now, which is, kind of try to figure out how to live with each other. With a different moral
Why do you need to live together?
I suppose
you don't need to live together.
I wouldn't want to live with each other.
Exactly.
Then
you wouldn't want to live with them.
Then it wouldn't be relevant.
No, it's still relevant.
If I didn't have to live with the Srapians, if I didn't have to live with them, I'd be like, well, that's really gross and awful and evil, and I think that they're bad, but I don't have to live with you.
But the thing that makes them bad is that you have a trait inside you that you were just born with, and that trait is good because you say it's good. Do you see?
Good because it allows me to live in peace with my species. It has so Stanford is the last name of the guy, not the institution that this academic journal belongs to, by the way, because you said it was Harvard earlier. He argues that
I said it was Harvard. I'm sure.
Okay, so
I'm pretty sure anyway.
This specific like our capacity to our tendency to externalize our morality and determine who we wish to associate based upon our externalized morality has probably significantly increased our cognitive capacities and abilities. So this might be a part of why we are such an intelligent species.
These are all descriptors, though. All that they do is explain why we're this way, not why we should be this way.
Why we should be this way?
Yeah. Do you understand that, if it is the case that I have a gene, right, that makes me more prone to alcohol, which I probably do because I'm Irish, right? And this is a common stereotype. Why shouldn't I be an alcoholic if I have this inborn trait? You would say, well, because you know, I don't know, it could ruin your life or this or that. But if I want my life ruined and I just want to be an alcoholic, do you care?
Do I care if you want to ruin your life?
Yeah.
If I had to live with you in my community,
You don't have to live with me in your community. I live on the
Would I
other side of the
care that
world in
you are like
Ireland,
this?
and we all drink ourselves to death because we think it's fun.
I mean, I would be like, whoa, that's weird and bad. That's not good. That's antisocial.
But what makes it bad, though?
The antisocial properties. I mean, I suppose the one universal
Yeah, but
that
you see how you keep
that
on appealing.
I can grant you, the one universal that I can grant you is that I think as animals, we do have some sort of drive to propagate our species. Would you agree or disagree?
Well, no, I would disagree. I think that we have the drive to have sexual intercourse, not necessarily to propagate.
Right, which we want to, which leads typically to reproduction. We have natural desires that cause arousal.
Yes, that is the case. So
Right.
it is a side effect of sexual intercourse that we have children, but the desire to propagate itself, I think that that would vary greatly, but the desire to have sexual intercourse doesn't vary so much. So no, I'm not willing to kind of grant the idea that human beings have a massive drive necessarily for propagation, but it's rather a massive drive for sex, which leads to propagation. I would say most mammal species operate in this fashion. Yep. That rabbits don't give a shit about having kids. They just want to fuck.
No, of course not. It's just it's what we do.
Yeah.
You know, it's what our bodies, what our biology.
So the thing is when we're talking about aughts, when we're talking about aughts versus is's, you're giving me a bunch of descriptors for how human beings operate. That's great. But not descriptors for why they ought to operate that way. And then when I ask you why they ought to, you say because we do. We ought to operate this way because we do operate this way. That's why we should operate this way because we operate this way. That's not only circular, but it's actually retarded because you could just make that you can make that claim with anything. The Irish should drink themselves to death. Why? Because they do drink themselves to death. Why is that bad though? Because that's what we do.
But I also feel that you are operating on the same circular logic in the sense that, like, if I ask you why something is moral or immoral, you will say because God says so. And I'll say, how do you know God says so? Well, I just think he does. Like, again, it's going to go, there's no really like evidence that you could provide me to have a sort of concrete.
But here's the thing that's funny is like, what standard of evidence, first of all, two questions. One, what standard of evidence would you even accept? As the most prominent atheist, Richard Dawkins, said, if he looked at the sky and it said, Richard, I'm God, he would reject it. Okay. And then second, even if that was the case, who cares? Like, even if I'm totally wrong, who gives a shit? Ultimately, you can never appeal to anything for why I'm wrong, except you are because I think you are because the traits inside me say you are. And the reason they're right is because they are. And so
you
ultimately,
can't prove it. You also can't prove why I'm wrong.
Oh, no.
It's only on the basis of your,
I think you missed the whole point. I think you missed the whole point.
Your God.
I'm not trying to prove you wrong. I'm trying to make sure that you affirm the belief that all things which are moral are just completely subjectively relevant or relative to your preferences and feelings. I don't give a shit about you being wrong. I'm happy that you hold those preferences because that means that any condemnation that you ever give as a moral prescription towards another human being doesn't mean shit. Because it's just fucking relative. It doesn't mean
Neither
shit.
does yours,
if a dictator goes in, that's fine. I'm looking for the position of power. I'm telling Christians they should be in a position of power and authority. And fucking secularists can't make a single argument for why they shouldn't, except because it makes us feel bad. So you're banking on Christian morality. You're banking on our moral system to hold us back from literally ruling over all of you fuckers. And that's what's so hilarious. I'm banking on Christian ethics and Christian
has led to the greatest peace on our earth.
What? When was this?
I mean, secularism brought us like America. It brought us America.
What?
Didn't
Secularism
it?
didn't. Okay, and was America founded on colonialism and genocide?
I mean, the reason that you can be like you're Orthodox and Orthodox Christian is that you could be because of secularism.
Wait a second.
It is secularism that allows you to exist as an Orthodox Christian right
America
now in America.
Okay, was America founded on colonialism and genocide?
It sure was. But
Then-
it was
and that
also
was
founded
brought to us
upon
by
secularism,
Okay,
which
great.
was the good part of it. Yeah,
So
these things are actively kind of complex.
secularists who are peaceful brought us colonialism and genocide. Brilliant argument.
No, I mean the founding principles of America. How the country was settled is different.
I get it. Hang on. The founders, who were a bunch of genocidal maniacs who killed all the Indians, right? Killed all the natives, killed all the people, right? And committed colonialism and genocide. They were secularists, and secularists brought us the greatest amount of peace. Is that right?
Well, no, many of the settlers themselves were religious, but like we were not killing Christians. We were not killing other Christians. Again, it was secularism that allows you to exist
only Christian
as you
lives
do
matter?
now.
So only Christian lives matter?
No, that's not at all what I said. But I'm talking about you. Like
Okay,
again,
I'm talking
like
about
it
me
is
too.
it is secularism that
Uh-huh.
allows you to be what you are. You are not
Oh.
like forced to adhere to
Oh.
whatever government, state, religion we want. Like it is the secularists that allow you to have these beliefs.
Oh, I didn't know that. So there's no state religions anywhere that allow people to have the free exercise of religion, even while they have a state religion?
There are some, but they typically tend to, again, be pretty, shitty towards people that do not adhere to the.
Oh, really? Like the
main
Norwegian nations?
religion.
Like I'm sorry, not the Norwegian nations, the Nordic nations. The Nordic nations who have state religions, they tend to be really shitty towards people who aren't part of those religions, do they?
They have so Norway is not a Christian state.
I didn't say Norway. I said Nordic nations.
Which Nordic nations are Christian state?
Look
have a
up
state
Nordic
religion?
nation, state religion. I believe it's I'm trying to go off the top of my head here. I usually have a reference in front of me.
So most Nordic countries have disestablished their state churches.
That's nice. What about the ones who haven't, though?
So it's just Denmark.
Okay, so Denmark has a state religion, and they're really just not peaceful towards people who aren't part of that religion then?
Denmark's fine, but it seems like they're most likely to disestablish the Church of Denmark as the state religion. I also think that there's probably too many prominent examples of nations that are
when do they
religion, such as
when do they plan
Israel,
on getting rid of the state
Iran
religion?
are very violent. When do they plan on it? I think that they most likely will, if all the other Nordic countries are.
Oh, really? When?
When?
Yeah.
It was 2017 when Norway did.
Norway did what?
Disestablish the separated of church. Hold on.
Is there a Church of England by chance?
There is.
Oh, and what is that? Anglican?
Yeah, but there's
Are you
a
persecuted for not being Anglican?
You were at one point, yes. You were at one point.
You right now?
But now it is secular.
So no, it's not.
They
secular.
have a separation
No,
of church and state. They have a
okay.
separation.
Do you
of church
understand
and state.
that you saying that there's a separation of church and state doesn't mean that secularists brought us that? That Christians can have state churches and still allow you the free exercise of worship? Do you understand that these are not claimed? When you make these claims, secularists are the reason that you can worship right now. No, in fact, that's not the case. The very first secularist nation I'm aware of was the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union. Hang on, stop.
So that they could,
your
ancestors had to flee.
Yeah, okay, great. They had to flee, man. Everyone had to flee at some point, man. But anyway, the very first secular state I can think of was the Soviet Union. And the Soviet Union did away with Christianity by killing them. That's what they did. The Tsar of Russia, who they went in and killed, was an Orthodox Christian. They killed them all. That's what the Bolsheviks did. They killed them. Bolshevik atheists killed everybody. They weren't
actually,
fucking
the first
peaceful.
secular state was the United States of America.
No, it wasn't a secular state. No,
it was.
No, it wasn't.
That is in our Constitution, isn't it?
No, it's not in our Constitution. The First Amendment says that the Congress cannot make an establishment of religion which favors one over the other. That is not a secular state. at all.
Yeah, that is a secular state.
No, it's not a secular
That is
state.
a separation of,
no,
of
it's
church
not.
and state. We
Our
have a separation
original-
of church and
Lady,
state.
our original, all of our original states had state religions, all of them, post the First Amendment. Post the First Amendment, the 10th Amendment allowed for states to have their own state religion. You are
Yeah,
totally
but not our
wrong.
country. That's a different. That is
Bro,
not our nation.
every
Our nation
single-
was a secular nation.
No,
It's a
how can it be a secular
man.
nation where individual states can have their own state religion? How's that a secular nation?
Well, that is, a difference between federal and state powers. That is allowing
Yeah, so
states
then
to
it's
determine
not a
what they
secular
want.
nation. That's just made
No,
up
we had a
tripe.
secular nation, man.
No, that's
because
not a
we
secular
don't
nation,
have
man.
an official religion, and there's a separation
You
of
don't
church and
need
state.
to have an official religion
There
at
is
the
a
federal level for
separation
you to have it at the
between
state
church and
level.
state, man.
No,
I don't.
there's
You
not,
can't
man.
argue.
Show me in the
There is.
Constitution anywhere where it says
Oh.
there's a separation between church and state. Anywhere.
The First Amendment prevents Congress from creating or establishing a religion.
So I'm sorry. Where does it say anything about separation of church and state?
Dude, it is literally like the First Amendment. Like, I don't even.
The First Amendment
like, I
literally
don't
doesn't
even-
say that. It literally doesn't. Literally, quite literally, it literally doesn't quite literally say that at all.
I mean, I guess if you can't read
No, I can read. Can you
or
read me the
understand
word
context
church?
clues.
Can you read me the word
These are
church? Can you
context
read me
clues.
any of that? What context clues? Do you understand that if it is the case that all of our states could have state religions and the federal government couldn't interfere in the establishment with states making state religions, this wasn't a secular nation. Do you understand that?
So,
all that is saying is that Congress can't go to the states and tell the states which religion they have to follow. That's it.
yeah,
That's all it's saying.
precisely.
That's not a secular
That can't-
nation. What are you
Yes, it is.
talking
It is a
about?
secular.
It's not a
We have a
nation.
secular nation, man. Yeah.
A secular nation would be saying that I don't know, the Constitution prevents religion, or religion can't have an establishment of authority, or there can't be states. Or
someone brought up a quote here from President John Adams: "As the government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion." I want to pull
That's
it
nice.
up. John Adams, government of the United States.
you know, there was
not
way more
founded
founders
on
than John Adams,
Christian-
right?
Of course, yeah. But I mean, Thomas Jefferson, in the letter to the Danbury Baptist, reiterates that religion is a matter which lies solely between man and his God, that he owes account to none other for his faith or his worship. The legitimate powers of government reach actions only, not opinions.
Yeah.
I contemplate with solemn reverence that act of the whole American people, which declare that the legislature should make no law respecting the establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof.
And when was Thomas Jefferson president?
He was the third.
Okay, and what years were those?
Let me do the math. I think George Washington had 3 terms, so that was.
And when did it? Well, what was the year on the letter? How about that?
1776.
What was the year on the letter?
Danbury Baptist.
Yeah. What year?
$1802.
Oh, 1802. So this was long after the Constitution was established. Is that correct?
Yeah, but in our,
well,
it's literally,
wait,
it
that's
is,
really,
it's
wait a second, that's
guaranteed
really
as
weird.
Americans, we are guaranteed
that's really
a
weird.
separation of church and
So
state.
Thomas Jefferson, who was going state to state because he wanted a stronger federal body, so he was trying to get states to eliminate state religions, which they were allowed to have under the federal Constitution. You're going to read his letter after the ratification of the Constitution in 1802 as though that's evidence of a secular nation. Brilliant argument.
We absolutely have this. It's in the let me see, what is this saying?
We absolutely don't have this. Read the 10th Amendment.
The 10th Amendment.
Yeah, read the 10th Amendment.
Reinforce the principle of federalism by saying that any power is not delegated to the federal government nor are reserved to the states of Feudalism, and was federal power only those explicitly belong to the Constitution. So yeah, as a nation, yeah, sure, certainly states could have their own individual
So what the First
religions,
Amendment is
which
saying,
they no
so-
longer do. As
So what
far
the
as I
first,
understand.
but they could and can, but what the First Amendment actually says then is that Congress is not able to establish a law because, right, they left it up to the individual states and not as a federal authority. But that doesn't make it a secular nation. They literally left each state determine whatever state religion they wanted to. And inside of that state, it was highly enforced. How can you say we have a secular nation where individual states can say Catholics can't come here? Can you explain that to me?
Did we have states where Catholics weren't allowed to come there? Well, clearly we corrected. And also, it wasn't our nation; it was individual states.
Clearly, we corrected. I'm sorry. First Amendment and 10th Amendment changed last time I looked because it didn't. The thing is that no, it wasn't founded as a secular nation. No, there were states that had their own independent religions, and yes, they could bar and make law based on those religions. How the fuck could that be a secular state?
The 14th Amendment enforces equal protection onto the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment. It is outlawed constitutionally. So
read the 14th Amendment. And give me
Amendment?
Yeah, read it.
Our citizens entitled due process. Citizen clause.
Mm-hmm. What year was the 14th Amendment ratified?
I don't fucking remember.
1868.
Yeah, but man, the thing is that you are like you are arguing about all this stuff. And the thing is that like I need you to understand. It's my understanding that you're a recent convert. I don't know if you were atheist before or what. Were you atheist? Were you raised with a religion? Did you go to church?
Yeah.
Okay, but you're a recent convert to Orthodox Christianity.
Yeah, so what?
Like, no, there's nothing wrong with that. But the thing is that between different denominations,
it's not that recent anymore, by the way.
Historically, it like, well, I mean, you should know this. I mean, your ancestors were most likely Catholics fleeing persecution from Protestants, and that's why they came to the U.S.
No, it would be the other way around. It would be Protestants fleeing persecution from Anglicans.
Okay. My bad. Most
definitely not going to be Catholics fleeing Protestants, because it would be Protestants fleeing from Anglican. But anyway, go ahead.
Okay, my bad. It may as well have been a different religion. It may as well, Catholicism to the Protestant may as well have been Islam. So it does matter that our nation had a separation of church and state and was secular.
Yeah, but
it did. But it absolutely did.
But I demonstrated to you multiple times it didn't. All you have been able to do is give post hoc justification. After the Constitution was ratified, we already had states that had state religions, and you claim that they could make laws and discriminate based on those state religions, and that was perfectly acceptable, but somehow this was a secular nation. That literally makes no sense. That's like me saying my nation is secular, but all the people who live in it are religious. Each state has their own religion.
What was our federal religion? What was the federal religion?
There doesn't need to be a federal religion. It was a perspective right given to the states. No, the federal, listen, you dimwit. The Constitution of the United States was designed specifically to say what the federal government could not do. Or, I'm sorry, what they could do, not what they could not do. They were not allowed to make any type of prescriptive claim on religion at the federal level as a compromise to the states. The states were. And you can't say you have a secular nation if each one of your states can ratify its own fucking religion, make it the state religion, and then bar people from entry based on that state religion. That's the opposite of a secular state.
So the federal government not being able to enforce spiritual matters or religious matters in the states, you think that is not secular?
All it does is pass the buck to the states to enforce those things, which they did, and
to
they
make their own decisions and to choose which religion they would like to have as their state religion or to not have one.
Okay,
so what I'm saying is that were the states, did they all choose the same denomination? Did they pick the same denomination? Did they pick the same denomination?
I'm going to close my eyes. I'm going to close my eyes.
You're popping out because you're talking over.
I am going to create my perfect secular nation. What does that look like, Andrew? It means that I'm not going to make any prescriptions about religion but I'm going to let each individual province inside of my nation do that, and they can totally discriminate based on their religions because this is a secular nation. Does that sound right to you, or does that sound fucking, I don't know, retarded?
Oh, I mean, that's the definition of a secular nation.
They
gave states the decision. They allowed states to.
That's what a secular nation is to you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, then if
They
all
gave
a secular...
the United States
So a secular nation to you is I can create in my state the Orthodox religion and then discriminate based upon it. That's a secular nation to you.
Yeah, the
right?
federal government can't stop you from doing that.
Great. So you have no problem with individual states creating an Orthodox only, no LGBTQ allowed, make prescriptions based on their religion in their state, right? No issues with that because it's a secular nation.
I don't think we're allowed to do that anymore.
Yeah, but here's
however,
the thing.
Again, like what I'm saying is that yes, the federal government was founded on secularism.
No, it
But
wasn't.
They have to leave you
ideas.
alone. They have to let you stop worship. They can't stop you from worshiping.
Which of our founders were secularists, do you think?
They were all personally Christian.
Okay, so I'm sorry. This is super weird to me. We were founded as a secular nation where each one of the states had their own religion, which was ratified and recognized by the federal government, and they could discriminate based on the policies of that religion in the province of that state, and that to you is a secular nation. So right now, if it was the case that we had a nation where you had states inside of it that were all Orthodox and discriminated based on the orthodoxy, that to you is a secular nation, right?
Yes, if the federal government is not enforcing a specific religion.
Great, then I want more secular nations. I want more.
We also can't, because the First Amendment has two
get.
provisions concerning religion: the Establishment Clause and the Free Exercise Clause. Government clause prohibits the government from establishing religion.
They can't establish
historically, it meant prohibiting state-sponsored churches such as the Church of England.
Right. So the whole nation
today,
couldn't have the Church of
constitutes an
England.
establishment of religion is often governed under the three-part test set forth by the U.S. Supreme Court in Lemon versus Kurtzman. Under the Lemon test, government can assist religion only if 1, the primary purpose of the assistance is secular, the assistance must neither promote nor inhibit religion, and 3, there is no excessive entanglement between church and state. So, again, I do not believe that we can establish state religions, even if the original colonies had them and the first states.
But we're not arguing. Hang on, we're not arguing right now if you can or can't in modernity establish religions inside the states. That's a totally different claim than this. Andrew, we were established as a secular nation. And what made us a secular nation was that the federal government couldn't make a national religion, but rather each state could make their own religion and then discriminate and do what they wanted based on their religious practices and beliefs, including not letting you hold office if you weren't a part of that religion. If that to you is a secular state, then I completely concede and want all states to be secular. I want exactly that, because man, what a great thing that was for religion. If that's what a secular state is from Charlie's point of view, then that's what Andrew Wilson wants more of.
More
secular states.
I do think that yes, federally, nations not enforcing a national religion is a positive thing. That's what it is.
That's not what you said. You didn't say it was positive.
Secular state. We have a secular state.
Okay, a secular
state.
We
have had a secular state. Do you deny?
Yes, I deny.
Do you deny that the U.S. government, in its inception, do you holy fuck? Let me phrase this correctly.
Okay.
It is a fact, correct, that the United States government, in its inception, decided to not enforce any religion nationally.
No. What happened is that the federal government said that under the 10th Amendment, the states could adopt their religion. And by the way, the federal government couldn't do shit about that. and that each individual state could discriminate, including who could hold office based on those religions.
They could not federally enforce.
Yeah, that's just a separation of powers.
Yeah,
like saying
that is oh my god, like a separation of church and state.
It's not a separation of church and state.
That's a separation of church and state.
States have churches. States have churches.
Can I clear this up really quick?
A separation of power is not the same as a separation of church and state, nitwit. You can't say I have a secular state where everybody inside of it can make policy based on their religion. That's not a secular state.
That they all choose on their own. The federal government is not enforcing.
Maybe this will help. So it was the 14th Amendment came about for, from what I'm understanding and reading, based on slavery.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with any of this.
Right. However, it wasn't until the court case Cantwell v. Connecticut in 1940 that was the key case that interpreted the 14th Amendment to make the First Amendment's free exercise clause applicable to state law. So it wasn't until 1940 that even applied to the states, where the states could not infringe upon people's rights to practice their own religion.
This still does not change the fact that the federal government of the United States,
well, yes, it would.
never nationally enforced a religion.
And let me clarify. You have to have it happening for them to have a case to go against it. The fact that a case
the U.S. government has never federally enforced a national religion. So there's a difference between state governments. There's there's state governments and federal governments.
Well, right,
like
but we are we are the United States of America, right? We have a federal representation that we kind of feed into, that it's federalism at its finest, right? So federal government just kind of oversees and makes sure we're all getting along and playing well. But essentially, we're all individual states with our own little bubbles in our own little world. We can make laws that, I can make a law in Maryland that says you can't smoke until you're 35. You can't buy cigarettes until you're 35. And the federal government can't come in and be like, no, you can't do that. Yes, I can, because we think that's best for our state. However,
precisely. So the federal government has never been allowed to federally enforce or create a religion.
Yeah. Do you understand, though, that
they have never forced the federal government cannot.
Okay, we're going to have the neighborhood
cannot nationally enforce a religion.
Got it.
States can do what they want, but the federal government cannot.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
We now are going to implement the United States of Charlie. And the United States of Charlie is just the name we give a neighborhood that Charlie establishes. Okay, that you establish. It's just a neighborhood. Here's the rules of the neighborhood. Charlie establishes it, right? And Charlie has control, right? A lot of control of this neighborhood. As part of your starting charter, you say, I will not in any way, shape, or form infringe on any of you guys having religion inside of any of your households. And everybody who comes in there to live happens to be highly religious and establishes inside of each of their households religious doctrines, which are exclusionary to LGBTQ people and all sorts of things with association. You are living in a secular neighborhood, right?
Because I am not enforcing a religion onto the neighborhood, and I'm not basing my laws.
So it's a
upon
secular.
That religion.
That's a secular neighborhood.
Yes.
Okay. Well, then I, based on this definition of secularism, want a lot fucking more of it. As much of it as we can possibly get.
Well,
I want everybody to be secularist.
We have a separation of church and state. So
hey, Charlie, I want more Charlie neighborhoods where the secularists found it, the hyper religious come in, they make all sorts of discriminatory policy, and you just fucking sit there and take it. I want more of that. I want as much of that as I could possibly get, Chuck.
But we weren't even federally acknowledged.
So I don't understand. What was your thing? Do you think that the U.S. government is a Christian government?
Yes.
We have federally enforced Christianity.
No, I didn't say it was federally
okay, well
enforced.
then it's secular.
No, that's
if we
not
have
secular.
freedom of religion, if they cannot, if our federal laws cannot be based upon religious authority and is separate from the church. Oh my God! I am trying to explain to you how our government
explain it.
works,
Use small
and it's
words.
Deeply frustrating.
Oh, use small. Oh, hang on. You're right. You're right. You should
Big
explain to me how the government works.
cannot make small government religious.
Okay, I got it. Can you just, since you're explaining to me how the government works, can you just name the 3 branches of government for me?
Legislative, judicial, and executive.
Got it. What does the Speaker of the House do?
Speaker of the House is usually... Why are you fucking quizzing me on
Answer
shit?
the question. What does the Speaker of the House do?
Wait, no, wait. This is you. You are being
Just answer the fucking question. What does the Speaker of the House do?
You're panicking, bro.
Can you answer what does the Speaker of the House do?
You are panicking. No. I am not going to fall. I am not going to fall into your...
Well,
what does the Speaker of the House do?
Speaker of the House is. This
It's
is like
kind of built into the. It's kind of built into the word. It's kind of built into.
No, yes, I know that it is. It is like the fucking whatever leader majority of the House.
Well, I mean, you're going to explain civics to me, right? That's what you were saying. You're trying to explain to me how civics work. Like, could you tell me what
you are like panicking over the fact that the U.S. is secular because we don't have an official religion.
Can you tell me what the Speaker of the House does?
Can you tell me why you think the United States of America has a Christian government?
Yeah, because most of the people in the government are Christian.
No. Are our laws informed by Christianity? They are based on Christianity?
Yeah, so
that is just factually incorrect.
If it is the case,
like I feel like you're operating in Goo Goo Baba La La Land.
So if it was the case that most of our government were Muslims,
right
if it were the case that most of our government were Muslims, and then they governed based on Sharia ethics and passed all Sharia ethical legislation, would you say that we had a Muslim government?
Do you think that every law that we
have
is based upon Christian ethics? Do you think gay marriage is based upon
I didn't say everyone.
Christian
That's not what I asked you.
Abortion?
Can you answer my question? Answer the question, then ask the question.
I mean, again, this is a ridiculous comparison because it is not. It is not. We do not function
Muslims
the same way.
are democratically elected. And because they're democratically elected, they're in the House of Representatives and they're in the Senate, and they are able to, in a bipartisan fashion, pass legislation based on their moral Muslim fundamentalism. Okay. Would you say we had a Muslim government?
Do you think that gay marriage
answer the fucking question
is a Christian? Do you think that gay marriage is a Christian law?
Answer
Do you think
that question
thinking is thought? And then move on. Let's just ask each other questions.
If they personally were motivated by their religious beliefs, it would still be secular if it was not based upon Sharia law. However, you cannot argue with all your issues with the United States of America and the laws that we have regarding transfer. What were you saying? Fucking Gretchen Wieners. No. Is it Big Gretch? Is that who I'm thinking of?
Yeah, Gretchen.
Big Gretch is, passing like laws that are like pro-trans, pro-LGBT. And again, we do have these sort of codified in our laws at a federal level. Do you think that these are these Christian things? Or are you distressed because they are not Christian things?
Yeah, I would say that if the majority of the government were secular and they were passing secular laws, that I would consider them to be a secular government. On the other hand, if Muslims,
we passing secular laws?
In some areas, yes.
Okay, so
and we're on the threshold.
We are not like on a widespread level passing Christian laws.
What does that have to do with anything? The question here from you was, would you say most of the government is Christian? Yes. And you said, what's your justification? I said, well, here's my justification. My counter to you was to explain that if you had a majority which passed Muslim laws, would you consider it a Muslim government? Of course, you didn't answer that question because answering questions for you is an allergy.
I said no, because that would be different. It is not based upon. Their legislation is not based upon their religion. There's a separation of church and state.
Hang on. I got it now. So here's the thing then. I actually love this system. So if that's still considered secularism, then I think that we should only elect Christians into government to only pass legislation based on their Christianity. And that's secular.
I mean, good luck, because, like I was saying earlier, there's so many denominations. My advisor for my dissertation is a gay Christian man who is super duper pro LGBT. Like your brand of Christianity is a bit more extreme.
I don't know. We got abortion outlawed.
Depends on the state.
Yeah, I think it's not going to for long when the Supreme Court rules that even at the state level they can't do it. And we're getting birthright citizenship challenged. You can say good luck, but I've been having pretty goddamn good luck there, Charlie. We've been having a lot of really good luck, Chuck. And the thing is, you can't say anything because it's
you had
secular.
one win in 2022.
Hey,
you had
it's all
one
secular.
win in 2022.
Hey, all that abortion stuff that happened, outlawing that was secular. It's secular policy.
That was indeed secular.
Yeah, I agree. More secular policy, please. I love this version of secular. This is my favorite. You're probably my favorite secularist that I've ever debated with, because I can literally concede to all of your secularism as being fucking based and awesome, and I want more of it.
Listen, man, I know what kills you inside. That Christianity is not the the law of the land here. I know it kills you inside, but I
don't know. Right now, Christianity has stated your body, our choice, and we appear to be correct. The Christianity has now stated at the national level, your body, our choice. So I don't know. I feel like we're stacking up the W's.
Ethics? That's in your universal Christian ethics.
What do you mean?
Your body,
any
our choice?
legislation that we passed nationally is secular.
Yeah.
Yeah. Your body, our choice, secular position. Gotta love that.
No, it's based on states' rights at this point.
Yeah, no, but it's all secular. So,
they released it to the states.
Anything us crazy
it is quite literally secular.
Hey,
yes.
Anything us Christians pass is secular. I agree. Any legislation Christians get together to pass, secular. Immediately. Abortion, secular. All the ways that we can rule and fuck you people over, and we're going to. That's all secular. You can't blame Christianity for that. That's secular.
Do you think the majority of people who are anti-abortion, do you think every politician was operating based upon their own religious principles?
It had nothing to do with politicians. It was a ruling, right?
I mean, Roe v. Wade being overturned was, that was not the American people.
Yeah. So what's your question?
What I mean is, do you think those people that had Roe v. Wade overturned were those Christians?
You mean the people in the court?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They turned it over to the states. They wanted to turn it over to the states.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
And they did that based on their informed Christian ethics of trying to get and they were moving towards abortion being limited and not federally protected, which definitely assaulted abortion rights. But it doesn't matter, because it doesn't matter that they were informed in those decisions because they were Christians, because they're actually secular.
Yeah. It's not based on Christianity.
You're totally right.
I
agree. More rulings, more secular rulings, please.
That is anti-abortion.
Look, I love this. Look, I don't even know what we're arguing about. I love your system. Your system says that a bunch of religious fundamentalists can take over the entirety of the government, rule however they want, and you're going to blame secularists. I fucking love this shit. This is my favorite. Again, you're my favorite secularist I've ever debated with. I love this position. I wish that we could write this and enshrine it, this definition of secularism, into stone.
Oh, damn it. Oh, no, he was in a moment. We'll wait. We'll give him a second until he, whatever it does fixes itself. We'll give it a second.
Yeah.
I think maybe there's some confusion too with the states, because when they were originally becoming established, you had your 13 original colonies and so on and so forth. People tended to cling to their communities, right? And then eventually the states were developing per that focal point. The communities kind of grew bigger and they established this as a state or a colony, for instance. And then eventually it expanded to where they said, hey, let's become one big united group and, protect ourselves together from over the pond. And essentially like a lot of those individual places, like they just kind of wanted their own little zone so they could do whatever they want, however they wanted. We didn't have like interstate travel rights. We didn't have interstate merchants, laws of that nature. So that's why you see slavery in some states is good and slavery in some states is bad. And some things are accepted and some things are not.
So federally, there was no religion nationally enforced, and that was enshrined in our Constitution. So that there could be no federally enforced religion.
But that's because the states were established first, and they said, well, up here in Delaware, there's a bunch of Amish. Over here, there's a bunch of Catholics. Over here, there's a bunch of
right. So like religious freedom.
So basically,
right?
They said, "Hey, look, we want to come together, but we already recognize we're all different, and separated, but we want to be united." So no, they weren't going to establish this big whole umbrella, one religion overall, because they still acknowledged that we were all different communities of
right. So it was secular,
right.
Yeah.
But it wasn't
secular. Federally secular.
If
right?
it was secular,
we allowed the states to do what?
Hold on. If it was secular, it wouldn't acknowledge that there was religious freedoms to begin with, because it wouldn't even be saying that religion is a thing. It wouldn't even acknowledge it.
Sorry, what?
If it was secular, it wouldn't even be recognizing that all of these people were doing religious. We wouldn't have that protection of religious freedom to begin with. We would just say, well, whatever, like we're not even going to protect you.
So I could you both tell me what you think secular means?
What I'm saying is we wouldn't be so hard out on submitting that protection in place in order to acknowledge all of these different states, and then we're recognizing that we're all different. It just wouldn't. We put all of these protections in place, like we recognized that was important to us. Our religions were important to us.
Yeah, so secular would be
our individual religions.
Yeah,
that we were allowed to practice.
Not connected to religious matters.
Correct. Yes, our federal government is not connected to religious matters. It allows,
but that wouldn't make it a secular state. So it is connected to religious matters then.
It is granting freedom of religion. It is guaranteeing a right.
So then it's connected to religious matters?
Our laws are not determined by a religion, and we do not.
Yes, they are.
Enforce.
Many laws are determined by our religion. You're just objectively wrong.
Dude,
and at our inception, they were as well. I don't know
what the word secular means, man.
What does it mean? I just gave you a definition. Give me yours.
Secular?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
Waiting for chat to tell you.
It is literally, no, I'm sorry. I'm looking up. I'm seeing if I need to find you a definition, but I still don't understand how you are not understanding this.
Give me your definition. Let's see if we can work this thing out.
It is, again, yes, not connected to religion in nature. So you are saying that granting freedom of religion
would be connected to religion in nature, yeah.
So saying that we will, as a nation, our laws will not be determined by one religion, and that we will allow everyone to practice their own religions, you think that that's secular?
Yeah, if you allow each one of your states to have their own state religion, okay, and each one of them can make their own policies based on the religion they implement in that state, then what you're doing is you're affirming that the federal government has to recognize those religions, the opposite of secular. Now, if you had a secular state, what you would do is you would say there's no religion allowed to be established and we're not going to recognize any of them. But having to recognize religions.
Yeah, there's no federally recognized religion. There's no.
Yes, there's. Why don't you fact check your claim here?
There is no.
Yes,
nationally recognized federal.
Yes,
religion.
there is.
We do not have a national religion.
I didn't say federal. Listen.
We do
you
not
just
have
got
a
done
national
getting
religion, man.
Why is it you don't?
Have a national,
Nobody's disputing that.
I'm just like, I am like shook right now.
But we had
being stupid is painful. It's true. Being stupid is painful.
Hold on. We may not have an over umbrella federal religion. We don't. We recognize that. But the states did, and the states were who created that protection layer over all of that.
I don't think you guys understand what a secular government is. I don't think you guys know what that means.
But then wouldn't that
what does it mean?
The states were religious governments? The states are the ones who created the federal law.
It is not based upon, it was the founding fathers that got together.
No, they didn't. The founding fathers. The founding fathers didn't get
government though. Who makes up the federal government? Who makes that? It's the United States.
Yeah, see, it's representatives from the states, but not only that,
the
founders didn't just get together.
You guys don't know what secular means or what a secular government is.
Hold on.
Yes, it is crazy. You're right about that.
Oh my God.
You're totally right about that. It is crazy.
Remember the 13 original colonies, right? And that's how we kind of started off with these 13 little groups.
Well, actually, it all came from the Articles of Confederation. But the thing is, do you think that this was spontaneous? This was a work in process for years and years and years.
Early they all had different. They were practicing different denominations. It's not fucking. Again, it is a freedom of religion.
So the federal
we would have a freedom of religion.
Yes. So each one of your individual states.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So each one of your individual states who has a religion has to be recognized by the federal government. That would be the opposite of a secular state, dimwit. The opposite. That would be the opposite. A secular state would say there's no recognizing of religion.
So I need you guys to understand that.
Okay, I'm going to try to understand.
Allowing individual states to have their religions.
Mm-hmm.
Does not mean that the federal government of the United States
Yeah, but that's not what our
was not secular. Was not secular. I don't think you guys.
Not only was it not secular, but the First Amendment itself, it says that the federal government is not allowed to ratify a national religion. That's true.
Yeah, we have a secular nation.
No, that's not what a secular nation would be.
We are allowed to.
Lady, I just heard you out. I just heard you out.
God.
If a state ratifies a religion as a state religion and the federal government's forced to recognize it, that would not be a secular state.
So what happened?
Secular doesn't mean that religion is never mentioned. That's not what that means.
I didn't say it did.
It means religion. That's so saying that the United States government, our federal government, is secular. That does not mean they can't say anything about religion in the Constitution, guaranteeing people and states the right to their religions.
Yeah, but what they wouldn't
a federal religion.
But they had to recognize them. They had to recognize them. That's the disconnect. Like if they said we're not going to recognize any of your state religions, sure, I could at least maybe see that there's an argument here for some sort of secularism. I still think that's a hard one, but they literally had to recognize those individual states' religions based on the 10th Amendment. That's the opposite of secular. Opposite. That means I can't use my power to come in and tell you that you can't rule religiously. That would be the opposite of secular.
Our federal government is not based upon a specific religion.
So what? It doesn't need to be.
They are not. I am telling you
what it originally did was it gave the states the room to utilize their religion and to apply it by law accordingly. You could basically say, if you're Muslim, we don't want you here. If you're, Mormon, we don't want you. You could say those things within your state, and you're protected by that umbrella on the federal level.
I'm so aware of that.
Basically, it literally allowed the states. It allowed the states to pass laws based off their religions. This is why we still have a lot of these crazy, dumb, like off the wall laws, out all sorts of places.
Right. And like you said, there was different religions. There was different religions. It wasn't all the same religion that they picked, right? It was different religions.
So the
And that was
federal
okay
government
because we
is
live in a
telling
secular nation that allows you to have your own
federal
religion.
level acknowledged and said, "Hey, state over there, if you want to make laws based off this religion, kick people out because you're
We
going to
can't
do
do
it
shit.
because we're not going to do it.
Yes,
It's your
precisely
state."
because it is a secular nation. It is
wouldn't
a
that be-
secular nation.
But
Oh,
wouldn't that be
okay.
recognizing that laws can be passed
Yes,
based off
allowing-
religion?
On a state level, yeah.
And at the federal level.
No, not at the federal fucking level.
Yes, if you govern-
If
cannot
all the
determine-
states come to an agreement with their representatives and their Congress, and all 50 states are all Christian based, then yes, you can.
Yeah.
Do you think every Christian denomination is the same?
No.
That's
What does that have to do
you
with
literally
anything?
just said different.
It would just be that it wasn't secular at that point. It would have nothing to do with whether or not they have
It
the
is
same form
secular
of
because
Christianity.
there was no specific, like, oh my God.
So you're saying, but under your logic, if every single state was Lutheran, all of them were Lutherans, let's say.
But they were not all Lutheran.
But if they were, you would still say that was a secular state.
That is not what America was founded upon. Our whole thing is you are letting people be any kind of Christian or any
So if
kind of
everybody
religion
chose to
they
be a
wanna
fucking Lutheran, that would still be a secular
they
state,
didn't.
right? But if
But
they
they
did,
didn't.
it would still be a
But they
secular state,
didn't.
right? But if they
But they
did, they would
didn't.
still be. But if they did, they would still be a secular state.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Oh my God. If they did, would it still be a secular state? If all of the states, yes, of
if
course.
they
So
were
then
all
what are you
allowed-
oh my
if they
godding
were
for?
if they were allowed to be, yes.
So if
If
all
they were
those
allowed to
states,
choose
which
the
were all
religion that they
Lutheran,
want to be-
so if every one of those states, which were all Lutheran, all came together and they had a constitutional convention and they passed a fucking amendment based on their religion, that would still be a secular state, right?
The framework of it, bro. It is.
Yeah,
the
that would still be a
premise of it.
secular
It is the
state, right?
basis of it. Yes, it is.
Okay,
Secularism.
good. Okay, good. If that's what you think secularism is, I'm fucking all for it. All for it.
Okay. Yeah, that's how that works.
Okay.
Glad we understand definitions now.
I mean, I'm fine with it. If that's what you consider a secular state, totally fine with it. And
Okay.
if anything goes wrong, it's because the secularists did it. Because this is a secular state. So if Christians get together and do anything, don't fucking matter. Secularists did it. It's a secular
right.
state.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
We have a secular. We have a secular country.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
Yeah, I don't really need to go anywhere from here, Sarah.
I don't think I do either.
You remember when the fucking secularists were like super racist and they were doing horrible things to black people, like not letting them vote and shit? Fucking secularists. Fucking bastards. Remember when secularists killed
in our seculist country?
Yeah, do you remember when
that
the
is
secularists killed all the Indians?
Yes.
You remember when secularists killed all the Indians? Those fucking secularists.
It
Fucking
did
monsters.
happen in our secularist
Yeah,
nation.
it's
You're
fucking
correct.
yeah,
It
you're
did
right.
happen.
You remember when secularists locked up all the Japanese in internment camps in World War II? Fucking
That
bastards.
That happened in our secular nation.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, but secularists has done nothing but bring peace. It's never done anything but bring peace.
I mean, you're not being fucking killed because of it. You're allowed to be.
Where do you think
more
I'd be killed if what do you think if I moved to a different nation that I would be killed?
I think that you would be persecuted.
By who? Where?
I think that in Europe, before like the secularization of Europe, you would have been persecuted. Absolutely.
All of Eastern Europe was Orthodox, nitwit. I wouldn't have been persecuted.
No, yeah, I'm aware. But in any nation that wasn't Orthodox.
Oh, so any nation that I moved to, which had a completely different value set than my own, I'd be persecuted. Well, that's a fucking great observation. I didn't know that.
So I need you to like read up on the Reformation.
The Protestant Reformation, which part would you like
Yes.
me to read up on?
The part where people were killed over it. The part where
gee, I
tons of
didn't
people
know
died
that.
over differences in Christian denominations. I need you to.
Well, how
I
much
need
is
you
a
to
bunch?
Read up on that.
Well, let's start with how many is a bunch? How many do you think a bunch is?
A lot.
Yeah, no, not a lot of people died in the Protestant Reformation. No, that would be incorrect. Maybe you should read up on the Protestant Reformation Because
have a whole book
it
on
appears that
Would
you don't know
like
what the hell you're talking.
recommendation?
Well,
Do you
a
want the
lot.
recommendation?
Yeah, give me the recommendation that said a lot of people died during the Protestant Reformation. Because actually, not a lot of people died during the Protestant Reformation. So there's that.
It is Peter Marshall's Heretics and Believers.
Okay. And how many people do you...
History of the English Reformation.
Okay. Let's see how many people Peter Marshall says died during the Reformation, if it's lots and lots.
Thousands.
Due to what?
I think it was Bloody Mary herself.
I'm sorry. Wait a second. You think that Mary killed thousands of people?
No, she killed like 200 or so.
So not thousands. So what were these? What did these thousands die of exactly?
Well, it was hundreds of years of conflict.
So a few thousand people died over hundreds of years. That's lots and lots of people.
I mean, yeah, killed on purpose. It was also like widespread. Again, like the Reformation was pretty significant.
Yeah, it was pretty significant, but lots and lots of people definitely didn't die due to the Protestant Reformation. That's
Sorry, I
silly.
was looking at the English one specifically. Let me look at the Protestant Reformation.
Look at all of it.
That's
Yeah.
attributed to the Protestant Reformation conflicts. 7 to 17 million, including the 30 Years' War and the French Wars of Religion.
Yeah, that's not due to.
No, these are.
No,
these
that
are,
wouldn't
these
be.
are,
That's
this
not
is,
Reformation.
These are religious
wars.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with the Reformation.
It is. Yeah.
No, it doesn't. No.
No, it is. What? The 30 Years' War?
Yeah, these people groups, they were fighting before there was a Reformation. So I don't know what you're talking about. But 17 million. You think 17 million people died because of the Protestant Reformation?
Yeah, and wars related to it.
Oh, and wars related to it. Okay. Got it. All right.
Yeah.
How many people do you think died on the Trail of Tears?
I think you need to. I think approximately 60,000 were moved. I can't remember precisely how many died along the way, but 60,000 people were moved.
How many people do you think died in the Trail of Tears?
How many do I think? Probably 10,000. I'm willing to bet, based upon like afterwards, not along the way upon the trail, but I mean afterwards.
So that would be not on the Trail of Tears then? How many people died on the Trail of Tears?
No, it's a consequence of the Trail of Tears.
Okay, but how many people died on the Trail of Tears?
I don't know. How many did?
I'm asking you.
Okay, do you want me to look it up for you? You can't type.
You don't know? It's okay to not know things. That's okay.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm comfortable not knowing things.
Okay.
So about 4,000 died during the journey.
You sure it wasn't millions and millions?
I mean, the English Reformation has like 1,000 deaths attributed to it, I think, and then 7 to 17 million for the Protestant Reformation all over Europe. So yes, I don't know how to tell you this.
During
man.
Massive European land wars.
The Protestants and the Catholics were indeed killing each other.
Yeah, they didn't. Protestants and Catholics weren't killing each other over being Protestant and Catholic to the range of 17 million. That's insane. You're talking about massive European land wars, which you're then in a post hoc way trying to attribute that specifically to religious differences instead of actual land war differences between people groups that had been fighting for hundreds of years.
Do you think that those land wars have nothing to do with religion, as well as who has the authority to own that land? Like, I don't think you like that was there was a lot of beef about that.
Yeah, there was a lot of beef about that long before, even when they were a unified religion under Catholicism and then later Anglicanism.
Of course, man, but the basis of this conflict was in fact religious. It was
The basis-
Protestant versus Catholic.
Yeah. So the thing is, though, is that, and before that, it was English versus French, right? And before that, it was Nordic versus, fucking
My brother
English.
in Christ. My brother in Christ. I think that you really need to.
I'm not your brother in Christ. You're a
research.
secularist lunatic. So I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah,
I
I
thought
need to
we were all
research
brothers
it.
in Christ. Brothers and sisters in Christ.
No, if you're a member of the church, you're my sister in Christ.
I was baptized, so.
Baptized into which church?
Non-denominational.
Oh, see, there's about to be another fucking Protestant Reformation right now. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. All right. I'm good. I'm fine leaving it there.
Okay. I'm
Would
good.
we like to go through some super chats?
Sure.
Okay. I'm probably gonna have to do 10 and up. Yeah, we'll start with 10 and we'll see how fast we can move through those. Okay, you're more than welcome to respond to any of them, or you're more than welcome to stay quiet as well. If we do respond, quick and concise is helpful. That way we can get through more. Tard Wrangler with a big 10 says, Andrew weaponizes the forms of rational discourse against reason itself. He is the face of intellectual evil, Darth Wilson.
What a name.
I've been told that I weaponize the form of rational discourse against reason itself.
Fair enough. Haw Long Nate with the big 50 says, water is what determined where the settlers built towns in the prairies and deserts. Nowadays, we pipe water thousands of miles and produce drinking water by producing sewage. Water was more important than money without modernity.
Yeah, that's true. And oftentimes we still have trouble pumping it. For instance, just take Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Fair. Stillborn with a big 10. I drive a crew cab 3500 dually Duramax because it was the truck I grew up in. I'll drive this truck until it falls apart from the Michigan salt, and I'll rebuild it to keep it going forever. That's handy dandy. Josh Brooks says, hey, Chuck, don't hate on my big old beautiful truck that I use for everything. Have you ever heard of the phrase, it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it? That's why. I think that had to do with the big car talk with the bigger families.
Sorry about your truck.
Matt says, who the F is this woman? Worries about what others choose. Is she the arbiter of what we can and can't buy? She's got to approve. Mind your own business, lunatic leftists. Shots fired. Airborne Animal says it is amazing just how wrong liberals, progressives are. Capitalism is freedom, the freedom to trade your time and labor freely and openly with others. That the state does not own you nor your labor.
It's also,
I think liberalism is pro-capitalism.
Yeah, but progressivism is not.
No, correct.
And the thing is like, I would say, and I would make this affirming argument to anybody, that if you really want the idea of freedom, then you need to be able to own land and property, and that has been the distinction between nobility and peasants since essentially the dawn of time, is those who control land, control the management of resources, and can control your labor. And I think that under the idea of private land ownership, which is a fairly new idea for the commoner, is now achievable, and that was only made possible through capitalism. And that's why I avidly resist communists who would they would take all publicly owned land, and then they would try to divide it and just create a brand new caste system, which would be 10 times worse than the thing that they're trying to stop. So.
And you were adding something in, Charlie?
Oh, just that liberalism by its by its core tenets would be pro-capitalist. It's what the exercise of individual freedoms. So I was just correcting that chatter, and they said liberals hate capitalism. No, it's liberalism is pro-capitalism.
That's fair. That's fair. PT Reed says, Andrew, our hospital systems did this to us. They kicked doctors out, have become lobbying monopolies in collusion with socialistic politicians to rip us all off. Hall says, our late stage capitalism is actually a new economic form called corporatism. The closest historical form was mercantilism. Capitalism, fixed mercantilism. Corporate is? I haven't heard of that. Is that a thing?
Yeah, corporatism is definitely a thing. Mercantilism was the kind of common state for most of human history. That was pre-capitalism, capitalism in a way. Almost everywhere there's going to be two people to trade with each other, there's going to be a form of mercantilism, including in communism. Corporatism is a structure that you can, I mean, this has been equated to fascism before, that was a structure of corporatism. I don't think that we're in the full throes of corporatism, though I do think that progressive governments have done more to try to weaponize corporations for social issues than anything I could ever have imagined in my lifetime. The fact that they get so many corporations on board with LGBTQ and other social, social dynamics in arenas. And then I'm sure those corporations get all sorts of kickbacks from these progressives who are in office through tax breaks and everything else. I would say that it's the closest thing to the very fascism that they hate, and yet they're the biggest propagators of it.
Well, I would say that, I mean, I think I certainly noticed this year that corporate pride is kind of certainly not as popular as it once was, and that's because public opinion is shifting away from being pro-LGBT in many spaces. So I feel that it's not so much the mass enforcement of pro-LGBT thought. It is simply whatever is going to make them the most money. It's a profit-driven motive, not humanitarian.
Yeah, sure. But if it is the case that your profits will be maximized through social justice, and you get government kickbacks, and that assists you, then I think that you would probably move your corporation towards that. And that's what happens with NGOs especially. NGOs get huge grants from government agencies in many cases that we've been able to track down, non-government organizations, and they're the ones who work hand in hand with these corporations. So it's like, even it may not be the government itself directly granting money to these corporations, but if you look at all the back dealing with NGOs and how much NGOs work with these corporate entities, it's very clear the government is filtering money to them.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. So
motive is profit, Yeah,
and in this case, the motive is profit through government. So I would say that this chatter is very astute, and he's pointing out something which is a significant problem, and that is the fact that most of this is government interlocutors with NGOs that cause these problems.
I would say it would also maybe behoove both him and perhaps you. This is not disagreeing with either of you in any capacity, but goodness, I can never say his name. It's a Greek name. It's a Techno-Feudalism by Yanis Varoufakis, which I think is kind of examining the way corporatism is working in the age of technology, which is, it's fucking scary and weird. Interesting stuff, though.
Airborne says, one, legal immigrants are a net positive to the country. Illegal immigrants are a net negative. They love to muddy this water. If having kids is so expensive, why do poor people have so many children?
I mean, it is expensive. We could argue that, I don't know, were they poor before they had kids, or did having kids make them poor?
No, they were poor before they had kids.
Right. Well, I mean, it is expensive to have children. Are we going to deny that? Like, childcare costs are very high. Like, it's expensive to have kids.
It seems like it would be a lot less expensive if men dominated the workforce and women stayed home with their children. That seems like it would be way less expensive.
I mean, yeah, but we don't live in an economy anymore where that's like a one income household is like
economies are
viable.
Scalable. Economies are scalable. Imagine saying you have so many jobs that you can employ both sexes, but one sex tomorrow quits. What happens to men's wages? What would happen to men's wages if all women dropped out of the workforce tomorrow?
Well, obviously wages would go up, just like when the black pay during, like, I think it was 14th century. God,
Nope,
when
you're
was
right.
it that
Killed
the Black Plague
killed 1/3 of Europe. Correct.
of the working
and what happened to
population?
peasants and
Yeah.
what happened to peasants' wages?
They had more leverage and power.
And they were able to buy land. They were able to buy land. It's what killed the feudal system.
Yeah, but there are probably too many, industries that are female dominated that are necessary that would just kind of things would go haywire.
Well, then just keep them in the essential roles for those things, like I don't know, like nursing and teaching.
Yeah,
and caregiving. Yeah, just keep them in those roles. All the waitresses, all that shit. They all go. They move out of the workforce. Men's wages double. Actually, probably triple overnight. And suddenly it becomes achievable, especially when you don't have to pay for childcare. It almost seems like the progressive idea of destroying the traditional family was a really bad fucking idea. It almost seems like now just trying to have a family is so expensive you get priced out of it.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
But I think that's trickled on economics anyway.
You guys went through so many topics. The super chats are all over the place. Powder Dusty with a big 10. And legalizing drugs wasn't the issue. Legalizing crimes with victims was. Legalize all drugs. Dwight says, Charlie said she grew up in a poor rural town. Didn't she say her dad was a doctor? I thought docs made a good salary.
Yeah, I made it come later.
Yeah. You can also live in a poor town and not be poor yourself.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true. You can be the one in the mansion. Timbo says, go live in Southside Chicago. Multiculturalism sucks. Hunter says, I will not protect my household. I will not protect anyone in my household, but I will go to the bathroom with the door open to show how much of a alpha I am.
This is always making fun of Hunter Avalon. That's funny.
Josh says, well, honey, no one person has permission to take someone else's life. The state matching actions is objectively fair. I believe this was in the context of murder. You guys were down that route. Hall says, Charlie, Chuck, we waste the time of 80% of students' class time trying to help third world students catch up.
It's true. Most teaching environments appeal to the lowest common denominator. It's a terrible policy.
I mean, yeah, but it's a No Child Left Behind thing. That's a Bush era policy, which is like not great. I don't think it's third world students necessarily, though. I've done some substitute teaching, and it was American children typically that I would teach, and it was the same premise.
Was it though? Like when you had non-English speakers in the classroom, they didn't take up a disproportionate amount of resources?
They usually went to other classrooms.
So they were taking up a disproportionate amount of resources.
Yeah, you get a whole
no. Well, they
class.
were not disrupting the other children. The children that were, kind of slowing everyone and everything down were the children that surprising amount of kids like really cannot read. Like there was a lot of the 10-year-olds in the classes that I would sub for sometimes where they can't read.
Middle school, you usually have periods, right? Just like in high school, where you got first period, second period, third period, right? If that's the case, that you have individual teachers for each one of these things, then wouldn't you need to have individual teachers also for non-English speaking students? How could that not disproportionately absorb resources?
I mean, I'm not sure. I don't know how these things like.
Well, that's a separate salary. That's a separate salary that
Yeah.
you have to pay now because you have to provide. And because of the IEP systems and everything like that now, you have to provide all funding and factors. Like in the state of Maryland, they demand like the county provides all factors for special ed, different language speaking, so on and so forth. And they accommodate to every particularity of every child that comes to the school. And the school has to, or the county has to fund it. So if they're speaking a different language, now we have to fund an entirely extra salary that would essentially maybe.
Well, just
not
think about the
to...
teaching materials themselves, like how much you have to invest.
I mean,
in teaching
I went
materials.
to schools with people who spoke different languages, who spoke English as a second language. I mean, it's kind of just like people move, and you do have to. Try to accommodate in some capacity. Also, I think it's good for children in special ed programs too. I think that disabled children should have some level of education. I think that's good. Right? We're on team like
I'm
disabled
not disputing
children
that.
should.
I'm just pointing
Okay.
out to you that there's no reason for you to import migrants who don't speak the language and put a disproportionate burden on our school system and thus divert attention away from the children who are already there. That's so silly. Again, these are just such silly policies, which are all under the gospel of diversity, when it just doesn't even make sense. It's not like I'm out here saying having a diverse fucking grouping of people is evil. See, it's just like, can we even introduce common sense? Like, I wouldn't run a corporation where everybody spoke different languages. If I was like having a construction crew or something like, obviously that would be detrimental to whatever crew I was running and whatever capacity I was running if my workforce didn't speak the same language.
Right, but if your children if you guys moved to Germany, like if you and your family moved to Germany, like you would need your children to be in like a English second language program, correct?
True. Yeah. So the thing is like this, but this is controlled with inflows and outflows. So the idea is like, sure, there's missionaries who move to Japan, and their kids definitely get special resources inside of these schools so that they can learn to speak Japanese and things like this. But here's the thing. If you have a part of your educational budget which is associated with that, and it's a really small portion so that you can take on students like that, that's fine. By controlling the inflow of how many come in. We take in 1 million a year. 1 million a year. That's fucking insane. And we have tons who come up who aren't even documented at all. Many of them speak none of the language. It's like, that's an insane policy. And it seems like you're just driving incentives to them to come here illegally if you're willing to make accommodations in your school system for the people who aren't supposed to be here. It's like, it's just so silly.
I think that I would need to see some definitive proof that like ESL students are like severely disrupting the learning of English speaking students.
That's
and,
not what was stated though.
Because I think
disproportionate amount of resources I can demonstrate for you, sure.
Yeah, just that again.
Well, even if you look at the schools that are, maybe smaller towns that don't have the budget and resources to be able to utilize, like they would have a harder time providing the same things for that child as they would for anyone else.
Yeah. So even though I would think that this was just common sense, research and experience indicates English language learners require additional educational resources to support their language development and academic success. Reasons. The initial need for additional resources. Well, no shock there. Insufficient funding.
Oh, well, yeah.
Insufficient funding. Why? Because you're trying to teach, your English-speaking students. Teacher-created resources. There's all sorts of different reasons why, but of course they require more resources. Like, it's just common sense, isn't it? Do you really need a study for
yes.
that?
No, that's fine. I just want to be like, is it like significantly disrupting? Because again, I went to school with people who had to go to the ESL classes during parts of the day, and it was
if you segregate
not really like a big issue. But even when they were in like our math classes, like it was fine. I would also say that, as a nation that historically brought together a bunch of people that spoke a bunch of different languages, like it makes sense that we would, kind of have this sort of infrastructure. Right?
No. First of all, there used to be laws which governed the use of language, right? Like you couldn't go into certain shops because they had the freedom of association. You don't speak English, you can't fucking shop here.
When the U.S. bought California, we were supposed to have like all of our legislation both in English and Spanish.
So even if that's true, which I doubt, but even if it is true, the thing that I would point out here is that, so what? You can have all sorts of stupid policies that are just clearly stupid policies. It's a really stupid policy to create incentives for people to come into your nation illegally or to not adapt. It's like, look, if you're a migrant in Japan, you're expected to speak the language. That's the expectation, and that you learn it very quickly. That is not the expectations going on now. In former waves of immigrants, that was the expectation. You can't come in here if you don't speak the fucking language. People weren't accommodating them. They weren't being super accommodating towards whatever their needs were. You actually had to integrate into the social form of society.
I mean, I feel like all the kids I knew that spoke another language, they did adapt and accommodate, and
they don't adapt. Look at why don't you just look at the distinction in rates of literacy between the ESL students who come in who are Hispanic and this and that in comparison to other demographics. It's like, no, they definitely have massive disadvantages and take a lot of resources up. It's not to say that they're
the literacy
stupid.
rates are terrible, but they can communicate generally. Like the children, it's like also ESL is there to help them adapt, is it not?
Well, I mean, kind
of. It's a way to help them learn how to speak English so that they can
is like
assimilate into American society.
Yeah, but why not just have an inflow that's really small of non-English speaking people? And if you do select for migrants because you need a migrant labor force, why not select from very culturally similar English-speaking migrants? That just makes sense.
Because there's no way more cost effective, like the English or the South Africans or New Zealanders or Australians to. We don't really. They don't need to migrate?
Yeah, fucking
people
right.
Who are immigrating here are from poor countries.
If you offered up the same amount of incentive programs to Australians to move to the United States, they'd take you up on that shit in 5 seconds. And so would a lot of people in Western Europe, Eastern Europe, but not just them. A lot of the Asian nations would do the same thing. They'd take you up on it and do. So it's like, yeah, they would. Yeah, actually, I think if you had as many incentive programs for Australians to come to the United States, I bet you'd empty out half of fucking Australia tomorrow. I bet you'd empty out half of it.
If Australia was poor?
No, I didn't say poor. I said if you offered the same incentive programs.
Why do you think we have people immigrating here?
Because they get very, very luxurious care packages when it comes to health care, when it comes to education, when it comes to all sorts of different things, including social welfare. But the thing is that right now, if you want to immigrate here from Australia, it's a fucking nightmare. Same thing from Canada. Not so hard if you're coming up from South America and you just say, hey, I'm a fucking refugee. And you just disappear right into the nation. It's like, it's the most convenient thing on planet Earth. And if you were able to make it as easy for Australians to get here as you did people in South America, I bet half of it would empty into the United States. Half. Same thing with Canada. I bet half of Canada would empty down here. I think you are
severely overestimating how much people want to live in America.
Yeah, well, who's moving out? It ain't none of the liberals who keep promising us they will when Trump gets elected. They ain't fucking moving out. They keep promising if Trump gets elected, we're leaving, and they don't ever fucking go nowhere.
It's hard to immigrate.
Yeah, exactly. So if we made it easy for Australians to immigrate, I bet they'd fucking immigrate. That's my point.
It's easier in the U.S. than it is for the other places.
Oh shit! His thing tapped out again. I definitely know it's not me because you're staying and I'm staying. It's not us. It's his system. It's just his system. How Long says George W. Bush passed what the educational unions asked for. He just wanted the states to pay for it. Airborne says states have low, average, and high pay for all teachers by position. Early childhood, elementary, etc. Liberals only look at the things through the lens of race. It's almost like they are ...
I'm so tired.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so super duper. I'm very eepy. Would it be all right if I bounced? I didn't think it was gonna be fun.
No,
I did not.
It's totally okay. I give you credit for staying on this long. If you need to go, you need to go.
Thank you for having me.
Did you want to send your final thoughts out to anyone? Or to the crowd?
That we discussed so many issues. We covered so many things. Final thoughts. I think that if you are feeling the need, random people in the audience, to come to my Twitter and bother me. You should do something better with your time. Call your mom. Clean your room. Do the dishes. It's more productive things to do. All right. Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm tapping out. I'm sleepy.
Thank
Me too.
you, Charlie.
Right.
Have a
Good night,
wonderful
everyone.
evening.
I appreciated the convo. I wasn't expecting it to get all debatey there, but I guess it only did at the end. So not too bad.
It was interesting. Yeah. I had fun.
Good.
I got more perspectives. That was cool.
Yeah. We're not over on this side, we're not nearly so crazy as we're made out to be, but rather it always has seemed to me like we have really good reasons to believe the things that we believe, and that they are indeed true, and that we're not some like frothing at the mouth lunatics, but rather we have some pretty good reasons to be kind of upset with the way that the country is, especially under progressive ideology. That's all I really hope to convince you of.
All right. No, I get that. I understand your reasonings. I understand your thought process. That's all I could ask for.
Appreciate
all
it.
right. Good night, everyone. Thank you for having me on.
Charlie.
Bye.
Have a wonderful night. Thank you.
You too. Bye-bye.
Are you making your exit too? If not, I'm going to kick back to the super chats again.
Well, I mean, we got to finish your super chats.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, we just did that. Gestural, just in time for Andrew to make his appearance back on screen, says the Big 20, Smoky Man bad. Bad Smoky Man. And just to say, again, much appreciation to Charlie and Palpatine for the conversation tonight. Yes, it went really well. It wasn't until the tail end when it got a little feisty. I'll say that. Hall says, JLB, I think he meant... he corrected it later, but also started the programs in the projects offering money to women who didn't live with a man. More children, more money. More children, more money if there's not a man in the home. 2 generations later, mass incarceration of men who had no fathers.
And massive incentive too. Massive incentive. You wouldn't get the welfare in these various programs if you had too much money coming in. In fact, there's still people who game the system that way. They'll be like, you have to quit your job. We'd make more money on welfare. It's not a joke. Like that really happens.
Yeah. And I think it's also built into where when you are receiving, like if you are receiving welfare or something along those lines, and maybe you're out of work or you haven't worked or whatever the case may be, there's no incentive to go back into the workforce because you're making more off of the handouts than you would if you went and worked 8 hours a day. It's kind of, it hurts. It hurts at the idea that people can do that. Josh says there's a great website for statistics in Chicago. I can't put it on here. Won't let me send the message, but Google "Hey Jack" and the word for donkey. Hey jackass. I'm going to skip a few. Z says with the big 50, as a Black Gen Z man, Andrew is correct. He understands the culture and history of our struggles. This girl comes off as arrogant. It is very distasteful how disingenuous she is being about our struggles with our single motherhood culture, leftist ideology.
Look, I've always thought that Black people were pretty fucking based, honestly. I always thought that the culture socially, there was always this massive problem there. And the massive problem always looked to me like it became far too matriarchal instead of patriarchal. And that sort of lopsidedness created 99% of the problems that you see and still does.
I thought this one was funny. Andrew should start a band with Jake. They can call it Syndrome of a Town. You've got a goofy chat for sure. Let's see. I want to skip down, select. Sorry. All right. What the hell? This is basic history. The colonies were set up by people wanting to escape religious persecution and make religious societies. The founders protected state official religions from conflicting federal official religion.
Exactly. That was the whole point. It's not a secular state. It's just silly.
Yeah, that one
was
hurt
the
a little.
silliest shit. That was the silliest shit I ever fucking heard.
Yeah, that one definitely hurt a little bit. Mike says with a big 50, of all the dispositions and habits which lead to political prosperity, Religion and morality are indispensable supports. Reason and experience both forbid us to expect that national morality can prevail in exclusion of religious principle. Washington.
Because they couldn't base anything on anything. Even Locke couldn't. They couldn't base any of their morals on anything except religion, and they knew it.
Yeah. This was a good one. Freedom of religion, not from religion. That's not secular. Holy crap. Laughing my ass off. Yeah, that one hurt. Raz
If you're
says,
in a remember, if you're in a neighborhood that you start, that was just so wild. All right.
it was, even I felt really smart in that moment. And that doesn't happen very often. Raz says, hot take, Freemasonry was the national secular religion as the Protestant monastic order. They were intermediaries between the government and the see of Protestant denominations.
Yeah, that's actually, there's a lot of truth to that. And the idea in Freemasonry that all you have to have is a higher power. It created a unity in some cases where they could all get together, even from different denominations, had an excuse to do that. So that there is actually some truth there.
I like that. The right of religion was reserved for states and the people, since all of the states collectively had recognized state religions. That made the entire country religious. Logic 101. Yeah, that one really did, like, I don't know. I'll keep my words to myself. More people have been killed by postmodern secular wars, civil war, and revolutions of the 20th century than all religious wars in Earth's history. Really?
Yes.
I mean,
the
I would
20th
think,
century under secularism was not a time of peace. Okay. I don't know where this idea comes from that like secularism brought in the most peaceful societies. It fucking definitely didn't.
Wow. That's interesting. I would almost want to like break down like all of the battles, wars, so on and so forth, and see what
Actually, that's been done.
Is it really?
Yeah. You can just, it's been done.
I gotta Google this later. Carrie says, no, the U.S. government was not founded as a completely secular entity in modern sense. That's Google's answer when search was the U.S. government founded.
They just hear and repeat. Like people just hear and repeat. They don't even think about what it is that they're hearing.
Well, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head when you asked, because she said, well, you guys don't even know what secular means. And then you said, well, do you define it? And I think that's where maybe there was some skewed vision going on there on secularism and what it stands for and what it means. Like, yeah, we understand there's a separation of government and religion, but that's not, the federal government was a representation of what the states wanted, and the states wanted religious reign within their states. It was an overall. The U.S. is an example of secularism. The problem is extending that to say we are a secular nation. That implies secular people, states, laws. That isn't the case and definitely wasn't at the founding.
U.S. is an example of secularism. The problem is extending that to say that we are a secular nation implies no, look. The thing that's interesting is that there's constitutions that we can point to, and there's various ratifications we can point to where the language was really clear on what the goal was, which was to basically have a nation which was free of religion or free from religion or something like this. Our Constitution really didn't have that. Our Constitution instead was just compromising between the state's natural distrust of the federal government, which, remember, they had to make a compromise because they had the Articles of Confederation before that, which, I mean, basically the states had all the rights and power. So in order to have a federal government at all, the idea for the federal government had to be compromised. They had to compromise on everything, and the states distrusted them. So the states they were demanding that the federal government not make a national religion, because then the states couldn't make religions that they wanted. It's the opposite of secularism. And it's just like the idea just ignores all of history. Well, ignores U.S. history.
Fair enough. Red Fox says chimpanzees are 98.8% and bonobos are 98.7% similar to humans. Andrew's debate prep is crazy good, not
Yeah.
one step back.
Yeah, you're right. It is crazy good. Yeah, chimpanzees. I knew it. I knew that they were the closest. I was like, wait. I think it is chimpanzees who are the closest. But anyway, okay. Thank you.
Scott said she's against selective breeding, not breeds per se. You can have natural breeds suited for service positions without having to selectively breed for them. But isn't that how they got to be in those breeds?
Yeah, that's the thing is like basically all of the breeds that you would say are natural breed. Well, which ones? What's the natural breed? I was reading an article the other day that basically 70 or 80% of wild dogs end up becoming like one composition of the dog that they call like the African dog or whatever. But left in their kind of natural form, it all kind of devolves into one thing. Like wolves, it's the same shit there. Where's all the why aren't wolves becoming like smaller puppy dogs? You know what I mean? It requires the selective breeding to begin with to get that species moving in the direction that you want. That was the point. And by the
Yeah.
way, I'm not like the opposite of eugenics. I was just pointing out that if you make a eugenics argument under the idea of I have a trait and that trait's moral because that's the trait, then you could just easily select for any of these traits and say they're moral.
And just get rid of it, right? And that takes out the whole. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, that's all I'm going to read for the night. It's almost 3 a.m. for me.
Same.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It was a very, very long debate. But I appreciated you hosting them. She's got a couple she's hosting back to back, by the way, later in the week as the Rondo of Blood continues. 200,000 subscribers over here on the Crucible. It's been a hell of a fight on the way up, and we will continue to have that fight as we climb to 300,000 subscribers next, and then climb to 1 million subscribers after that. So that's the goal. But anyway, I appreciate it, Sarah the Tomato, always for having us on. Oh, did we lock up? Did we freeze up? Does that mean we're about to get kicked? What does that mean? She like totally froze the fuck up. What the fuck? Oh, well, whatever.